also that day, we also went down to the step club. Scrooge McDucking it.
Scrooging it up in the dishes, dude.
In the piles of dishes.
Hey.
Yeah, well, here's the really cool thing for me about this is that this is in situ, right? This is like the people. Look, I don't think the provenance argument that people make about the Vayscan project holds any weight whatsoever. I think it's illogical. All you got to do is think about it for a bit. It's a nonsense argument. It doesn't make any sense. However, it's the standard thing that people go to. It's like, oh, these are fake. The provenance, you can't establish it. You have that problem with museum pieces too. You guys kind of, this is new, right? Whatever. Yeah, there's a nice graphic. You go to the top.
What's the guy's name? There was the king, is it Antonius?
Antiochus.
Antiochus.
Antiochus. Yes.
Yeah. So he basically, the idea is that it's his tomb beneath the tumulus.
Right.
And then he wanted some kind of dedication to him done every year up on this mountain. And at first that was said so there's like a platform, there's an altar basically. And people at first thought it was because he was like incredibly arrogant, but then other people disagreed later, saying that reading the text very carefully, you see it was actually they contend that it was a more of a pious request, not an arrogant demand. And then there's questions on, how was this extremely expensive and difficult project completed by these people, and some of the sort of explanations given are, well, the fortune is so good, so money would be done. I don't know. The explanations aren't very good, but it does look, it's undoubted that what Ben is saying, this tumulus, the main feature on this site is actually the pile of gravel, not all the carvings.
And it's limestone, right? Isn't it the world's largest?
Yes, it is the largest pile of gravel. It's like ancient tumulus mountain. Is there anything similar in terms of stylistic carvings that match this?
The carvings, yes. It's very. So I mean, this is like the background. It's what they say it is, and I think this matches the carving. I think the carvings were done by which is a kingdom that's just floating from UNESCO. Commagene was a kingdom founded north of Syria and Euphrates after the breakup of the Alexandrian Empire, and it's one of the most ambitious constructions of the Hellenistic period. Syncretism of its pantheon or the lineage of its kings can be traced back through two sets of legends, Greek and Persian, and it's evident of the dual origin of this kingdom culture. So you can see there's influences from both Greek and Persia in this, right? The kings that you have there, you have this mix of gods, basically. And in fact, I know which gods they were depicting, or at least the ones that have been said on the site, because the site itself, super interesting history of excavation. This is one of the mysterious things about it. If I just roll back to looking at the tomb right now, when you look at the size of this thing, it's absolutely massive. I think it's like 150, 160 meters, 500, 600 feet wide, and 50 meters tall. It's a huge mound of, I think it's limestone, and it's and it's not like it's. And here's the thing that I've learned about this recently. This isn't just a mound over a flat surface of mountain. You know that the mound's like the primordial mound kind of here underneath as well. Yeah. And wherever they think there might be a tomb or an art or I guess a space or some sort of chambers under this, it's in the bedrock of the mound itself that this tomb is, which makes it extremely difficult to get to. And there have been attempts to get to it. There was a lady, Teresa Gold, so she dedicated her life to this site. So originally the site was excavated. Carl Sester back in 1889 did some excavations here, but then once Trinity Gold came out, I think around 1947, she then spent several decades at the site, going back to it every season, because you can't get up there in the winter, and it's a nightmare in winter, it's high elevation, snow, all that sort of stuff. So every season she would excavate, and then eventually in the 60s, you had the advent of ground penetrating radar and other seismic technology. So she spent a couple of years organising different tests that were magnetic anomaly testing and ground penetrating radar, as well as acoustic techniques. So pretty much the whole gamut of what was available in the late 60s in terms of testing. And it turns out that, so all of the results of those tests show that yes, there are anomalies. Yes, there is quite possibly these chambers, what looks like spaces or chambers. It's anomalous. They weren't able to determine it completely, but they were definitely interested in trying to get to them. And they tried to excavate and get to them, and they never could because of the nature of the humorous of the fire. So it's always been a big mystery about, okay, there's definitely something under here. What is it? And was this potentially a site that was already here that then, this Antiochus came and built this site around because it's like, this is a sacred site, you recognise what it is, maybe there's a history of it. Now, I do kind of want to correct something that I always said about this cult. No mistakes, zero mistakes. Zero mistakes. One of those things is that I had often said that this was one of the supposed locations for the Hall of Records that Casey had talked about, and that's not the case. So there's actually no connection to this particular place with Edgar Casey's supposed Hall of Records. If you look at what Casey actually said, people that don't know Edgar Casey's American prophet would have these visions. And this guy who has long said that the entry to the Hall of Records is one of the right Hall of Records. Left ball?
Is it the left ball?
Left or right? I read right. I always thought left.
I'll look it up.
But I recently read right, and one thing I didn't realise about what he said is he said the entrance to it is not the actual cavity isn't beneath it.
Yeah.
But and he said the actual Hall of Records is somewhere between the Sphinx and the Great Pyramid, so it's just off to the side. However, the other location he prophesied is 3 locations. And a lot of people made a lot of money on the stock market predictions, so he sort of had some credo in the intrigues arena, or maybe he was just gifted at figuring out which way the stock market was going. I don't know. But he said, obviously the one in Giza, the second was covered by the Atlantic Ocean near the Bimini Road, and the third one is supposedly that was his spot. Now, we'll come back to the Hall of Records and get to Sognatar, because there's another interesting element to the Hall of Records story. At Sognatar, but specifically for this, I do want to correct myself, this isn't the location of the Hall of Records, but that said, it is super interesting in terms of its excavation history and just how mysterious it is.
I'd like to say something about this.
Thank you very much, sir. You're a gentleman and a scholar.
Bruce Silver, thank you very much. And this is somebody else, but for Rubate, thank you guys both for the
And we should thank Viking Gaming again. We're back on the tour if we're going to say tour. Oh yeah, bro. Yeah. Stop paying us now and throw us lower for the tour. Appreciate it, buddy. According to the AI overview, it's in the under the rest part.
Okay.
But I don't know what you guys said while I was gone, dealing with the children. But yeah, Kyle had a dad crisis. Just reading recently about Petrie excavating around the rubble around the pyramids and stuff, and kind of realizing how treacherous, like they try to dig a trench to the wall of the pyramid at Martin. Yeah, I mean, that visited all over the place, but I can't remember which round he talked about. There was a rainstorm that ripped up and starts pulling these grains of sand out of the rock, and it loosens up some rock, and then the whole thing just collapses. But how treacherous these trenches can be. So you imagine trying to trench into this thing.
I can show you pictures. I've got pictures of that. Yeah, it's great.
Russ had talked about it being like a safe, And if you think of a pyramid, it's like, oh, that seems like a lot more solid, right? That's a harder safe to break into because you literally pour your way into it and mine your way into it. But it's actually a self-supporting structure, so you can tunnel into it. Whereas this, you can't tunnel. You just have to remove everything above it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
And that is what
self-sealing.
makes it actually a better safe than a structure,
Do you
which
guys?
I think is really cool.
Yeah. Do you guys see that second video I just popped up?
So
Yeah.
this wall of rock right there is the material that the mound is made out of,
Yep.
and that I'm pretty sure that's just cut. They cut that straight off, and they core it, and they crush this rock. So yeah, some people were asking about the size of like on average, they're fist size square pieces of square and flat. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can actually.
Yo. What up? What's going on? You know, stuff in my pockets. Damn, dude. Got hot all of a sudden. What up? Yeah. I look, you see my just deep-seated aversion to hoaxing. I was like, I was like messing with her, like I found her watch, and I was like, oh, I found your watch. It was like I saw an orb, and then I looked up, and then like when it flew away, I looked down, and the watch was in my lap, but I couldn't do it. I was like, I started like, gagging, and just the natural reaction, physical, kinetic reaction. Um, and then I was like, oh, I'm just kidding. It was under the stove. Um, And then she was like, yeah, that's right. The orbs won't show up because you did a hoax. She's not wrong, you know. No, like I told her, I was like, it's because I'm always outside walking the dog, and I do it, you know, like just a few minutes, right? So like they're all the way over by the lake, like that lady on TikTok said. Um, so like it takes them forever to get over here, because they got to go slow in the city so they can pretend to be helicopters. So then, by the time they get over here, I'm back inside already. So I probably just miss them every time, you know? Yeah, exactly. That's right. Mm. Oh, like they were zapping me because they knew I was thinking about hoaxing. Yeah. That I would actually be okay with that. If it was like, Ghostbusters, and you got a zap every time, yeah, that would be good. Um, it's- what's this? Uh, hold on. What, was there a plane crash? Did y'all see my new theory? I kind of like it. Um, I was saying about the dude, the Tesla bomber, right? It didn't make a whole lot of sense, right? None of that stuff really added up. Um, and I was thinking about it, and what, like, what if he was somehow, privy to, why is it like that? Oh, I didn't remember. Um, right? Like, not like he was probably, like we said the other day, like he wasn't an engineer or anything, so I'm dubious that he would get, he's not, as unlikely as Bob Lazar's story is, right? It's even more likely when he's like not even an engineer, you know. Um, so like that kind of like, you know, I'm not clear on how he would have any kind of insight, even if he was somehow read into the program, right? Um, so then it's like, I mean, but Greer's not really, that's just an addition. That's not why I think this. I mean, Greer just made me think of it. I don't know about Bob Lazar, but anyway, I'm just saying, Bob Lazar's story is that he was brought in because he was an outside the box thinker, and they had all these PhDs who were stalled out, and they wanted him because he was like a DIY engineer. You know, he was like get shit done kind of guy. Um, so they brought him into the program to fucking see if he could get them unstuck, and he didn't last long. You know. I feel like there's a certain type of psychological profile of people who they pick for these programs, and it's like, you know, fucking certain, you know, cold, fucking, like, cold, you know, steely eyed, fucking don't care about, you know. Some people have just a revulsion, like Grush. Like when Grush found out what was going on, he couldn't help it. He was like, I gotta fucking tell people, this is nuts. And I think that's how a lot of people would react. And I think the guys who they have in there on the inside are you know, they're fucking like Obama type sickos, you know? Um, yeah, I know, right? I think that's what John Lear says, right? John Lear says that they told him to spread Czar's story for some reason. And it kind of makes sense, you know, like if they were making breakthroughs at that point, they were like feeling themselves, you know, in the late 80s, early 90s. Um, they could have been like, oh, well, we're actually not working on anything at this place anyway. So we'll have everybody obsessed with Area 51. Meanwhile, we're up here in Alaska, you know, working on our soul eating machine or something, right? Um, that's quite plausible, I think. But yeah, so I was saying, yeah, John Lear says that he was told to that they wanted him to do interviews and stuff. Um, I think I was saying the other day, it's like if you know that they want you to do that, would you still do that, even if you wanted to do it? Like if I wanted to do something and then I found out that the CIA wanted me to do that thing, I would have a huge second thoughts about wanting to do that thing, you know? So when I was back to what I was saying. So the dude, Livelsberger, somehow he finds out about this or finds out that there's some exotic propulsion shit going on. Um, you know, because it's like, I feel like that dude, if he was on TV, like my impression of those sort of special forces type guys, like if he was on TV, right? I feel like that would have been the type of thing that like, you know, the other sort of like, you know, dudes in those circles would want to impress him, right? So if you were, you know, one of the counterintelligence guys working on that program or something like that, and you had insights, I could see them, you know, showing him some stuff, like if they had, you know, say they met at somewhere, wherever, a bar or whatever. Um, I could see some situation. That's what I was saying about Lazar too. Like, I don't know if that Lazar's story seems like it could have happened, just maybe not to him, you know? And if like this guy's story maybe could have been something similar, like he found out about it but wasn't actually in on it, you know? Um, and then he starts calling around to all these podcasters to try to like, you know, find his own Ross Coulthart. And when he starts emailing Sean Ryan, you know, the NSA is like, oh, or first of all, they, I'm sure, had access to all of his emails anyway. But in particular, when he starts calling the CIA people, like Sean Ryan, then they're like, okay, we got to move in. Um, so, oh, and also, too, the thing with like Lonnie Zamora, right? perhaps he was talking like a bonehead and he had these, like, because the way he described it didn't say, first of all, I don't think it's China, right? I think it's fucking NHI. I am not confident. I mean, pretty confident in that. Um, confidence. And so he starts, they find out that he's trying to, go public with this. So they grip him up and put him in the Tesla and auto drive him into a fiery inferno. Um, or this doesn't really have anything to do with Greer, right? But like it could sort of line up with Greer. And I said this before, man. People that I previously thought were wrong, I later determined that I was wrong and they were right, right? And especially people who had wild claims. Um, I mean, who knows with Greer though? Like I said, he could have been fed bullshit. He could have been pushing his own bullshit. There's a lot of options here. I'm just putting this out there as another explanation because the story didn't really make a whole lot of sense. Like the fact that he was a fucking, special forces, like highly trained, and he has this shitty little explosion, almost like the explosion is not really the point, you know? The point is that they wanted to kill him, like, and spread misinformation. So, like, this whole thing is just sort of like, slathered on top of it to make it seem like, it's like the whole angle that he killed himself didn't make sense anyway. It's like, if you're trying to like blow the whistle on something, why are you killing yourself? Right? You could have just blown the car up and said, yeah, that was me. I blew the car up. Here's why. Right? Killing yourself doesn't really make a whole lot of chance. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And the fact that if he was going to kill himself, why did he have such a shitty IED? Wouldn't he have had a better bomb making just from like shit you could buy at Home Depot? It's not like he couldn't have done a better homemade bomb, right? They tried to tell him there were aliens and he called bullshit on it as a psyop against him. I mean, I think there are though. I think that fucking the so-called drones, I think they are fucking alien craft. I think that lady on TikTok is basically right. And I understand that sounds wild, but I mean, I have a lot of data points pointing me that direction. Yeah. Mm, mm, hmm. He killed himself to alleviate guilt from his day job. What, like a production designer or whatever? Do cover politics sometimes. Sometimes. And what, you think animals and vegetables are intelligent? Maybe some of them. Not the ones flying the fucking drones. Did you see that band liked my tweet? I was like, yeah, I rocked out to this song so hard I went blind. And they were like, fucking faved it. It's cool. No, I mean, I saw, we didn't look at it, but I saw a thread the other day where some dude was saying that he thought, I don't like he said he thought that, but he said it could be an option. The thing about Greer too is like, fucking, the way that he's been sort of like, put out there as a target, I feel like for a lot of people, right? So it's like all like Elizondo and all his minions, they are constantly like attacking him and trying to make him look bad, because they're doing disinformation. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Did you see that Project Unity post I put too? Right? I think that makes a lot of sense, man. I've always said basically that, right? The TTSA stuff seems like it's made as a limited hangout to sort of the brakes on everything. You know, like all the efforts that Sheehan was doing behind the scenes were starting to bear fruit, and they needed to put the restrictor plate back on there, right? So they put Elizondo and those guys out there who were trying to put their whole premise is like, oh, we see these things in the sky, but we don't know what they are. The government doesn't know what they are. We're just trying to see what these things in the sky are, right? And deny the fact that they've been working on this shit for decades, right? But again, like I don't have any firm, one way or the other. You know how I am. I just like to keep my options open. But I like this new scenario because it makes his death didn't really make a lot of sense to me, right? Like, it's like if you're planning this spectacular death, why not make it, more spectacular? Especially for guys like that, wouldn't he want to show off his skills, right? And the fact that he was like still texting and stuff with his ex-wife or whatever makes me think like maybe that wasn't as painful as it could have been. I know people were saying that like, oh, he got divorced so he killed himself, but I don't know, man. No. The Patreon one, it wasn't uploading or wasn't updating on the whatchamacallit. Is Chapo doing disinfo? Wait. That's what I mean, dude. Anarchist cookbook, basic shit you could get from the library would have been a bigger bomb, As a tier 1 contractor, probably did some massacres. Yeah. But he also probably didn't feel the kind of remorse about it that would make him do something like that. Like I said, I totally buy that those type of guys have lifelong, PTSD or whatever. However, the intersection of this spectacular, I'm going to do a bomb at the Trump Hotel and kill myself, like, that doesn't really jive with PTSD sufferer who's so depressed he can't go on, but he's also just uncovered this massive secret and it's mutually assured destruction and all that, right? And also, that sounds like the kind of thing that, like the Lonnie Zamora case, they sometimes release wrong details so that they can weed out anybody who's gonna, like Lonnie Zamora, they put out that the symbols that he saw and they shared like different ones, right? He said he saw like hieroglyphic type shit on the craft, and then the shit that they released to the public was not the right one. And then that only came out a few years ago, that ever since then, the only version that's been released has been this fictitious version of it. So that whole thing makes a lot of sense. Like, I think that in most of these big cases, they have, sort of some red herrings mixed in, right? A recent head injury? I don't remember that detail. I don't know. You know me, like at first I thought he was full of shit. I thought that was all, bullshit, right? Like, now I don't know what to think. I think like a lot of this time, like the real answer is that like there's, some truth in there mixed in with the lies. And I think the truth is that, yeah, we have some legacy programs working on this shit. But I think that they probably told him it was China, right? Because how would he know who that was? Even if he was on the program and read into it, right? He still wouldn't have additional insights onto who was piloting those craft, right? There's no you know, it's not like China's got like different color orbs, you know, like it's like lightsabers. Like China has like the red orbs or something. Although that would be pretty badass if they had like fucking hammer and sickle orbs. um, so like yeah, they he or just like Jeremy Corbell, right? He's got spooky type MFs who are feeding him bullshit, and he trusts them, so he repeats the bullshit. It could have been something like that, right? It's just like the death just doesn't really fit, and it does make sense too that they would want to get rid of him. Like we saw that there was a bunch of other podcaster types who said that they got emails from him in recent weeks. I think that he was probably, blew up his spot, and like I think that feds were on to him. If he was emailing Sean Ryan, the feds were definitely on to him. If not before that, then definitely after that, right? So like they probably would have killed him anyway, right? Like these legacy MFs, like if he was fishing around for a media outlet to publish his classified information, I don't think they would not have let that happen. What do you think? What do you find unbelievable about anything that I'm saying? Because I would bet $1,000 your grasp of the details is such that you couldn't discern whether whether what I was saying was plausible or not. No. Mm. Mm. Punch myself. No, maybe it didn't work. Look, all I'm saying is don't be quick to like dismiss anything that you hear, because if somebody is actually out there telling the truth, every motherfucker with a podcast is going to be saying that guy's full of shit. Greer included. I just find that a lot of people call him a charlatan and they say he's full of shit, but nobody can ever actually point to anything specific that he's been dishonest about, Where's my punching bag? There. Wait. Oh, wait a minute. No, hold on. God, no. No, it's not it. I don't know, man. Tony set all the sources, the scenes up. I still don't really get what he was doing with them. Oh, here we go. Yeah, there you go. Cool. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Everything we know about him, we learned after the fact. Like after he was already a target, I'm the way I'm kind of tracing the chronology here. And like I said, I don't have a, my gut's not telling me one way or the other, I'm not like a gut feeling kind of guy anyway. I'm like preponderance of evidence sort of guy. What do you mean? The truth was out there, we would have found it by now? What does that even mean? Guys, definitely don't do what BPG's doing, right? Do not rely on fucking like words of wisdom or, stuff like that. That's definitely not going to lead you to the right answer, right? It's not your gut. And it's not like, vague generalities like that. Yeah. Get my news from Voice of America, and they say he had key symptoms of traumatic brain injury. Yeah. I mean, did he go to the hospital? Because, I'm sure he had health insurance, right? He would have gone to the hospital if he had gotten traumatic brain injury. He told his girlfriend of pain and exhaustion after Afghanistan. I mean, yes, that's what I'm saying. All of this stuff, very conveniently, oh, he actually had a traumatic brain injury. I mean, she does kind of have crazy eyes, but whatever. It's like in Elizondo's book, he talks about, like, when he was working at the Pentagon, those guys, the guys working, like the Bigelow set, they approached him to feel him out to decide if they wanted to bring him in as the counterintelligence guy. Which, by the way, is what he does, what he's doing now, right? That's what a counterintelligence guy does, is like, they basically spread lies about the classified programs that they're working on so that people don't find it, points people in the wrong direction. Which certainly appears to be what Elizondo's doing. And by the way, I know we talked about it a little bit, but he got both of Red Panda Koala's channels banned. He did some fucking patent troll thing, like, not patent troll, whatever that's they're called. He lied and said that they did a copyright violation, and they didn't, and it got him fucking banned, because they add up. Once you get 3 of them, they take your shit down. He talked about in his live stream the other day, which I guess is not saved anymore because his channel got deleted, but, he did that one video about Elizondo, too, that we watched, where it went deep into his background. Like, I could see why Elizondo would have a target on that kid, right? What did you say? Valor Under Fire, military record. But say they brought him into a meeting similar to the one that Elizondo was in, and his reaction to that was to try to go public with it, I think, this would have been, and I think also in situations like that too, where you don't know, like, he's been talking, but you don't know exactly what he's been saying and who he's been saying it to, you can't really, like, track down everybody that he told and kill them or whatever. You have to just go the other option, where you try to smear the dead guy and say, oh, everything he was telling you, it's because he had a brain injury. I know you might have heard some crazy stories from, Lieutenant Livelsberger, but just so you know, he had a brain injury, like, years ago. So everything he said in the past, like, I don't know, 6 months to maybe 10 years, somewhere in there, it's unreliable, College tuition has fallen significantly at many U.S. schools, research finds. No, Voice of America. Mostly bore that burden in private, but recently saw treatment for depression from the Army, according to a U.S. official who spoke on the condition of anonymity. Yeah, wow, look at that. He also found confident in the former nurse who he began dating in 2018. Maybe she was his handler. Alicia Arit, do a dating app. Yeah. If I was a spook and I was trying to set up a target with my, with my guy, I would just have the dating app that can, connect them. It served at Landstuhl in Germany, blah, blah, blah. Really? She was just a regular nurse who worked at the army base in Germany. Okay. Um, she saw and treated traumatic brain injuries, or TBIs, which troops suffered from incoming fire and roadside bombs in Havana syndromes. Serious, but hard to diagnose. So, come on, man. Such injuries can have lingering effects that might take years to surface. I saw a lot of bad injuries, but the personality changes can happen later. See? This is exactly what I just said it was going to be. Come on. Like, just very vague about like what the symptoms are and when they take effect and what is going to be trustworthy or not. In text and images, just some concussions, he said in a text about a deployment to Helmand province in Afghanistan. I mean, if you were flirting with a brain injury nurse, you would probably want to talk about your brain injuries. Oh, my brain's all fucked up. I need some help, you know? Talked about... he sent her a photo of a graphic tattoo he got on his arm of 2 skulls pierced by bullets to mark the lives he took in Afghanistan. I mean, that might be true. Exhaustion and pain, not being able to sleep, and reliving the violence of his deployment. My life had been a personal hell for the last year. Again, also something you say if you're flirting with any girl, but especially a nurse. Oh, oh God, I'm so sad. There's like acting all emo, like with your hair in your eyes and shit. It's a well-worn tactic. Let's see. On Friday, Vegas law enforcement released excerpts of messages Livelsberger left behind, showing the way he killed himself was intentional, meant both as a wake-up call and also to cleanse the demons he was facing from losing fellow soldiers and taking lives. Come on. Look at this. Like, and the way that they're like selectively releasing information about him, oh, we released his text messages. Just a couple that we decided on, Exactly. The effects only surface when convenient. Yeah. They can discern, they can say, oh, this is because he's got a brain injury. But not what he said about all those dead civilians. Just the part he said about the Chinese drones. That part's real. Not real. And again, the story about the Chinese drones, right? That I'm gonna have to fucking see the I don't even know what it would take. Like, I'm gonna need to put my fucking finger in the stigmata hole if I'm gonna believe that, whatever that, figuratively speaking, I'm gonna need to put my finger in the hole before I believe it. All right. It's so convenient that it's like basically the one scenario where you can explain it away as a terrestrial, phenomenon, but not one that you're expected to put a stop to. It's like, oh, we would stop it, but it's mutually assured destruction, so we can't. Which, again, is such bullshit. That's the most glaring problem for me, I think, is this. It's just literally the one scenario they could conceivably put out there that would be a prosaic explanation, but not one that they're expected to do anything about whatsoever, Dude. What? Look, us biblical scholars, because that's what we're scholars of the classics. We know, we get the reference. Okay. I know you might be used to some lowbrow bonehead streamers. Not this one. This is all highbrow. Listen to Screamo and do fucking highbrow dot connecting. Livelsberger's death in front of the Trump Hotel using a truck produced by Elon's Tesla company has raised questions as to whether this was an act of political violence. Yeah, again, this part of it too, I think, is also really suspicious, right? Like, this theatrical, Tesla truck at the Trump hotel, but no, it's not actually related to Tesla or Trump or Elon or any of that stuff. I could see if it was some sort of big anti-Trump thing or big anti-Elon thing or whatever, but that's not a part of it at all, right? There's no sort of anti-Trump or anti-Musk sentiment in any of the released information. So that also doesn't fit, right? Which again, the guy could have come up with a better bomb in about fucking 5 minutes with the stuff that was available in the, in the janitor's closet at the hotel, right? Why this shitty little fucking bomb that, well, I mean, I guess it does make the Tesla truck look really better, right? Because that was the first thing I said, was that truck is in fucking perfect condition, I guess maybe that's part of it. I had a Tesla too that I rescued from a junkyard in 2019, and we used to work on it together, bond over it. Okay, that's bullshit too. Again, this Arrett lady is shadier by the minute. Apparently harbored no ill will towards Trump. They were big Tesla fans. Yeah. I don't think you would do that if you were a big Tesla fan. Right? If you were a big Tesla fan, you would... I mean, maybe he was trying to, promote the truck, right? Again, this doesn't add up, man. This does not add up, right? And I get it, fucking people, people go off the deep end, right? They... whatever. But again, that part of it is plausible to me, that he had a brain injury or he went off the deep end or whatever, sure. But the actions taken in response to that seem so contrived. It seems so contrived, right? Yeah, exactly. Controlling the information flow, exactly. Yeah. Which this guy certainly would have known, right? They stopped talking regularly after they broke up in 2021. She had not heard from him for more than 2 years when he texted her out of the blue on the 28th and again on the 31st. Again, was that actually him texting her? The upbeat messages, including a video of him driving. Oh, yeah, maybe it was. I guess that could probably be AI, though, no? Another one of its dancing headlights can sync up its lighting and music. They felt things very deeply, and I could see him using symbolism of both the truck and the hotel. Yeah, maybe, but the opposite of that, though. Yeah, I mean, or she could just be a dumbass. I mean, I don't think nurses... How do you get hired to work at a military base in Germany if you're not German? Don't they hire Germans for those kind of jobs? Right? He wasn't impulsive. I don't see him doing this impulsively. So my suspicion would be that he was probably thinking it out. And this is the best he came up with. He was planning this, and he was thinking this out, and he came up with this idea to, do a big firecracker bomb. Yeah. And, just, if he could have found better supplies just on his trip from Colorado, right? If he was even, driving. And again, the whole way, it just so happens to be a self-driving car that there was all these... Oh, he shot himself in the head first, but then we see the video of him moving around in the car beforehand. Right? None of that shit fit. None of that shit does fit. Continues to not fit. Right? Served on active duty from 03 to 07. So, his trauma from 03 to 07 has just been nagging on him this whole time, and finally he couldn't take it anymore. So he does this 20 years later? Really? He feels so bad about this for 20 years? With Livelsberger, she saw symptoms of TBI as early as 20... So, okay. So, 2007, and then it takes 11 years before his CIA nurse notices any problems? Really? I mean, I don't know about that, man. I think he was murdered. Yeah, no, I think either he was just a fucking patsy that they, you know, killed for this purpose, or he did find out some information he wasn't supposed to, and he started calling all these podcasters saying, hey, I'm going to talk about these drones, man. I know what they are. You know, perhaps I'm still unclear if that was him who wrote that email or not, right? Seems weird, but it could be that just that's the story he was told, so that's the one he was trying to spread. But like, if he's emailing Sean Ryan, I got some explosive information, Sean. You need to have me on your show, right? I think that the counterintelligence people on his whatever programs these are, right? They're going to go after him. Then they're going to take him out after that, right? Because you can't I mean, I guess you could lock them up and put them in a black site somewhere or whatever, but there's really only one way to deal with this kind of thing, you know, with like somebody on the inside who's trying to, you know, talk about it. Is you got to delegitimize them and take them out, right? Yeah, I mean, I thought that maybe, right? Maybe the Tesla just blew up, but, you know, doesn't really fit either. Well, that's the email. He said, I know what the drones are. They're Chinese. He said they're Chinese drones, and we have them too, and we can't do anything about it because it's mutually assured destruction somehow. He said that the drones are like, it's like they're you know, it's like your finger on the nuke trigger, which, again, come on, y'all. Does anybody believe that I mean, China's flying their drones over the East Coast nonstop for a show of force, and it's mutually assured destruction? There's no way that part's true. If you wrote the email, he talked about committing war crimes. I know, but 20 years ago, right? And like, I mean, if your war crimes are eating on you for 20 years, wouldn't he have like gone on the show first before he offed himself? If he's trying to call attention to this thing, and he calls all these podcasters because he wants to go on their shows and tell his story, he just gives up and decides to just blow himself up and shoot himself in the head first and then blow himself up. What? Really? Come on, dude. None of this fits. None of this makes sense. Exactly. I saw that video where he was moving around. Exactly. Most likely situation is what I just said. Yeah. Yeah. I just thought of this a couple hours ago, and it's really, the more I think, the more it fits. He would go through, because we were thinking that Greer was compromised, but I don't know. I mean, he's still compromised because they're using him as a counterweight, but not intentionally. Periods of withdrawal and struggle with depression. We need to know more about this nurse, this Arrett lady, if that is her real name. I don't know what drove him to this, but I think the military didn't get him help when he needed it. But is that really... Do we have anything to go off with that? Because it seems like he would have had 20 years to seek help somewhere and could have done so, and, you know, I don't know if that really makes a lot of sense, that the military didn't get him the help that he needed. I don't know if we have anything to demonstrate that. He had a really deep well of inner strength and character, and he just had a lot of integrity. Yeah, so he killed himself 20 years later after doing war crimes. Also, too, the way it's worded in that email, doesn't sound like he did war crimes, just more sort of he was complicit in them, which is, I think, even less of a reason to kill yourself 20 years later. And again, if you kill yourself, but you're trying to blow the whistle, you're not going to blow the whistle first. You're going to kill yourself before you just give up and like, oh, you know, They didn't get enough care. He had 20 years to get free health care, and he didn't get the care. The army didn't get him the care he needed, you know. Let's see. Sabrina Singh told reporters it has turned over all of his medical records to local law enforcement and encouraged troops facing mental health challenges to seek care through one of the military support networks. Yeah, there's a lot of those. If you need help, if you feel that you need to seek any type of mental health treatment, or just talk to someone, seek the services that are available, either on base or off. In his case, it would be off base because, again, it's 20 years later. And Livelsberger struggled during the time they were dating. Arrett prodded him to get help, but he would not, saying it could cost him his ability to deploy if he was found medically unfit. Yeah. Maybe. But that also sounds like the kind of thing that, Yeah, I want to hear someone. You need to remaster this album with somebody who knows how to produce fucking screamo records. It's just... You can tell it's a really sick song, but it's just that this recording's really bad. A lot of stigma in his unit. Oh, okay. They were, big, strong special forces guys there. There were no weaknesses allowed. And mental health is weakness, is what they saw. She said. Again, like, the way that she's referring to all of this, too, seems really bizarre that she's writing this as if he's still, like, living in the barracks or something. And not, again, out of the army for 20 or 17 years or whatever, and out of the reserves even for 14 years, right? He's been out of the military for a long time, right? He's been removed from that. Since then, he was on TV. He seems like he had a lot of other shit going on, right? Like consulting or whatever. Like, if he was really fucked up from his military service, then wouldn't he have not gone on a Who Wants to Be America's Top fucking mercenary game show? Right? Didn't he literally go on a show that was like showing off his commando skills? But he's so fucked up from his war crimes, and then he goes home and then he goes on this TV show where he's like a fucking soldier of fortune. Come on! None of this fits. 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 At all. I just fucking poked so many holes in the story. Like, it's still going on to... Oh, what was I going to say? There's a long-ass fucking article, too, which... No author, by the Associated Press. Again. It's just like their fact sheet of, like, here's the things we need to debunk. And that's what I said. I was like, maybe they'll show up. As I tweeted about it, I was like, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Again, it scared me that they took down both of Red Panda Koala's channels. He was just like reposting. He was interviewing, I guess because he was a dogged researcher, right? He was like, he would find videos online, people would share them, and then he would track down the person who filmed it and bring them on his stream, like in real time, right? If you look at it, I guess it's deleted now, but he had like several weeks of every single night, he would get one of the Jersey people or somebody else or whatever, and just interview them about all the details of their sighting, right? Which is again, what I say to people who say there's like fakes, it's like, no, like I've heard a dozen plus of these witnesses talk about it. Ooh, Mehdi Hassan and God's Gad said, how do you say that guy's name? You wanna watch that for a minute? Anyway, look, I don't know what's going on with this shit.
Look at Elon.
But I know it's not whatever the fuck the voice of him. No, there's more going on here. We don't know it yet. Just keep an open mind, right? Again, because it's like there's some more shit's gonna happen. The story's not over yet. Like it's like this is a good point from Project Unity guy too, by the way. Absolutely zero reason for a highly trained former director of a Pentagon UFO program to confuse a lampshade detect reflection with a UFO mothership and present it to the public. But there are several reasons why a highly trained counterintelligence officer would do that. Like, no, I mean, unless it's like literally like what they said to him, like someone handed it to him and he like hadn't even looked at it yet, I guess maybe, but probably not. I don't think you would make your PowerPoint with like, you wouldn't put a video in your PowerPoint unless you had, you know, some providence for it, you know? Technological reductionism. I mean, there's that aspect of it too. Yeah.
And there were people who wanted to bring this up, people who were actually getting very close. And then they kind of got kneecapped, they kind of got cut off.
Jeez.
And this new thing took over, which, yes, the optics are impressive. We've got Navy pilots, we've got people in the Senate, we've got people in the Congress. But the rate of it, the rate of the actual explosive evidence or information, that slowed down. There was actually quite a significant grassroots civilian movement.
I think Sheehan's probably in on it too, by the way.
When the New York Times put out a front page story about ATIP and the Pentagon program, and everything started kicking off and it went mainstream from there. So I have a suspicion that this 2017 New York Times, officials getting involved, Congress getting involved, the Senate getting involved, is a way of slowing down a grassroots, more aggressive attempt to get into this subject, because people like Greer were looking at legal consequences for these, what they call unacknowledged special access programs, these deep
because they wanted to make a thing about
clandestine research and
like,
development areas.
Delegitimizing him was part of that, right? Like I said, when you know that he's emailing all these podcasters, right? You can't just take him out. Right? Because you don't know what if he's gone on these podcasts. You don't know who he's talked to. So you have to publicly delegitimize him. You have to publicly demonstrate him as unhinged. He was a wackadoodle. Look what he said about China and shit. Like, right? Like, that I think is part of this. For sure. Right? Yeah, you have to talk about it and say, look at this. This is, and who knows what was going on in New Orleans. That one seems really fucked up too. Maybe they thought like if they did 2 events on one day, then all the attention would be on the bloodier one, and then this one would go by with a little like less attention. Come on, y'all. Where the fuck, dude? What would y'all do without my takes? I mean, come on. Putting all this shit together. Y'all should be subscribing. Fucking sub should just be popping off like, damn, this guy putting it together. What do you mean? Again, my story is that he somehow finds out details of this program. Or maybe we don't even know what he knew, by the way. I'm not sure about the email. So, like, what if he was emailing all these podcasters, telling them some shit, like, oh, bro, I know all about the orbs, it's fucking, you know, it's the aliens or whatever. And he emailed Sean Ryan saying that, and Sean Ryan being a fucking spook, right? He reports it, and then they have to respond. And like I just said, they have to delegitimize him. They have to make him look crazy on the public stage. Everything he's got, you know, everything he says has to be suspect. You have to assume that, like, oh, he's lying, because you don't know which podcast he's gone on. You don't know who he's talked to. You don't know how many people he's told. You can't put the genie back in the bottle, right? You have to ruin the information. The genie has to be killed. You got to kill the genie, okay? Yeah. So maybe the email that we've seen is the subsequent craziest, you know, like that's the evolution of it. What do you mean? Dude, Sean Ryan, he's public about it. He says, I used to be in the CIA, or CIA contractor, he says. So probably he worked for like the Safari Club or some shit, you know? I think this is right. This is all fucking fitting now. Dude, okay. Now everything makes sense. So none of the shit made sense a little while ago, right? I kept saying, I was like, this doesn't fit, that doesn't fit, that doesn't fit. So if this theory was right, this is how it would look. This is how everything would be if what I said was correct. So maybe that doesn't mean I'm right. That I fucking think I got that feeling in my head now where it's all clicking, dude. It's like when I figured out telepathy and the Akashic Records was real, right? And then everything else fit. Dude. Dead serious. They're gonna fucking kidnap me and make me fucking, you know.
My position on this is I've never been
HGS,
definitive
exactly.
with what UFOs are. I'm open to the possibility that there are some pretty exotic explanations behind this.
Do UFOs and UAPs exist? That's
clip
a
that
kind of
shit. Dude,
I would say yeah, but
mark it
again,
down.
it's a very weird spectrum of what is it that exists, because you've got, you know, orb phenomena, and then you've got things that seem to be material craft that would be technological. So there's a definite kind of spectrum that moves from the technological and the nuts and bolts and things that seem to be actually, you know, spaceships or space vehicles of some form, which isn't outside of the norm, to things that are completely outside of the norm, you know, in terms of anomalous events and stuff that appears in the sky that actually can't be readily categorized or defined.
I think a quote that sums it up is
The
one from
baddie
Barack
is
Obama, where he was
always-
like,
is
"There's
always
things
the
in the
American
sky, and we just
intelligence
don't know what they
agency.
are." And then the discussion is, what are those things in the
If
sky?
they don't
You
look
can't
like the
deny
baddie,
that there's things out
you're
there
not
that
seeing it.
fighter pilots have seen, that just civilians have seen, that reputable sources have seen, and have said, we don't know what it is. But it's like, is it just a rare but natural occurring phenomena? Is it something that's been misreported, or is it something
not even rare.
more
It's
unique
not even
than that?
rare.
Well, Obama's an interesting one. He's kind of, in my opinion, one of the more
Again,
what they call
like-
read-in presidents in terms of being briefed on this
I have to
subject.
keep
and
saying
brought
this
into
every
fold,
night,
because
but-
over the, I'd say,
Anybody with lingering skepticism, please review the synopsis of the William Hastings book, UFOs and Nukes, right? That is such really compelling, really strong, very well documented evidence. That is not, you can't just write that off. It's like hundreds of fucking highly trained, like, Air Force people who are like, you know, specifically their job is to like be aware of what's in the sky, right?
5 years or so, he's made comment after comment publicly, sometimes with a smile and a laugh, but he's talking about how this is a subject that they take seriously in government. And I think that he's actually quite soberly concerned with what it is that we are dealing with here. And there is definitely a cutoff in terms of the information flow within government. I mean, right now you've got the congressional hearings, and you've got people in the Senate talking about this subject. They're getting their information from people within the intelligence community, the CIA, the NSA, all of these different groups. And it's hard to know who to trust, but there's certainly something going on that's important enough to merit a discussion in the modern era. So it hasn't been, the thing with the UFO subject is it's been ridiculed and ridiculed for decades, going back to kind of like the Roswell years and what they call Project Blue Book. But actually what we're seeing now is that this hasn't gone away, and the governments have been taking it seriously, and despite the Hollywood trend that's been kind of injected into our brains for decades of little grey aliens and green men and spaceships, the truth is that the US government, and especially its intelligence agency network, have been obsessed with this subject for decades.
You mentioned Blue Book over there, and like in the past, whenever civilians would report UFOs, the government categorically said, no, there's nothing there, there's nothing anomalous. Why has there been such a vibe shift in like the past 5 to 10 years on this?
I mean, there's a few...
It's just inevitable. They can't fully shut it down now because the phenomenon has become so fucking visible, right? There's a fucking new mass sighting like every week these days, and then up until now we have this shit every night, right? You notice that they switched from saying, oh yeah, those UFOs, I don't know what that is, to these are some sort of drone, like the implication being that they're like made on Earth.
Different potential reasons for that. I would kind of put my own position on this, is that there was actually quite a significant grassroots civilian movement prior to 2017, which is when the New York Times put out a front page story about ATIP and the Pentagon program, and everything started kicking off and it went mainstream from there. But prior to that, there were actually some pretty significant players in the grassroots movement who were getting insider sources.
So if you were the aliens, right? Let's say the Eisenhower meeting is real, right? Like tension was building between between World War II and 52, right? Is that when the Eisenhower meeting is supposed to be, right? So say that 7-year period, there's like there's a bunch of skirmishes, like we figured out how to zap their shit at some point, and that's what Roswell was, right? We like hit it with the radar gun, knocked it out of the sky, and then, they're doing they're wary of like a public relations fiasco, right? Because they seem to want like, if they're not benevolent, right, let's assume that they're up to something that we don't know, right? And that entails coming off as the good guys. Like, that seems to be part of their plan. Like, whether it's real or not, whether it's true or not, the phenomenon, like the fucking alien shit that people have interacted with, seems pretty like, like we want to seem like chill, right? And then like, the abduction stuff is another layer to this that I don't really know, like, that would also make a lot of sense. Like, if you are doing the abduction program and like that's why you're here, like you're there to like steal our genes somehow, right? You want to like you want to be like publicly like, hey, we're chill, what's up, hey, we're from Zeptar, like while you're covertly abducting people every night, right? So that's you could assume that that's what's going on, like that's the plan, right? Like, it's imperative that they not start bombing cities, like say, fuck the CIA or whatever. That's why, like, I've seen, it doesn't really seem like a whole lot was accomplished with the Eisenhower meeting, if that happened, maybe it was just their failure to come to any sort of terms, right? But then the period ever since then has just been like what we see now, where it's effectively the phenomenon's like trolling them, like it just sort of like teases them. That's what it was doing all throughout the 60s. They were like teasing the nuclear launch code places. Also, too, if you were trying to abduct us, like if that was your thing, you would care that we didn't nuke the world and give everybody radiation sickness, because then our fucking jizz won't work good. Oh, God. Oh, man. I mean, it doesn't seem like the abductions are for science. Like, it's not. No, it's like they need their. Like, according to the stuff in this book, which again could be disinfo, who knows? There's not a whole lot of researchers researching the phenomenon, but there's a lot of fucking people who say, you know, they've been abducted, right? Like, and more and more all the time. And that's kind of terrifying, right? But it's like the stories they tell is like they go onto the ship and they help raise these fucking hybrid babies. Like, that's the basic narrative, right? Like, they're helping them fucking do some shit. You know, help implies that they're doing it by choice. They don't have a choice. They're forced to do it, right? You know, I don't know what the numbers are like, but it seems like there's a lot of people who have these sort of symptoms, right? Like the missing time and the weird sort of, you know, memory lapses. But if that's the case, I mean, that would be explained pretty well, right? Like, you know, also it could be that they don't, you know, they would want to keep a low profile, right? They don't want, you know, they don't want, that sucks though, man. It explains a lot though, isn't it? You know, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, no, exactly, right? That's what I'm saying. So like that explains it. Like if that's what that's what they're doing here, right? That's you know, that sucks, I guess, you know, but it explains it. It explains what their behavior, right? I mean, it sucks that they're lying to us about it, but it seems like maybe it'd be better to be honest about it, you know? No.
We're bringing people to the stage, someone like Dr. Stephen Greer, for example, who was essentially back in, I want to say it was
I mean, they
90s
definitely
at this
were.
point. He did the
I told you that Beatrice Villarreal, she wrote that paper. She found plates from 52 that corroborated the DC wave when they were buzzing the Capitol building in 1952.
National Press Conference where he brought out literally about 50 different intelligence agency people who were associated with the UFO phenomena in some way.
The men and women who will speak next will do so in order, beginning on your left. They will introduce themselves. I ask for the media to refrain from
I mean, he
questions
says the
and to
abductions
each
are like a
witness
psyop
has
of some
spoken
sort,
briefly
you know.
about who they are and what they have personally
He could just be like
been
a
involved
fucking
with or
alien
witnessed
asset.
in their government
The whole
military,
phenomenon is
or
so fucking bizarre. Like, I
government-connected
mean,
careers.
it does explain a
We will
lot,
have
though.
questions.
You
All
know.
of you may ask questions for as long as we can stay here, and we will provide you with all the information that you need. So we will begin now with the first of our witnesses, Mr. John Callahan.
And so I think that this is actually, in my opinion, and this is an opinion that's changed over time from absolute support of what's going on to leaning back and being a bit more skeptical, especially because this conversation started in 2017, is still going and it's very slowly churning, and we haven't really had a good degree of like solid, actionable intelligence or evidence. So I have a suspicion that this 2017 New York Times, officials getting involved, Congress getting involved, the Senate getting involved, is a way of slowing down a grassroots, more aggressive attempt to get into this subject, because people like Greer were looking at legal consequences for these, what they call unacknowledged special access programs, these deep programs in the Pentagon's clandestine research and development areas, right? So these very secretive programs have existed for a long time. And there were people who wanted to bring this out, people who were actually getting very close. And then they kind of got kneecapped, they kind of got cut off. And this new thing took over.
Hey, To the Stars Academy is right on the front. Pretty cool. There is a new article. There are new articles, plural, every day.
And there's a fair amount of evidence now that clearly UFOs exist, and the fact that Navy pilots are willing to go on record to say that is encouraging.
Saying
because for the
they
longest time,
exist
if you said the word UFO, or if you said you believed in UFOs, then it meant you were sort of relegated to sort of conspiracy
setting the
theorizing
conversation
or
back.
sort of a crackpot. And it
Dude,
was very
Green Street.
easy for the establishment to sort of not take you seriously anymore. You want them to actually be willing to come forward and say these things without the stigma that has historically been associated with the acronym UFO.
Yes, the optics are impressive. We've got Navy pilots, we've got people in the Senate, we've got people in the Congress, but the rate of it, the rate of the actual explosive evidence or information, that slowed down.
Sorry, Jay, one question. What was the catalyst in 2017 to change everything?
So the catalyst was actually a New York Times story that was written by Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal, two New York Times journalists. One of them, well, actually both of them, had a previous history of interest in the UFO subject anyway, but they put out a front page article in the New York Times talking about a program that was in the Pentagon called the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, ATIP. And the supposed director of that program, Lou Elizondo, who came out, and he's a counterintelligence officer for the Department of Defense, he came out to the New York Times and said there's this program, that the Secretary of Defense was not being briefed on it, and this was the reason why he was coming out into the public, because he realized that the information about this program wasn't going up the chain of command, and he wanted to go public with it. And this program was all about UFO analysis and trying to understand the science and the technicalities behind these vehicles. So that's when the ball started rolling in terms of a mainstream conversation. Since then, you've had Navy pilots coming out on the mainstream media talking about what have now become quite famous cases, like the Nimitz case, which is the Tic Tac.
What do you mean? The skeptics already think he's lying.
On all across the mainstream media. So there's been a revival. There's been a revival that's including the official channels and corridors of government. But we're in a very strange time geopolitically, and my personal opinion is trusting the deeper levels of the intelligence national security state to handle this subject transparently with the public is unlikely.
And why would they hide this? What's the interest for the government hiding this kind of information if they know
limited hangout
UFOs, aliens, extraterrestrial exist?
There's a few reasons. I mean, there's a technological conversation to be had. If these really are advanced aerospace vehicles, then there's a national security imperative to study that stuff very secretly. If it's a breakthrough next generation propulsion system tapping into the quantum field,
what if they're mad about capitalism?
You know, these might sound like science fiction concepts, but they were being studied in the 90s.
You know, what if they're mad that like capitalism is like hurting their breeding stock? You know, like they see it as like a, you know, like a weed that's spreading in their fields. There's this capitalism weed. It's hurting our crops. We're losing this number of fucking, you know. That's why they're testing the cows to make sure our fucking beef is okay. I mean, I guess there's that, right? If we're like livestock. Yeah, capitalism's like killing people in war and threatening the world with the nukes, right? Like if you wanted to keep your crops healthy, you would destroy capitalism, right? I mean, I don't know, man. This story really fits, man. They're here for the abductions. All this other stuff is like them trying to tend their crops and prevent these capitalists from infecting their whole field. I wonder, it'd be cool if they had, like, you know, helped the Soviets plan the revolution. Or, you know, execute it. It'd be a cool movie if you were, like, on an alien spaceship and you saw, like, these dudes planning a revolution and you, like, broke the prime directive to help the weeds take over the crop. You know? Or that would be like fighting the weed eater, right? Like, yeah, you could do that. You could help the Soviets because that's what that would be, right? It's like doing biotech, like you know, you do like you like make a new organism, like biological warfare. You like create, you know, what if like Marx was a fucking alien and he was like you know. Or Lenin, they were all aliens, and they were like, yeah, dude. That'd be cool. Fuck out of here with that. Unbelievable. Fuck, stay on topic.
Musk, he's now posting about Islamophobia being fiction. This guy who once pretended to be a liberal has gone full hard far right.
How many white men involved in this rape gang
scandal? That's the Home Office research, Piers. Facts don't care about your
rape gangs.
Just for the record.
Oh my God. In 2023 in Glasgow,
what
there
percentage?
were 7 years of child
Give me
sex
a
crimes
percentage.
prosecuted. We don't have the percentages. That's the whole point.
What you're doing is you're massively
I haven't
distorting.
finished saying one.
But you're massively distorting the story, aren't you?
No, you are. You are.
Sometimes Elon might be very blunt in the way he says what he says, but the content of what he's saying really is coming from a good place, right?
The vast
Oh, I thought that was what's his face.
That's not true.
Well, is it not true?
Does Islam contain endless edicts that are profoundly problematic to the kuffar? The answer is a resounding yes.
Does the Bible do that?
Yeah, that's
Well,
in the
UK's
literature.
rape gang scandal has now become a global scandal, which it always ought to have been. Elon Musk has amplified very grim details of a truly horrifying case and a horrifying cover-up to millions of new people. And whether you agree with him or not, or his methods or his rhetoric, there's no denying that he's raised some very difficult questions, which are now being properly asked.
I mean,
and there are questions too about.
It's like the story. I mean, that jives with what the Jacobs book is about, right? I didn't finish it yet, but that's basically the gist of it. Is that kind of thing is in there, right? Like the dream thing and like selectively allowing the people to remember stuff. But like they say, right? Like when people try to drill down on it, like sometimes abductees will have stories of like, so I like pressed him on these issues, and they but like sometimes they'll tell, like if somebody's trying to hit them with a lot of questions, they will give them answers sometimes. Supposedly it's for like they say it's for a greater future for all of us, which maybe, I don't know, maybe this is like I don't know, maybe they need to do this for some reason, like they're like what if their planet was dead and they're trying to like continue to live, so they somehow like mix our shit up and then slowly fucking send their people down or whatever. I don't know, maybe they're us. Like, what if they're like, what if they're from like, oh, dude, what if, like, what if like Earth, like got to, colonize the fucking galaxy years ago, and their descendants all have fucked up genes now because they've been living in fucking planet Zolar for generations. So they need to periodically fucking juice themselves with our shit, so they just keep a breeding thing going on so they can send back them good Earth genes. It's like when you get soil, right? Like in the Expanse books, they have colonized the solar system and later the entire, the universe, like through the wormholes. But like at first it's just our solar system. And they have to get soil from Earth, right? Like they still need to get that good fucking, mix in the dirt from all the, like the bio, microbes and shit. They need to keep, we're the microbes, we're the soil. They need to fuck us to get our soil, effectively. I don't know, man. This abduction thing's new to me. started reading this or listening to this book the other day, but it makes a lot of sense. It all fits. Because it's like, it's inscrutable the reasons why they're here and the pattern of interactions with them. Like I was saying recently, I thought it was maybe like an extractive, like they're stealing some kind of minerals or something, right? And we just don't really know about it. But this, this would be a good explanation. That's why there's so many fucking flights all the time, because they do this every night, right? Like all over the world, they're constantly doing this. So there's fucking shit zipping around in the sky non-stop, and sometimes they crash, sometimes we can take them down, because there's so many of them out there, right? Again, that makes a lot of sense, right? That would explain why they're always zipping around, kind of doing, who really knows what they're doing, right? And then, like, this is just a distraction, this New Jersey thing. The whole pattern of interaction with us is effectively a distraction, right? They keep kind of playing coy with us, so then it makes it appear that they are not engaged in a more systematic pattern, right? And then this sort of like dancing around in the sky keeps people guessing, and sort of the stigma introduced keeps people skeptical about the presence, there being any presence at all, let alone a more, detailed presence, as in the abduction phenomena, right? Like, I mean, again, all this fits. Oh, man. This is kind of terrifying. Oh, man. But yeah, I mean, God, that kind of fits with what Christopher Sharp was saying too, right? Like, some people might be horrified or whatever, but, it was already happening. It's just now it's happening. Now it's confirmed. Right? Isn't that what he said? God damn, dude. I think that's it. Fuck. Oh. Oh, man. So it was a distraction all along, just not the kind of distraction I thought it was. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. I thought that too, but like Jacobs is saying, "What's up, Oops? I haven't seen you in forever." It seems like the numbers would rule that out, but who knows? Like, if it is a whole big thing, like say it is a big disinfo thing, and they've somehow they abducted people and they fuck with them. That could also explain why they would do something like rig the survey results, right? No, people will be horrified about that, man. People don't want to fucking hear about this. And how would we know, like, who was who? Everybody would be trying to do regressions and shit and get their memories back and then figure out, like, this is probably our near future. This is probably what's in store, Fuck. An event has happened and people will be triggered MK Ultra. Maybe that's what's going to happen next week or whatever. It seems like it's a lot of people. But again, like I just said, the survey results could have been rigged. Like, just because it's not very well documented, very well researched, it could be a situation where they just flood the zone. Like, they find the people who are researching it and then send them lots of credible seeming people who they've somehow fucked with to make them think this, right? I guess. And then the aliens are here for like more liberatory purposes, right? Which would, I guess is explained by like the slow sort of approach, right? If they're good aliens, right? And that just is continuing, and the abduction thing is just, you know. I mean, people have been talking about something happening, yeah, like sort of before the inauguration, so some sort of thing with it would probably have both of them, right? You know, like Brandon and Trump, which I think what it looked like is that they did you know, the Christopher Mellon deep state types were trying to make some sort of admission. They thought they'd do it with Hillary. It's not Project Bluebeam. Dude. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. The genocide is part of the weed infection that's taken over the livestock. Like, the fields are all infected with this capitalism virus, and it's really hurting my returns. Right? Like, all these fucking Gazans, those Palestinian genes were the best. You know, they had the best soil content, and now they're all fucked up, you know? Well, that's what I mean. Again, the way Jacobs explains it in the book, it seems like it's pretty scientific, and it seems like it's you know, well thought out and planned, and they do a lot of stuff to eliminate the risk of these screen memories and all, right? But that it's like that could be some Sidney Gottlieb. He could just be Sidney Gottlieb 2.0 or whatever, you know. Yeah. Holding the alien, their stocks would crash and burn the economy. I mean, there's not going to be any lawsuits. They're going to put a law against that, I bet. You know, like they've been trying to do. Yeah, the scientific gaslighting sucks. That's the least of it, you know. I mean, yeah, I mean, it could be, you know, I guess it could be. I don't know. Just a sec, who is this? Jerome's Dream. Yeah, I thought, you know, I thought that was Bassem Youssef when I saw the thumbnail. No, it's that God Saad asshole.
Elon Musk. There are questions about Tommy Robinson. There are questions about
I thought they were
Islam
going
and
to
about
debate
Islamophobia.
God
Does it even
Saad.
exist? I'm going to tackle these questions with three influential and opinionated people with profoundly different insights. Mehdi Hassan, the CEO of Zeteo News, Professor Gad Saad, author of The Parasitic Mind.
Doesn't he look like Yusuf?
Who's the author of Rebel Ideas and
Look at
the
this
Times
asshole.
columnist. So, Matthew,
Who's that?
great to have
That's
you
Tommy
with me.
Robinson?
I'm going to keep you sitting there listening to both of these, almost like you're going to hear the two views and get your reaction to what Mehdi has to say and then to what Gad has to say. Because I kind of think that you and I are probably somewhere in the same place in the middle here. It's interesting when you hear a very determined one-side view, what your take is on that. So if you don't mind being a little patient here, that'd be very useful. But let's go to Mehdi first. Mehdi, Happy New Year. Great to see you.
Happy New Year, Piers.
So I was trying to think just how much your head must have been exploding since November the 5th. I imagine a lot. And particularly, I've noticed you're getting very exercised about what is happening with Elon Musk. And
They're going to debate rape gangs.
With this rape scandal obviously being brought back into news and so on. How are you feeling, Jeremy? Just give me a general take on where you are with everything that's happened since the US election result.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I'm not happy about it. Obviously, why would I be?
You know, I'm not saying that they're. I'm saying if you're the aliens and you're trying to raise a planet, a prison planet for your, your sexual purposes for some reason, your reproductive needs. You're not going to micromanage their economy. However, if you notice something like capitalism damaging quality of life on Earth, right? You could conceivably want to rein that in. The weeds are spreading. The weeds are killing too much of your crops. Like, I mean, again, that makes sense. Like I said earlier, doesn't mean it's true, but this is how it would look if it was true, I guess, right? Although, I don't know. The thing about the frequency of sightings and crashes and all, like, their presence, like, is more involved than, like, what if you saw ants? No, not ants. That's not right. It's not ants. They're like monkeys. But, like, what if you saw monkeys, like, making nuclear weapons? You're like, oh man, we've got to stop those monkeys. Because, like, they talk to them. In the abduction stories, they're, like, interacting with the aliens. They're treated as livestock, but, like, not really livestock. Like, they're treated, like, basically the way you would treat, like, a planet. Like, say you had a clone planet. Like, you had a planet that you were raising for their organs. That's kind of the vibe I get. Like, you're just like a spare part to them or whatever. What if it's like, what if, like, this is how aliens, like, what if this is how aliens breed? Like, this is how they reproduce. What if this is how AIs reproduce? They create planets and make them bang each other. I like that. So, if you're a galactic super intelligence, you might want to, raise children the old-fashioned way, or, for a computer. I like that.
I'm not happy as you are, obviously.
Yeah, actually, it's also true. Yeah, multiple NHIs, right? It's a lot of evidence that that's going on too, right? So, I don't know what that makes me think, though. That makes me kind of think that there's... that more so makes me think that we're a prison planet of livestock. Right? If there's all these different species who are, like, sort of interacting with the planet in some way that is unclear to us, that they don't tell us about. Like I said, I mean, I've thought of this before. Like, what if there's an Anunnaki fucking toll booth up there, or, swap meet or something, and the alien species come to Earth and they tell us, they, like, order something, like, oh, I need, like, fucking, like 400 white babies and, like, like 1,800, like, Chinese servants or something, or whatever the fuck. Or it could be more sort of like, I need this many humans with these physical requirements. They need to be like 6'5" or some, some shit like that. Or it could be like, I need, like, super soldiers, I need some operators to take on this, this dangerous mission in space, right? Or it just could be the jizz. I think they do love our jizz, though, that's true, right? Look, that part is confirmed. Like, they are here for the dick, Aliens are here for Earth dick. And eggs. Dick and eggs. Yeah. I mean, that doesn't help. Like, if this is all true, Is there anybody in any government on Earth except maybe China
To my base station, I had it sealed. That's the deal.
who is up to the task of pushing back? I mean, geez, what's up, Riggy? Dude, 30 fucking months. Yeah, dude, what if the plasmoids are here to save us from the bad aliens? Like, you know, like Bledsoe's story. It was basically, you know, like the people he talks to are like the old gods, he said, right? Something like that. And, you know, like what if they left 5,000 years ago or something, 10,000 years ago, and they saw that we were getting raped by the fucking Dracos, so they came back across the galaxy to save us. That would be fucking bad. That'd be cool, dude. Yeah, dude, what if the Anunnaki come back and they fight fucking evil aliens? That would be Project Bluebeam. Maybe. I'm not saying it would be, but I don't know, man. Like I said, Bledsoe seems pretty credible. I don't know what's going on with him exactly, but he definitely seems to be interacting with some sort of NHI that is not necessarily the same as what... It's not clear that they're the same ones who were at the nuclear launch silos in the 60s. You know? It could also be them, like, they want us to stop nuking each other because it's bad for their crops, but also they wanted to make sure we don't have weapons that are able to take them out, you know? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Did you read that paper?
The day
it's unclear what's going on with this plasma
press conference where we were back to you itch if you don't have the right heater, windmills, sharks, whales, all the usual nonsense, plus some dangerous lines. I don't know if you saw, Piers, yesterday. A reporter asked
Donald Trump, the dogs.
Do you think Mark Zuckerberg has rolled over for you because you threatened him? And he said, yeah, probably. He didn't say, no, I didn't threaten him. He said, yeah, probably. So that. I
was listening to that Chapo, Felix's Chapo. That one he did about, like, the right-wing influencers. He was making a pretty good argument that Zuckerberg's always been a Trump guy. He was just quiet about it, you know?
Authoritarian streak is there. It's coming our way. We've got a lot of media companies. You're a big free speech champion, I know. Should be worried about a lot of media.
What if the birds aren't real?
Incoming government. Not a healthy relationship in a democracy.
That was like a double layer
obviously,
of
I'm worried that
disinfo.
Elon Musk's role is a very interesting and scary role. We have the world's richest man, owner of the most influential messaging platform on the planet, probably. Now getting a government job, lots of conflicts of interest, but also got the.
I think Zuckerberg just feels confident being public about it now.
In the German
the stigma's gone.
In favor of a party aligned with neo-Nazis, pushing Tommy Robinson, a man who you and I know. Who he really
That's
is,
what it looks like when the stigma is gone from a topic.
Tommy Robinson's freedom, pushing for the right in Canada. You know,
yeah, exactly.
It's scary stuff, Piers.
Same shit. Same dumbass fucking
that the left behaved so disgracefully towards Trump.
I told you, man, they're not allowed into the Akashic Records.
That this is deserved.
So they're sickos.
That actually the boot's on the other foot now. That when it comes to authoritarian behaviour, the woke left really behaved, as you and I have debated,
the woke
how
left
to categorize it,
the woke
behaved
left
like a bunch of fascists for a long time, and that actually it's all come back.
Who's
to
the
bite
woke
them.
left?
They've lost power, almost all power in America, and that you do. And I feel, I'm interested in what you think, but I feel like the whole woke,
like I fucking tell y'all,
if you like, is now being kicked.
There's answers over here. We get to the bottom of stuff.
In the way that he's done so
I feel like I'm fucking solving a lot of fucking mysteries all of a sudden.
That some of the stuff that they got up to in the 2020 election, you know, censoring the New York Post over the Hunter Biden laptop.
Censoring the New York Post. Musk literally did the exact same thing last week.
But I think the tinderbox.
Musk literally did the exact same fucking thing.
When big tech which was
It took him how long to do the exact same thing?
A legitimate true
Oh my
story
God, Pierce,
about
come on,
Hunter
Mehdi,
Biden's
tell him
laptop
that.
in the run-up to that election, which could have affected the election. When you do that kind of thing, then eventually
Literally the exact same thing about the fucking Laura Loomer shit.
No, and by the way, Zuckerberg's comments are a reminder that it was never liberal dominated. People like me on the left never accepted that bullshit premise. The liberal media, the liberal Silicon Valley. Yeah, Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg and Peter Thiel are not liberals. And I just think, you know, the whole woke stuff, you and I have debated that many times before. On the Hunter Biden stuff, that was very exaggerated. But it's funny you should mention the Hunter Biden New York Post suppression story, because that's what Musk is doing now, Piers. Surely, I know you like Elon Musk, but surely you've seen that he has been very repressive in his running of Twitter. Anyone he doesn't like, who goes against him, he nukes their accounts. He nuked a report the other day about whether or not he's Adrian Dittman or not. He has restricted access to pieces. He's suspended journalists. You know this, right? There's data showing
That was such a weird thing for him to go after.
Foreign government takedown requests on Musk's watch,
Seems like
Jack Dorsey's watch. As for the comparison, the boots on the other foot, you'd have to point to me where.
Seems like he should have wanted the Dittman story to spread, to get people to think it's not him, right? I still think it's him, so.
Kamala Harris threatened the media when she was running for president. You'd have to point to me where Joe Biden was suing CBS News as Donald Trump is doing right now.
But when it comes to threatening the media...
No, they had their minions do it, Pierce.
Do you support Donald Trump suing CBS? No.
Let me answer.
Hold on.
He sued Bill Maher for a joke, for a joke.
No, I'm answering your question first.
I can't answer.
Well, no, because you asked the question, so I'm answering it.
You just asked me a question.
Piers, let me answer, then you can come back. You gave...
No, I mean, this has always been the case in American politics. They go after their opposition for, like, having an affair, like Clinton's type shit. They go after that, like Hillary Clinton. Like, you know, Trump attacked her. I mean, he did a little bit for, like, TPP and stuff, but, like, his largest attack vector was about Bill Clinton's sex crimes. Not even her sex crimes, her husband's sex crimes, right? Like, they will go after each other's infidelities and other sort of moral failings like that. Or like if they, you know, Chappaquiddick or something, right? But they don't ever go after them for their actual horrible politics, right? And how corrupt they are. Openly, nakedly corrupt. But they're all openly, nakedly corrupt, so they just don't say anything about it. It's like a bunch of guys sitting around a room farting and like looking at each other and no one's saying anything because they all know they're all farting. Dude, I'm fucking spitting tonight, by the way. That's some fucking fire day so far. It's a good 2 hours of stream. You gotta play a race car with me in my office in Harlem. You got, oh, that's what he said. You gotta get up early in the morning and play a race car with me. My office is in Harlem. I used to work literally right next door to his office, by the way, when I worked at Starbucks in Harlem. He never came in once, dude. Not a once. Literally never, because we would know when he was there, because, like, the manager at the store said that, like, he had been there before, and they had his Secret Service and shit, like, so we would have seen that if they had it, and he was literally never there, not a single time. This song's tight. What is this? Oh, for once I looked to see who it was. Well, it's that other band, I did say. It's usually always Gillian Carter, but once in a while it's this band too. It's Nuvo Lascura. And Screamo bands have such terrible names. Like, I love them, you know, but they got horrible names.
Biden is not suing CBS News. Joe Biden is suing CBS News. Do you support that?
Who was the... In recent times...
Sorry, Donald Trump.
Hang on.
Donald Trump is suing CBS News.
I'm answering
Joe
your
Biden.
question. If you let me, I'll answer your question. Which president of modern times was the biggest and most draconian threat
Who was the
in terms of his
wokest president
actions
ever?
to journalists in America? Do you know? Barack Obama.
You're going to say Barack Obama?
Yes, because I'm right.
I think Barack Obama was bad on
He
those
was the
issues.
worst,
No,
by
I think
far.
Donald Trump was worse, but I think Barack Obama was right.
You know why Trump's suing
Donald
people?
Trump right now.
Trump's suing people because actually, people like George Stephanopoulos lied about him. They exaggerated what he'd been found guilty of, and guess what? When you lie,
you and I both know ABC. You and I both know ABC would have won in court.
ABC didn't go to court. They gave him $15 million. Now you might say,
why do you think that is, Piers?
Because
of
they
the
knew they
legal
were going to
arguments,
lose,
or because they're sucking up to an authoritarian,
or because they knew they were going to
No,
lose.
bullshit. No legal expert agrees with you on that. Piers, legal experts don't agree with you on that. Actually, most lawyers don't agree with you on that. You're wrong.
Mehdi, you'll never agree with me
It's
about
the
things
opposite.
like that
It's because they're scared.
It
It's because everyone's
doesn't
bending
suit
the
your
knee.
agenda.
Well,
to accept
Yeah,
something
they're
like
kissing the
this.
ring.
George Stephanopoulos lied about him.
Do you support Donald Trump suing a pollster because he doesn't like a poll result?
I think Donald
This
Trump
is insane, Piers. I thought you were
Donald Trump
free
can
He
speech.
sued a pollster because he didn't like the poll results? Oh,
can
God.
sue who
Do
he
you support
likes.
it, is my question.
Do
Do
you
you
believe in it?
support a president of the United States suing
Yeah.
media organizations he doesn't like?
Do you
support
believe
that, do you?
Do
Free
you
speech
believe
champion
he's
Piers
do
Morgan?
you
Arm
believe he
pad
has a
came off
right
my
to?
chair. How do I fix
So you're
this?
rolling over like Mark Zuckerberg as well?
No, he's
Wow.
fucking Trump guy and he tries to hide
For
it.
Donald Trump.
Does he have a right?
I'm just a liberal. He tries to do like a Dave Rubin
Then we're
thing.
Is he
agreed.
right to his
Then we're
question? You're
agreed.
dodging.
Then we're agreed.
No, it doesn't. No, we're not agreed. Do you support his lawsuit? Yes or no?
Doesn't
Do you think
matter.
it's wrong?
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't
It
matter.
doesn't matter.
Oh, you're too scared to answer.
Dude,
Got it.
No, Donald
He's-
Trump sues people
dude.
all the
Do you
time.
think he's right to sue the pollster? And do you agree with it? You have strong views, Pete.
I gotta
You're not
say though,
telling me to
you know, obviously I hate his politics, but I like his style. I like the way he does his
let's change
show.
the subject.
No,
so I don't
I
have
think
to
you've
answer the
forgotten
question.
whose show
It's a
it
simple
is.
question. Do you support Donald Trump's lawsuit?
It's not your
Do you
show.
support Donald Trump's lawsuit
It's not your
against the
show.
pollster?
I'm asking you the
Oh,
question.
fucking got him.
Well, everyone
Oh,
can see that you don't want to answer the question.
They can. They can see that I want to ask you questions, not have you pepper me with questions. Now, let me ask you a question. This gang rape scandal in the
Oh,
UK
God, yes.
is horrific. Has
Oh,
always
he
been
said it.
horrific. I think it was despicable in terms of the details. I think it was despicable it took so long for it all to get properly exposed. I still don't think it has been. I think it was utterly despicable that the scale of the cover-up, whether it was the police, whether it was council officials, whether it was social workers, everyone whose job it was to protect these young girls failed them spectacularly. I think on that we're probably completely in agreement.
Yes.
The issue that is raging now is whether there should be a new national inquiry and whether someone like Elon Musk, in his very blunt,
God, he needs
often
to
very
shut the fuck
abusive
up, man.
manner, as we've seen with the rhetoric he's used against Keir Starmer and Jess Phillips and others,
dishonest.
which
Yeah,
I don't agree with,
just
the way he's
fucking-
framed himself with some of these, particularly Jess Phillips after the murder of 2 MPs.
he's just
in
such
the
a
UK. So I
naked
think,
partisan
again, we'd agree on
hack.
that.
Like,
But
it's
I've
like,
also taken the sort of back step and gone, actually, I do think there
It's
should be
just-
another national inquiry. I do think
it's
the first
weird.
one, they didn't act on any of the findings anyway, but actually the first one was very
he's just trying to
wide-ranging.
change the
And actually
subject
what it
from
needs
his
seems to be,
fucking
from all I've read and
H-1B
seen
visa
this week,
scandal.
It needs a more specific national inquiry that focuses
You know?
specifically on these northern.
He's just trying to
rape
get
gang
involved in all these different
in all
issues
the
so he
50
can
towns and
fucking
villages that was happening.
get
So we can
people to stop
actually get to
talking
the
about
bottom of
that.
Exactly who got abused and raped, who did it.
He wants
what
something like
happened to them,
this,
have the perpetrators
you know, where all the
brought to
hogs,
account, have
you
the
know,
ones who
all
were
the
here on,
non-ideological
dual
hogs
passports being deported,
are going to
whatever it may
support
be.
this.
In other words, proper
You know, like
accountability
anti-rape,
right from bottom
anti-rape
to top.
gangs.
And potentially people going to prison
You know.
over this are not just the perpetrators of the
The
rape.
whole right can get behind that, right? Oh, Muslim rape gangs. Oh, yeah, we all hate that. Yeah, right, Elon? Yeah, go, get him, Elon. Right? Like, I wonder if, I bet you Nick Fuentes picked up on that. Dude, I saw his takes the other day. Dude, he fucking, he gets the way the fucking, he gets the dynamics on the right pretty well. It's interesting to see. It's just weird to see because most of those guys are so delusional about everything, right? Like they are, you know, they think just like, you know, they think the whole country thinks like them, and like the liberal media is constantly lying about them or whatever. It's like all this like delusional shit that they heard like from Congress people or whatever. Yeah, right. He is. He's the only one that has anybody adversarial on. No American journalist has anybody on that they're going to have like an uncomfortable conversation with. Right?
Rape of perpetrators of the cover-up. Now, A, do you agree with that? And B, Elon Musk pushing this, is that actually a big problem? Notwithstanding you and I agree about the rhetoric being wrong.
So, okay, two questions. Let me deal with both of them. On number one, I'm glad you asked that question. It's the first time I've been on your show, and we actually don't have to argue along left-right lines, where I'm the lefty and you pretend not to be a right-winger. This isn't a left-right issue. It's actually an issue of what do you think is the right way forward, right? It's a horrific scandal. What happened to children in the UK is disgusting. It is one of the great crimes of our time, no doubt about that. And I can't even read the details. It's sickening, it's disgusting.
Oh,
and
what is this?
You know, a lot of this, it's ongoing, obviously. It's an ongoing problem in every country. But, you know, the real scandals happened 10, 15 years ago, and that's what's tragic.
Oh, this is the Jimmy Savile thing. I thought they were talking about the Muslim.
I don't know. It's not a left-right issue. So I did sit down this week
Tommy
to
Robinson thing.
Get my thoughts together. What do I think about this? I'm not an expert on this stuff, nor are you. So kind of I looked to what the experts are saying, and two people I respect very much in this field. One is Professor Alexis Jay, who ran the independent inquiry on child sexual abuse. It was a 7-year investigation from 2015 to 2022, cost over £100 million. I think it was 468 pages long. I haven't been able to read all of it, but I read the 20 recommendations she made, Piers, and I think it's a scandal that the Conservative government, people like Liz Truss and Suella Braverman and Robert Jenrick, who are jumping on this far-right bandwagon, to quote Keir Starmer, outrageously did nothing, Piers.
Well, he's actually reined back, to be fair, he's actually reined back on that phrase today in Parliament in PMQs. And he's said he understands that, you know, he basically has made it clear you're not necessarily far right if you think there should be a national inquiry, which I'm glad he's done.
No, of course not. And that wasn't the point.
I'm not far right.
That wasn't the point. It's not. No, but that wasn't the point. His words were misconstrued. I heard his words. He was making very clear that Conservative politicians who are using this for political gain are jumping on a far-right bank. That's a set point. Obviously, calling for an inquiry is not far-right. As I just said to you, I was about to call for an inquiry till I did some reading and said, here's what Alexis Jay said. She says, I did this report, 460
But there's a big problem with that report.
Recommendations. The Conservative...
Yeah, but you mentioned, but Mehdi, you mentioned how many... Okay, but look, you mentioned how many pages are in the report. Do you know how many times Rotherham got mentioned?
Yeah. No, but she did a separate report on Rotherham as well.
No, but do you know how many times he got mentioned in the national report?
But she did a report on Rotherham.
No.
Because she did a specific... You know there's an independent report on Rotherham
I'm talking about the national report. Do you know how many times he got mentioned, Rotherham?
Well, once when she said it's in the other report?
So
probably because she said, see other report for Rotherham.
Now, my point, though, is that the epicenter of this scandal was Rotherham. And yet it merited one mention in her national report. And that's the point that people are
making. Hey, what up? Dude, you're just in time.
Thinking in all sorts of different kinds of views.
Actually, you're not just in time. You're not just in time because I was just spitting a minute ago. You should have heard me. I forget what I'm looking for over here. Shit. Oh, yeah, glue. The arm of my chair is fucking... The end of it fell off. I'm trying to fucking put together something over here. The tape doesn't hold. It's been duct taped. Maybe if I had better duct tape. I have this thin duct tape. It's actually not bad. It's the Gorilla tape, so it's pretty strong tape. It's just it's thin. I need something thick for this job. What up, y'all? What were y'all up to? We were fucking having a blast as usual. Fucking spitting, edited, yeah. That's the thing, because I'm all over the place because I'm responding to chat while we go on, right? So like I'm like talking like 10 different topics at once. It's hard. Anyway, welcome in. Yeah, I fucking love Health. Yeah. Dude, I saw them at I'm one of the few people who liked them when they were like an art rock band and then continued to like them when they became like a techno band. You know, whatever the fuck you call them. They started making video game soundtracks. I saw them at South by Southwest in like 2004 or something. When they were touring their first album. This shit's angular as fuck. That's how I would describe it. If you asked me to describe that first Health record in one word, I would say angular. That's how I would describe a lot of... Oh, it was 2007. God, what are... No, that's not right. This album came out before 2007. Yeah. I mean... Oh, I guess maybe that was 2007, huh? I guess I saw this year. I saw him in 2007. Look how angular this is. Yeah, I know. That's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah. Like, oh, do I like Health? Oh, bro, let me tell you how much I like Health. Yeah.
They couldn't properly focus on this actual specific scandal of predominantly British Pakistani men abusing young white girls. That's the scandal.
I love them so much I hate them, actually.
Focus, I think.
Well,
you hear how angular this is?
Fair enough. I think that we can debate about the Pakistani man angle. There's a big debate about the ethnicity factor, as you know. But just one last point on the
really.
J report.
The vast majority.
Not really.
The vast majority were British
Pierce.
Can I finish a sentence?
Well, they were.
Really?
That's not true. In those specific towns, yes, but as a phenomenon in the UK.
What do you mean it's not true?
As a national phenomenon, the Home Office. Can I finish your sentence, Piers? Or are we going to get through this interview? Every time I start a sentence, you interrupt me.
Go on.
He's gonna say it's all Pakistani. What? All the pedo shit in UK is Pakistanis now. Okay, bro. Nobody's gonna buy that, Pierce.
In grooming gangs, which is not a great phrase, are white men under the age of 30. That was the survey data that they found. They said we need more research. It's not a hard and fast result. We don't have enough ethnicity data. Do you know a lot of police forces, Piers, 30, 40, 50% of victims and perpetrators, they just don't register the ethnicity.
How many white men? How many white men?
Gangs,
okay. How many white men?
That's not to say specific gangs in Rotherham and Rochdale and Telford were brown.
Okay. So let's just focus
But Piers, here's what bothers me. And you asked me about Elon Musk.
I'm sorry.
I didn't get a chance to get to that because you cut me off.
Hey, no, I'm allowed to respond to what you just said. Because the reality is what you're doing is you're massively distorting. Well, you're massively distorting the story, aren't you?
No, you are. I started telling you about Alexis J. You jumped in with your gotcha about Rotherham. Have you read the 20 recommendations of Alexis J's report? Can you tell your viewers what the 20 recommendations are?
It's not a gotcha.
Yeah, come on,
How many
Pierce.
times is Rotherham mentioned in the report? It is. Have you read the 468-page report?
Many. When I went on your show recently, I know you asked me all sorts of questions because it was your show.
Pierce, what a fucking dirty trick, man. He got your ass.
You haven't let me finish a sentence.
I have.
You haven't let me finish a sentence.
You keep saying things.
All the pedo shit in Israel is actually just these Swedish immigrants.
Yeah, so let me say them, and then you challenge them. So let me just say them, and I promise, I say them, and then you challenge me.
Let me ask you a question.
I'll say them really fast. I speak really fast. Let me just say them. Alexis J says no need for a new inquiry because her 20 recommendations,
I don't agree with her.
You don't know what they are, haven't been implemented yet.
I know.
He definitely doesn't know what they are.
Agree with her. David Greenwood, who was this lawyer for the victims in Rotherham. You mentioned Rotherham as a gotcha, I think. David Greenwood, who was the lawyer in Rotherham of the girls. He was. That's my opinion. I have a right to opinion. David Greenwood, the lawyer in Rotherham, of the dozens of girls, he's the guy who represented the girls in Rotherham.
You hear how angular that is?
I don't think we should have another inquiry. Too many inquiries. We need action. We need to get the recommendations done. Another inquiry, he says, would be a distraction. Now, that's not a gotcha on my end either. Maybe we should have another action inquiry. I don't feel that strongly about it. I'm just telling you, Piers, for your viewers who are following Elon Musk's nonsense, a man who knows nothing about this stuff, that David Greenwood, a lawyer involved in this, and Alexis J, who did an inquiry in Rotherham and then did a national inquiry, says we shouldn't have another inquiry.
Yeah, and I'm making the point that in her national inquiry, she mentioned.
You and I are not experts.
I'm making the point in her national inquiry, she mentioned Rotherham once, and there to me is the problem. But the other problem,
and in her Rotherham inquiry, she covered it in detail.
Mehdi,
she also said, don't make a link between Pakistani
This is less angular.
And this problem. Because white men also involved in grooming gangs.
Rape gang scandal in the 50 towns and villages involved in this rape gang scandal.
Pierce.
Tell me this. You've just tried to suggest that more white men were doing it than British Pakistani men. Bit of a surprise.
The Home Office
bit of a surprise, I would think, to everyone you've just named.
That's the Home Office report.
Who've done the report. Okay, so how many white men involved in this rape gang scandal?
That's the Home Office research, Piers. Facts don't care about your feelings.
Hang on. How many white men have been taken to court, charged, and or convicted.
Yeah, it's because it's a racist judicial system.
Girls in these 50 towns and villages, just for the record.
Okay. All right, I don't have the full numbers, but let me give you some examples. In 2023 in Glasgow,
what
there were
percentage?
7 years of child
Give me
sex
a
crimes
percentage.
prosecuted. Piers, we don't have the percentages. That's the whole point.
We know that the very vast majority are actually British Pakistanis.
So hold on.
You're trying to deflect it into thinking it's somehow white men doing all this.
Oh my God.
They are.
So in Glasgow, there were white men. So 11
Dude,
people
no
abused
one's gonna
3
buy
children,
this.
one of them in a nappy diaper.
I'm not talking
white
about
gang.
Glasgow.
You're not talking about that, nor is Elon Musk. In the West Midlands, in West Midlands, a decade of child sex crimes. 21 white people abused 7 children, all of them under the age of 12.
Right.
In Cornwall, in 2010,
These
3
aren't the
years of sex
scandals
crimes.
we're
You're not
talking
gonna cut me off
about,
when I talk
Mehdi.
about sex crime. 6 men. Well, I'll get to that in a moment. 6 men abused 30 girls, the youngest of whom was 5 years old. And you've just made my point for me. These are the scandals we're not talking about. Why? Why are we defining child sex crimes and grooming gangs by race, unless you're a racist or trying to make political hay out of it? I care about the victims of all crimes. I don't give a damn whether the perpetrator was brown, black, white, blue, or yellow.
Yeah,
I think
man,
we should support the victims of those crimes. And if you're only obsessed with the perpetrators, as Elon Musk is, as Robert Jenner is, then you don't actually care about these girls. That's what elected
obviously.
officials-
It's so fucking obvious. You can't even claim that it's not obvious, dude.
From those who do want a big further inquiry, is that actually there was a very specific section of the community, a very specific section of the Muslim community, and it was British Pakistani men who, they believe, were operating under some warped cultural thing, which they felt entitled them to behave this way.
Well, that's not proven, right? That's what we need. That's what we need. Obviously, more studying on, more research on. I agree with that, because these guys in places like Rochdale, Rotherham, were British Pakistani men overwhelmingly in those cases.
Yes.
But it's very interesting that you pick a sample and then say, these are the towns we're talking about, they're all brown. Well, why can't we talk about Cornwall or Glasgow or the West Midlands? I'm saying this is a phenomenon that happens nationwide. There are multiple, Piers, surely you'd accept, there are multiple factors. There are experts on child sex abuse who you should invite on the show. I'm
Exactly.
not one.
Like, if
We'll
we're
tell
looking
you there
at,
are
like,
multiple factors that cause
child,
this stuff.
like,
I mean, this happens in every country in the world. In these towns, clearly there were a lot
like,
of things going on. We know about police corruption. We should be talking about police corruption in places like
mentioned it
Rotherham, where the police knew what was going on, and there are Exactly, and there are allegations of like money and drugs going between the perpetrators and the police.
All sickening,
These girls were treated badly, not just because they were white. Not just because they were white, Piers. Let's talk about the class issue. Because they were seen as worthless. They were seen as poor, working class, not having any value or credibility. So there's a lot of things to talk about here. And yes, we can talk about culture, but you know what? It's interesting you bring religion in. Religion is the most absurd thing of all. Do you think Islam sanctions any of this? These people are plying girls with alcohol and drugs. Last time I checked, alcohol is forbidden in Islam. Even an ignorant person knows that. So any idea that this has anything to do with religion is absolutely absurd and laughable. And again, we don't define white people crimes by Christianity or Judaism. We don't talk about Hindu bankers or Jewish carjackers. I'm not sure why we're bringing religion into this. It's absolutely absurd. And last point on the victims, Piers, I just want to say this, and I'm sure you'll appreciate this point. The victims were overwhelmingly white, right? But they weren't only white. There's this new thing going on that these brown men decided to target white girls because seen as, outside the community and fair game. Not true. If you read Alexis Jay's report on Rotherham, then you'll see that she points out that there were a lot of young Asian girls who were also abused by these men, but who didn't come forward because of, quote unquote, the shame in their community, their parents saying they'll never get married. So there are actually a lot going on here that we've just glossed over. And Elon Musk coming in with his disinformation, his racism, his Islamophobia, championing Tommy Robinson. Surely you would condemn the championing of an Islamophobic, violent bigot like Robinson.
I have done.
And lying that he's in prison because he uncovered this. Robinson had nothing to do with this. In fact,
I
Piers,
literally have been doing that
you
for the
know,
last
Piers,
week.
you know, Piers, that good. And Piers, you know that Tommy Robinson almost jeopardized a trial against a bunch of brown guys in Huddersfield.
Twice.
With his contempt of court antics. So
Twice, he nearly wrecked 2 trials.
He's not a champion of the victims of gangs.
No, he's not. What do you say? I'm genuinely curious what you think of this. You know, I said on X yesterday that Tommy Robinson is, to me, is the embodiment of
It's like Black Dice.
He's Islamophobic.
Used to be a hardcore band, and then they became like a fucking esoteric noise rock band.
To which a lot of people, including Gad Sadie's coming after you, say there's no such thing as Islamophobia. That's the argument that they come up with, which is there is no such thing as Islamophobia.
What?
That you're allowed to be as critical as you want of Islam without being accused of being an Islamophobe. What do you say to that?
Dude.
Can you imagine if I came on your show and said there's no such thing as anti-Semitism, you should be able to be as critical of Judaism as you want? That's an absurd position to take. It's a de facto bigoted position. People say nonsense stuff. You've heard it all, Piers. Oh, it can't be a phobia. That's an irrational fear. That's not what it's like. Well, we have homophobia. We don't really use it. Am I a fan of the term Islamophobia? No, but anti-Semitism, homophobia, Islamophobia, all these are made up words to try and describe very real phenomenon, which is anti-Muslim bigotry, hate, discrimination, whatever you want to call it, right? The idea, look at Elon Musk, for example. He's now posting about Islamophobia being fiction. This guy who once pretended to be a liberal has gone full hard far right. He's backing a party in Germany, Piers, which is aligned with neo-Nazis who've said outrageous things about Muslims and immigrants and minorities. The German intelligence community believes it's an extremist party. The German courts believe it's an extremist party. Musk is writing articles in German backing them. So this is where
He's
we are.
writing articles in German backing
them.
them.
Hate against minorities continues apace.
God,
and I think, Donald
what a
Trump, when he
fucking
was great,
scumbag, dude.
It's actually very worrying. We have a global far right. We have Orban. We have Trump. We have in the UK now, I was going to say Farage, but actually it's Tommy Robinson apparently.
You fucking Macron.
Who are being propped up, and they take very, very disturbing views of all this. And Piers, I just want to say this. People think, oh, Islamophobia blown out of proportion, exaggerated by Muslims. Let me just tell you this. In New Zealand, in Christchurch, you remember the 2 mosque attacks in the last Trump presidency, when a far-right attacker in New Zealand went and killed more than 50 Muslims as they prayed. Do you know what he had written on his ammunition, on his bullets?
Piers Morgan rules?
He had For Rotherham written on his bullets.
No way.
That is
really?
What happens when you politicize scandals, politicize controversies, turn very real problems into, pawns in your political
He had
game,
Rotherham listed? Oh my God.
Minorities. What happens is extremists then jump on that. That's what Keir Starmer was talking about. There is a far right bandwagon.
Dude, Musk is not. That's not gonna last, man. He's gonna run afoul of them irreparably.
Right, so that's. I'm not saying we shouldn't talk about this stuff. I'm on your show talking about it. I'm just saying how we talk about it is so important.
Is there also fair enough? Listen, fair enough. Is there also a problem, as the likes of Tommy Robinson have been screaming about now for a long period of time, albeit in my estimation purely for his own self-gain? But is there also a genuine problem in the way that Muslims in Britain who've come into the country have assimilated into communities? We have as many Muslims in Britain, I think, as America has, even though they're 5 times the size. Are there legitimate concerns that you might have about the way Muslims have assimilated or not? Is it fair to even ask the question?
Of course it's fair to ask the question, and I've asked the question myself. I've written about multiculturalism and integration and all of these issues for over 20 years, back when I was in the UK for The Guardian, for The New Statesman. Again, it's how you do it, right? It's not my problem with The Telegraph and parts of The Times, and of course the Daily Mail and the Daily Express is they do it in a jingoistic, belligerent, one-sided manner. I just gave you the example earlier. We talk about rape gangs. Let's talk about rape gangs. We only talk about Pakistani
That's like
men.
his shit.
Why aren't you talking about the people in Cornwall or the West Midlands or Glasgow? That becomes a problem. I want us to be able to talk about this in a way that is fair and not discriminatory and not tropes about brown men are coming here to rape our daughters. That kind of stuff, Piers, I think you would agree.
Is that really? It was like.
Are there issues with integration in places like in some northern towns? Yes. By the way, integration is a two-way street. There's been a lot of white flight from some of those areas. There's been a lot of issues with white working class communities, as you know, with those areas, with deindustrialization, with globalization.
He's still showing his
Danish
roots
about Pakistani men. Well, the mayor of London just elected
from 1,000 years ago
is the child of Pakistani immigrants. Why are we not talking about the success story that is the UK, which has a Muslim man as the first mayor of a major European city? Or in Scotland, where they elected a Muslim man to be the first Muslim British Pakistani descent, Hamza Yusuf, who was last year the first Muslim leader of a Western nation, right? There have been huge success stories that we don't talk about.
Mehdi Hasan, good to talk to you, as always. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right. Sorry I made you sit through that. All right, Tukes. Tukes probably asleep already.
CES 2025 is coming to a close, and Team Engadget is ready to leave Las Vegas. Our reporters and editors have scoured endless carpeted convention halls, braved lines of chain smokers, and fielded thousands of emails a day to find the best and most credible products at the show. As expected, the majority of things we saw at the CES had an AI component, with a noticeable uptick in AR glasses, hearing aid earbuds, solar power tech, emotional support robots, and robot vacuums. Apparently, people really like robo-vacs that can pick up socks. Our team was encouraged to see more growth in tech built to improve the lives of those with disabilities and mobility issues as well. Without further ado, here are our team's top picks from the show.
I feel bad. He was linking CES stuff last few nights. And
the ZenBook A14 is simply a tiny laptop that feels great in your hands thanks to Asus's unique ceraluminum case material.
Yeah, like that does look like
it
it feels cool.
And 2.4 pounds, and it has a gorgeous 14-inch OLED screen and a decent array of ports: USB-C, USB-A, and HDMI.
Ooh,
It may
HDMI
seem odd,
port.
the least flashy laptop of CES 2025 is one of our favorites, but sometimes pure practicality is undeniable. We're always looking for never-seen-before stuff
Those
at
ports
CES,
look
but
nice, dude. I like
sometimes
to have all
it's the
those
clever
ports built in.
reinterpretation of existing tech that catches our attention.
This fucking
That's the
Apple,
case
it just
with
got the
Backup
two
by
ports.
BioLite.
Sucks.
It's essentially a cross between a universal power supply and a whole home backup
Right.
battery, but it improves on both. The thin 40-pound 1.5 kilowatt-hour battery lives between a wall outlet and your fridge, keeping the appliance running in the event of a power outage. It works with any plug-in device, and it doesn't require professional installation. It's also thin enough to hide behind your fridge or tuck under a counter. Jackery is already an established name in domestic solar, and its latest product fills a wavy gap in its product lineup. Jackery's new XVC solar roof shingles are the first curved solar tiles to hit the United States market, and they come in terracotta and obsidian colorways. They deliver a cell conversion efficiency of more than 25% and can withstand extreme weather conditions, including temperatures between around 40 and 185 degrees Fahrenheit. They're designed in line with traditional roofing installation
185?
practices, featuring a modular setup that allows for flexible maintenance. The plight of the modern handheld PC gamer is trying to decide which OS to use, Windows or SteamOS. Valve's operating system has been available exclusively on its own Steam Deck, but that changes now with the Lenovo Legion Go S, which will be available in both Windows and SteamOS flavors. The two variants feature almost identical specs, including AMD's Ryzen Z2 Go processor. The Windows model will be out later this month, but you'll have to wait until May for the one powered by SteamOS. LG's Best of CES crown is safe for another year. With the OLED Evo M5, the company managed to further improve its most premium displays, adding the latest Alpha 11 AI processor Gen 2 to upgrade the look of lower resolution content and power advanced features. Also, the company's Zero Connect box that's been available on the M series for a while now is finally available on screens below 77 inches. This device allows you to connect all of your consoles and streaming gear without running multiple HDMI cables to the TV. LG now says it doesn't need line of sight clearance either, and that it can be hidden in wooden furniture near the M5. Gadgets made for relaxation shouldn't be complicated. MoonBuddy has one purpose: to make guided breathwork accessible and appealing to children, and it nails the execution with no unnecessary frills. It's an egg-shaped device with a soft area that expands and contracts in set rhythms so kids can sync up their own breathing. It fits into an animal-themed sleeve so it looks like a toy. There are 4 different breathing modes, each lasting a few minutes, and are designed to promote a state of calmness. The whole thing is tactile and screen-free, which is especially nice considering many parents may want to incorporate it into the nighttime routine. The MCon by OSnap basically transforms any smartphone into a handheld, complete with modern conveniences like Hall effect joysticks, silent buttons, flip-out grips, and a full bumper and trigger layout. It uses MagSafe to snap onto the back of any iPhone and comes with an adapter for Android devices to join in on the fun.
That's kind of cool.
It even works with the Galaxy Z Fold, and its creator Josh King is working on a solution for the Z Flip. It's due to hit the market in August for $150.
Oh man.
Robot vacuums got a bunch of new and strange powers at CES 2025. None
You're gonna have to
made a
plug
bigger
in.
impression
You have to
than
basically
Roborost's
plug it into your
Saros
charger while you
67,
play those.
which comes with a mechanical arm that can pick up socks, cords, and other small objects.
I wonder if it has an extra battery. I bet you it
can
does.
pick up items up to 300 grams in order to clean
Yeah, you
under
should have a
them
Mario
or
Kart
deposit
tournament.
them in the
That's a good
location of your
idea.
choice. When we saw it in action at CES, it definitely picked up socks and placed them in a basket. The vacuum
I
will
can play on
automatically
the screen. I
recognize
just need to get another
108 different
adapter.
objects, but you can also teach it to detect up to 50
Like I was saying about my
additional
ports.
items specific to your home. Technics' new magnetic fluid drivers have garnered a lot of headlines this week, but all you really need to know about the EAH AZ100
I want to get a new
earbuds is that the
needle for my
sound
record player
quality
too.
is massively
Maybe I'll
improved.
go do that tomorrow.
Powered by those new components, there's more clarity, detail, and bass. All
I
of
was
which are
noticing it today.
upgrades
My
from the
needle's
already
old. It's worn down as
impressive
shit.
AZ80. Techniques revised its earbud shape for the AZ100 in the name of comfort and fit, while also making the buds smaller and lighter.
Right.
When Ertopia showed up at CES 2025 with a concept e-bike featuring a novel motor design, we were excited. The custom Quark
I wanna get an
DMI.2
e-bike, too.
mid-drive motor that Ertopia showed off at CES 2025 features more
Looks pretty
power
cool.
output than even the best hub motors. And
Wow.
best of all, it's small and light enough to fit inside a bottom bracket. Ertopia hasn't said when it will start manufacturing the Titanium Zero, but it's easy to see a scenario where the design of the Quark DMI.2 inspires other e-bike makers and pushes the industry forward. Of all the products at CES 2025 that
That's a
had
good spot
AI
for the battery,
stuffed
huh?
into them,
Yeah, that's
Weelock's
cool.
Smart Cane 2 stood out. The Smart Cane for people with visual impairments got an update this year that not only adds AI, but also addresses the original's shortcomings. It brings more advanced sensors and still works
just
as
put it in like a regular
conventional
bike,
folding
huh?
cane when these technological
Or,
features aren't
when it looks like a
engaged.
regular bike.
Plus, it has time of flight and motion sensors to improve navigation, speakers to provide answers and feedback, and a flashlight to make visually impaired people more noticeable at night. One of the most memorable robots at CES this year was the one that arguably does the least. We found ourselves powerless against the heart-melting charm of Mirumi, a tiny, fluffy
Mirumi.
robot made by
Hey,
Yukai
buddy.
Engineering. It literally just stares at people and looks around like a baby discovering the world outside. It's small enough to fit in the palm of your hand and has long, posable arms that allow it to hang onto objects. So, if you put it
This album
on
isn't
your
actually
badge strap,
as
it will
angular as I
stare
remember.
down
It's still pretty
everyone
angular.
you encounter, and even become a little shy when they return the attention. Mirumi has no
Maybe it's the
purpose
remix
other
album
than
I'm
to spread
thinking of.
joy, and we love it for that.
This.
And now, we voted one more round out of all the winners I just announced to choose our best in show. And the winner of the best at CES 2025 is the WeWalk Smart Cane 2. Now, at CES this year, AI, like I said, was unsurprisingly everywhere. Again, often in places it didn't really seem like it needed to be. But the
That's for
WeWalk Smart
blind
Cane
people?
2,
Dude, that's
a
probably
high-tech
so
version of the
fucking
wide
dope.
mobility cane for people who are blind,
Wow.
has struck us as an application where AI could actually be really helpful. With a new voice assistant that's powered by GPT, users can speak directly to the cane to get detailed navigation guidance and on-demand information like
Yeah,
public
it can just
transportation
pull
options
you?
and menu
Dude.
items.
Oh, that's
The Smart Cane
cool.
is also packed with sensors that allow it to alert users of upcoming obstacles.
Does it have Daredevil
It
mode?
does this with haptic feedback in the handle
Matt
and
Murdock
by
mode?
calling out a verbal warning. WeWalk co-founder, who is blind, gave a demonstration of the cane in the chaotic environment of the Las Vegas Convention Center, and it was impressive. The voice assistant responded quickly and accurately to his prompts, and the obstacle detection alert was loud enough to be heard over the buzz of the CES crowd. It can also pair with headphones or earbuds via Bluetooth. Since the cane can handle things like turn-by-turn navigation, users don't have to worry about also holding a smartphone while they're trying to get around. And that's a wrap on CES 2025, and we hope you've enjoyed our coverage this year. Let us know what you think about the winners this year by leaving a comment, and as always, if you want to keep up on the world of consumer technology, make sure you subscribe to Engadget.
I mean, fine. Yeah, that's gonna be an Angelo stream, isn't it? Forgot.
Israel is costing people money. Lots of money. Boycotters are punishing corporations all over the world for their connection to Israeli apartheid and genocide. Since October 7th, major companies like McDonald's and Starbucks have reported epic losses in the face of a global boycott in solidarity with Palestine. There have also been many other boycotts successful in punishing corporations complicit in the oppression of the Palestinian people. Now, different businesses are targeted for different reasons, from the military-industrial complex to tech companies to food and retail. One company, however, that has suffered significantly is the French multinational corporation and retail giant Carrefour. Carrefour has just announced the closure of its stores in the Persian Gulf country of Oman on Tuesday, following a similar move in Jordan in November of last year. The closures come amid mounting pressure from the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement, otherwise known as BDS, a movement to shun companies accused of supporting Israel during the ongoing Gaza genocide. The closure comes just 2 months after the closure of all of its branches in Jordan via Instagram. Now, boycotts began shortly after October 7th in 2023 and quickly emptied the stores of customers across the region. The Grand Mufti of Oman, Sheikh Ahmed al-Khalili, the highest Islamic authority in the country, praised the boycott movement's efforts to target brands associated with Israel. In a statement on X, he highlighted the boycott's support for oppressed Palestinians and resisting occupation, expressing hope that it would help restore Palestinian rights and free occupied lands. He praised Arabs, Muslims, and other nationalities worldwide for their support of the Palestinian cause. But the boycotts aren't just limited to the Middle East. In February of last year, protests erupted at Carrefour stores across France amid allegations that Carrefour provided food to Israeli soldiers during the Gaza genocide. Carrefour isn't just targeted for allegedly feeding genocidal IDF soldiers either. According to the BDS movement's website, Carrefour's business ties with Electra Consumer Products, otherwise known as ECP, and its subsidiary Yenot Bitan contribute to, quote, apartheid, genocide, and human rights violations, making the company complicit despite attempts to distance itself from any responsibility. Carrefour came under BDS scrutiny after announcing a franchise partnership in March 2022 with ECP and its subsidiary. BDS accused both corporations of involvement in the illegal Israeli settlement enterprise, listing Carrefour as a boycott target. Carrefour is essentially the Walmart to France and has stores all across the world, many of which in the Middle East. Carrefour first gained access to the Middle East and the North African region after inking a franchise deal with Majid Al Futtaim Group, an Emirati real estate and retail conglomerate with projects in Asia and Africa. Al Futtaim Group is invested in everything from energy companies to hotels, theme parks, real estate, and of course, retail. Al Futtaim brought Carrefour to the region in 1995 and owns the rights to operate the brand in over 30 countries across the Middle East, Africa, and Asia. Today, Majid Al Futtaim operates over 465 Carrefour stores, serving more than 770,000 customers daily and employing more than 37,000 people. After Carrefour's closure in Jordan due to sustained BDS pressure, the Majid Al Futtaim Group, the partner of the French group Carrefour in most of the Arab region, announces Carrefour will cease operations in Oman as of January 7th, 2025. Carrefour has now lost 34 stores from this boycott. Al Futtaim was required to pay franchise fees to Carrefour for the rights to operate the brand. Al Futtaim holds the exclusive franchise rights to operate Carrefour hypermarkets and supermarkets across the Middle East, Africa, and Asia. While Al Futtaim Group owns and operates these stores, it must adhere to Carrefour's brand standards and guidelines and typically pay fees for use of the brand and associated services, such as access to Carrefour's supply chain, systems, and expertise. The specifics of these fees, including the percentage or structure, are determined by the franchise agreement between Al Futtaim's group and Carrefour's parent company, Group Carrefour. Now, for those worried that this boycott will hurt local consumers who depend on Carrefour's supply chains for their needs, or the employees who depend on the store for their work, you can feel better about the fact that Al Futtaim rebranded into a new chain called Hypermax and will continue to operate. The supply chain connection to Carrefour may still exist, however, so it will be important important to watch this development closely to ensure that the relationship is fully severed. Still, this is a pretty big win for BDS and demonstrates the political and economic cost of doing business with the state of Israel. As you know, I'm sure, BDS was instrumental in breaking the South African apartheid regime, and many believe it will play the same role in breaking Israel. Now, if you're interested in boycotting all companies complicit in the oppression of the Palestinian people, check out the BDS website or download the Boycott application. You can't stop a genocide, but you can punish the companies directly or indirectly complicit by choosing where to spend your
Also,
hard-earned
stay
dollars.
tuned for
I hope
Woke
you consider
Yelp.
liking and
Coming
subscribing
soon.
to our channel for more. And if you want to support my work, go to my website and become a paid subscriber. There, you can
One of
gain
these
access
days.
to exclusive short films, podcasts, and documentaries.
Funding secured.
The LA fire should be a wake-up call about the predatory nature of the insurance industry. As of the time of this recording, the LA fires have damaged thousands of structures and over 2,000 homes have been completely destroyed in what's already been called one of the worst disasters in the history of California and also one of the costliest disasters in US history. In places like California, where wildfires are common, most people buy fire insurance for their houses, so in the event their house burns down, the insurance company will pay for the damages. At least that's how it's supposed to work. But people are justifiably extremely worried about whether the insurance companies will cover any of the damage at all. In the last few years, several insurance companies canceled a total of 2.8 million customers' insurance policies across the state, including 531,000 policies in Los Angeles County, saying they just didn't want to deal with the risk of it anymore. This choice has left what probably amounts to hundreds of thousands of people in LA County having no fire insurance right now because their insurance company canceled their plan. If any of these people lose their homes in these fires, they will essentially lose everything. Some people who had their plans canceled were able to switch to the state government's fire insurance plan called the FAIR Plan, but the FAIR Plan receives no taxpayer support whatsoever, making the plan extremely expensive for what amounts to bare bones coverage. While the state is assuring people that all the damage will be covered, customers will almost certainly foot the bill in the form of higher premiums. Now, the media is talking about the insurance crisis like it's a matter of bad policy or bad management. But the real problem is, insurance under capitalism is inherently predatory, corrupt, and directly incentivizes this exact type of behavior that we're seeing right now. Let me show you how. How do insurance companies work? Insurance companies make money by charging customers a monthly fee in exchange for the promise that in the event of some unlikely and expensive misfortune, the company will cover the cost. Now, in a fair and logical system, the company should have to own that loss. But we don't live in a system that's fair or logical. We live in a system based on maximizing profit. And in a system where the goal is to maximize profit, insurance companies would rather cheat their customers than honor the payments they promise them. So how do insurance companies cheat?
You be doing that.
Well, first, they can argue that the disaster incident was never actually covered by the customer's policy. One of the biggest things insurance companies invest in is an army of lawyers who write ridiculously complicated policies that are intentionally written to be confusing. The lawyers will layer hidden clauses in between pages and pages of dense legal language that say, we don't have to cover you if this happens, or we don't have to cover you if the damage happens in that particular way. The company, of course, knows that very few people will read their policies, let alone understand them. And when the day finally comes when the customer actually goes through that once-in-a-lifetime emergency, and they go to the company thinking the damage is covered, the company turns around and tells them, oh, actually, you're not covered for this at all. We don't have to pay you anything. Another thing insurance companies will do is massively underestimate the cost of repair or remedy. The way this works is that a lot of insurance policies determine how large an insurance payout will be based on the cost of repairing the damage. But the cost of repairing the damage, the insurance company will say, is up for interpretation, and what the company will do is intentionally underestimate the cost of repair. So if you got hurricane insurance, and then a hurricane knocks a tree over and destroys your entire living room,
Your Cosmic Chode swears by Reiki healing,
this will only cost
energy healing.
$10,000 to fix, when you know for a fact that it'll really cost $30,000. Now, the practices that I've just laid out are so common, it wouldn't be any sort of exaggeration to say that they're baked into
I bet
the
you it
business
works if
model
you believe
of
in it.
every insurance company. So why do insurance companies make a regular practice of doing things that are so blatantly corrupt and immoral? It's simple. The less money they pay out for our insurance claims, the more money they keep for themselves. This is also why I say that the corruption of for-profit insurance isn't a matter of opinion or a particularly evil CEO or company. It's an inherent feature of the industry. If you don't believe me, imagine what would happen if there was a good insurance company, a company that was moral and chose to pay what it actually owed its customers. The good company would make far less profit than the companies that cheat their customers and would thus have far less profit to deliver to their investors. The investors would then say, why are we investing money in this company that's not making us any profit? And they'll pull their money out of the good company and reinvest it in the dishonest criminal companies.
Our system selects for the worst of the worst.
Profit margins than the good company. The good company will then run out of investment funds and go out of business. In short, cheating, lying, and stealing are inherent to the capitalist system because dishonest behavior is profitable. Insurance companies cheat their customers out of coverage because they keep more of the money that way. Phone companies build smartphones that break down as soon as the new phone comes out, so people have to constantly buy new phones. Pharmaceutical companies are probably kicking the can down the road on curing major diseases because they know that once they cure a disease, they won't have patients buying their pills every month. Honesty and morality are incompatible with profitable business practice, period. Why do we tolerate a system where people get rich by manufacturing suffering and misery? Why do we tolerate a system where people are rewarded with yachts and mansions for denying help to people on the worst days of their lives? The media keeps calling this a natural disaster, but thousands of people losing their homes and entire families going completely bankrupt? That's man-made. Not to mention, these insurance companies are quite literally making record profits off of our suffering, and we're supposed to feel sorry for them? At what point are we going to decide that we can't live like this anymore?
I never looked into it.
Almost a year to the day since we did that big
Maybe you're not doing it right.
of the New York Times Screams Without Words, Jeffrey Gephardt.
Who are you praying to?
That
I think that's the thing. I think most people pray to the wrong people or like made up things. It's like the fucking cult. It's like it's like weird occultist shit is the stuff that works. Stuff that's like stigmatized. I'm just spitballing here, but again, everything takes back to non-local consciousness. If your consciousness doesn't originate in your brain, it comes from somewhere else, right? Literally anything is possible. Yeah, right? I mean, it's a demonic entity. Exactly, right? I don't know, man. People fucking breathing and stuff. Wasn't there no for-profit health insurance? I don't know. Why does it matter? I mean, yeah, and I think that like Jesus, the concept of Jesus has somehow been hijacked, and that's like they're able to like fucking fuck with people that way, like absorb like psychic energy, like somehow the prayers, the intentionality, the goodwill is somehow able to like weaponize that somehow. I mean, that's how they behave.
Okay, calm down.
You have a fascinating
something like that,
article.
right?
It's called Oligarch Farmers
Yeah.
and the Fires in Los Angeles.
Yeah, so yeah, it's that kind of meme. So if that's the case, we don't really know what's going on inside God, right? That's the Akashic Records then, is God, right? Effectively. Right? I see it as more sort of like everything is, I don't see it as like a religious framework though. It's like, I see it as every particle in the universe is just off screen at all times. It's like just out, it's like everything is touching. There's like a big bang happening at non-stop. Just every single particle's right there and then it's here. So because everything is touching each other, a femtosecond before that, right, any interaction can take place because they're right there. So I think the type of, like, when you say someone doesn't have a soul, what you mean is they are out of contact with this greater energy off screen, right? Like, and we all emanate from this point. It's like right there. It's all just right there. Everything is there. And then some of it is here, but most of it's still there. It's like potential energy and shit. So the thing that we think of as God is not God. It's the mass of the universe that we can't detect. It's like everything, you know, like we only can account for like a very small percentage of the baryonic matter, right? Most of what we do see is plasmas anyway. What? So yeah, it's not a question of having a soul. We all have access to this. It's just that people aren't good at interacting with it and don't understand it, you know, and they act negatively towards the rest of the universe, each other. No, I'm in Chicago. No fires here. We don't necessarily think this is the kind of thing that like you can like pray and the fire goes away or whatever. I don't think it's like reactive like that. Like I said, if you can interact with any particle in existence or about to be in existence, can you interact with it before it's right as it is existing for the first time, as it's instantiating? No, that's what I said though. No. That's what I'm saying though, because people's fucking religious leanings has been hijacked and diverted and put on bullshit. Nobody's doing it right. Literally nobody. Billions of people are like praying wrong, I think. Because it seems like, you know, telepathy is real. And that opens the door to so much else, right? Think about the ruling class. Think about the people who have the power in our society. They seem like the type who would be keen on sharing any kind of information like this with us. It's like the same shit with like the technology stuff. It's like, if they had it, they wouldn't say shit about it anyway, so. I definitely think that the ruling class is engaging in some sort of psychokinetic warfare, for sure. And Christianity's not, right? That's what I'm saying. That's the main one. That's like the one that's been hijacked the most.
Yeah, I mean, this natural stuff is inescapable, but the way that we intervene in the natural landscapes and sort of decisions that we make as as a society, obviously exacerbate or minimize these natural kind of issues. And so, I'd say in California and a lot of places in America and around the world, the way that development occurs is like exacerbates all the natural dangers and all the natural cataclysms that occur, without any kind of human hand. And so, yeah, it's funny because there's this billionaire couple. It's one of the most powerful couples or families in Los Angeles area. Their names are Stuart and Linda Resnick. They're billionaires. They're one of the largest. They own one of the largest farms in America.
We were talking about
They are primarily
last week,
involved
a couple
in
weeks
growing
ago.
pistachios. I mean, if you've seen pistachio commercials or some people like Stephen Colbert hawking pistachios on primetime or like on halftime games,
That's a
the
cool
NFL
bear thing
playoffs.
to do.
Or if you go to any like grocery store, you'll see pistachios. It's usually their pistachios, and they're the ones who essentially created a market for pistachios and are pushing it on people. So they own
so they
these
can
like
fucking
vast
take down
tracts of
Iran,
pistachio
right?
orchards, and also almond orchards and some orange orchards and stuff like that in the heart of
They're
California.
Zionists
in the
trying to
Central
hurt
Valley,
Iran.
This very sort of dry, very flat part of California. I mean, they own so much land. They own hundreds of squares of miles of land. And so you could drive
I mean, that may be
for like
so.
an hour at, I don't know, at freeway speeds and really not leave their property. Like it's vast. I mean, the scale of it it's horizon to horizon. That's like the size of their farms, And they are, and for whatever reason, they started really to go viral after these fires in Los Angeles started happening. Because I think people, some of the reporting that I did and some of the reporting that other journalists did, kind of the headlines from that reporting started to go viral because people are saying, wait a second, there's this billionaire couple that lives in Beverly Hills. They live in LA and they control more water than Los Angeles, than the entire city of Los Angeles uses in 1 year, and here we have these images of firefighters who are struggling to put out these fires. There are reports that fire hydrants are going empty, that like literally water is running out to fight these fires. And so this couple has kind of gone viral in a huge way.
Dude,
I think
I heard
in a way that there's never been so much attention.
I heard one of the dumper planes bumped into a UFO.
On them. Because these fires have really focused attention on them. And I found that to be interesting because on a superficial level, they don't really have that much to do with the fires. They control water in their farms, kind of farming region, which is way up north, north of Los Angeles. And in theory, they could send water to LA to help the city, but LA is not running out of water. It's not like LA doesn't have water to fight these fires. It's just that the pressure in these systems, because there's so many firefighters using this water, it's sort of so low that there's nothing in the tap. And so LA itself has huge stores of water. So it's not really about a lack of water. And so I wrote this piece kind of looking at them because they,
It's like one
although
of
they don't have a direct connection to the fire,
the best farmland in the world.
They do have a connection in like a larger sense because
There's 2 growing
farmers
seasons.
who operate
You can
in
harvest twice a year.
these large farmers who operate in California,
I read that William
connected
Volman
to
book
a
about
system
Imperial County.
that
It was really
has
cool.
a direct connection to the fires. And the system is this aqueduct system that exists in California that runs the length of the state. I mean, thousands of miles of aqueducts of these essentially concrete rivers. And I call it a terraforming system. And terraforming, of course, is usually a term that, science fiction fans will, be familiar with.
Yeah.
It's usually described as a sci-fi process of, let's say, if we wanted to live on Mars or something, then Mars would have to be terraformed so that its atmosphere would match the atmosphere of Earth, right? So humans could live somewhere in an alien environment. And I use this word, very consciously to describe the system that exists in California to move all this water around, because it has transformed the ecosystem and almost the atmosphere of California, but not for human thriving, but for the thriving of kind of a natural ecosystem, but for the thriving of a very, very
capitalist
narrow
virus,
oligarchic class. Yes, and the system started to be put in place.
They've infected the crops
over a century ago, and it's been built out through the decades into the 70s, 1970s, and it has the system has dammed every major river in California, and it's moved water.
The water privatization in California is really fucked up, and it's gonna have to be dealt with at some time soon, because it's just the priorities are capitalist in nature, and like the rubber's gonna hit the road there, I think, sooner than most places because of their tenuous water setup as it is. They have there are aqueducts, or not aqueducts, their reservoirs are not they're not looking too good, all the droughts and shit, but they waste so much fucking water on these fucking dumbass farmers who are growing these vanity crops. Literally, these fucking people, they have the pistachio farms so they can herd Iran. There's this very, very, very water intensive crop just so they could try to take down the Iranian pistachio industry. It's psychotic because they're Zionist.
From where there is water, usually it's up in the mountains of California and the Sierra Nevadas and other mountains in California, and moving it to places that could be exploited. Sort of low-lying farm land that could be used for farms, right? That doesn't have continuous water supply. That is essentially a desert. So this desert could be made bloom by taking water from somewhere else, right? Destroying ecosystems somewhere else and bringing that water and bringing kind of artificial life to another part of the state. And LA, the development that has been going on in LA, and the development that's going on, in the hills,
not
but
an
also
ecosystem,
in the valleys,
meltwater,
all
I
over
guess,
the place,
bacteria,
has occurred largely because of the existence of this terraforming system. Because LA doesn't have a lot of its own water, right? LA never had a huge water supply. If LA could only use the water that it can access through the LA River,
most of it's diverted from the Colorado River. If the Colorado River wasn't wasted, there'd be water in LA.
Tiny town, it would not sustain this megapolis.
No, I don't think that's true.
Never-ending suburban sprawl.
The real problem is not the city; it's the fucking farmers wasting the fucking water. There's enough water to sustain if you don't waste it on fucking shitty farmers.
To have the mansion in the hills, right? To have Hollywood, to have all the subdivisions, you need to bring water from somewhere else.
They need to do fucking effective state planning, like all these other fucking problems we have. It's because we have the fucking free market sucks at allocating resources. We need to have the, top-down fucking, choose who gets water based on who's, most deserving. That's why we need AIs to fucking run the country, right?
And water in Los Angeles is brought from hundreds of miles away, literally hundreds of miles away. And one of the pipelines crosses state lines and takes water from the Colorado River, which is, crosses the state line in Arizona. So it takes water from a totally different state.
It's the Colorado River.
Other pipelines take water.
Oh, that's what I was saying. So the Colorado River, all the water's diverted. If the water was allowed to actually flow, then we might see a completely different environment in Southern California, right? That's what I'm saying. They waste all the water on bullshit like that. If you had the state determine how to effectively govern the state's resources, they'd be fucking fine. They'd be doing great. And they could still have thriving farm. I'm not saying you got to get rid of the farming industry. I'm saying you have to run it fucking effectively. You know, like based on like producing like the highest good. Can't have these losers like fucking growing subsidized pistachios like just because they hate Iran.
100 miles away. Another pipeline takes water from 300 miles away. So LA is like this kind of suburban octopus that has these tentacles.
I think his analysis is all
that
wrong.
Are far away.
No. Dude, I disagree with this. This isn't the problem. I think this is like people who blame shit on like consumerism, you know? Like, oh, people just want to buy gadgets and shit. No, it's not the issue. The issue is not people want to buy gadgets. You know, the issue is fucking capitalism is a fucking virus. It's like the permanent growth model is not conducive to sustainable human life, right? Like they have to make up shit to fucking get cut the cost every year or whatever. And it just results in them finding new and inventive ways to fuck over the workers and make a shittier product. It's like objectively not conducive with like thriving human society. Just, not at all. Like you can't really make that argument. Like if you ever could, but certainly not now. I mean, he's a Russian Jew immigrant. He writes about it a lot. But I've had some other takes from him I didn't like either. He's got fucking like Fight Club politics. He's got like 90s, you know what I mean? It's like people who are like 10 years older than me have this weird brand of like left-wing sort of nihilism or something. It's like misanthropic or whatever. It misses the point. It's like, Exactly, the Colorado River, well, it goes to, that's why Mexico is fucking desert and California is green, by the way, because they steal all the water before it crosses the border. But, like, there's enough water there for people to have a nice life in California, like I keep saying. It's like, it's totally enough, they can have a nice development down there and farming and all the same. It's just, you just can't waste it. It's like,
from the actual city.
Yeah, sure. I do want to hear about this evil couple, though. Fast forward a little bit.
Futuristic, but also a dystopian kind of environment. And so that's their connection to this larger political structure that exists here that has allowed these fires to happen.
Right.
Yeah.
We actually have a clip of this film that you're working on called The Pistachio Wars. So let's take a look at that.
In 2015, California was at the peak of its worst drought in history. The news was full of scary stories. Farmers tearing out their crops. They said the state was on the verge of a modern-day Dust Bowl.
Because they make more money off fucking the water rights than they do on the crop.
At the time, so we decided to take a road trip to see this catastrophe for ourselves.
Again, because of the way the water is mismanaged. These farmers don't even farm, they just sell the water rights.
This is the heartland of California agriculture.
Call them water farmers.
It's supposed to be the epicenter of the drought.
Again, because of how fucking deranged our riparian law is,
Massive fields of pistachios and almonds spreading out as far as the eye could see. Farmers are planting thousands of acres of water-hungry new crops, all during the worst drought in history. To find out what was going on, we would have to go back to LA. The people who own these farms live in Beverly Hills. Billionaires Stuart and Linda Resnick are the world's biggest farmers of tree nuts.
That's their name.
They just look terrible, like terrible people, by the way. Can't help but point that out.
Yeah, but you know what, though? One thing I will say in their favor,
weak-ass nut.
They're actually truly in love. This is like a love story and a kind of a ruthless love story,
Yeah.
Cutthroat businessmen together, yeah.
Like Marley Matlin and James Carville?
I guess, yeah.
Or do we think that they're not in love? That's not clear. That could be a marriage of political convenience.
No, I think this is a true love story.
Okay,
Yeah,
true love
because
story,
yeah, but so you can tell.
Like Eva Braun, Adolf.
Yes, exactly. But I'd say they're equal partners in their venture, not in the
Okay,
relationship.
more
They're like
egalitarian.
partners. A truly equal partnership. Yeah.
So it's a feminist love story. Yeah.
A lib femme, yes, total lib femme.
Yeah,
Stuff,
yeah, a lib femme, yeah.
Anybody like you wants to run my life, I get upset.
Sir, nobody's running your life. If
Yes,
you'd
I
like,
get an opportunity
if
and
you'd
she's
like
not
to work in the
interrupting
oil industry, that's your right. I have a right to be an environmentalist.
Yeah, you can be as stupid as you want.
As stupid as you want.
And
Is
you
that
have
him?
that privilege.
We met farm workers in small towns where the tap water was toxic, or not running at all.
Because of the almonds?
Why does no one talk about it?
Why? Because they are afraid.
Money.
Money. Money.
From the state level, right down to the smallest local district, water was being privatized.
Exactly.
The pumping here, the illegal pumping thing here,
Yes.
is directly affecting the world.
Yes.
So why is that not being talked about?
Because money. American greed. Thank you.
And when we crossed paths with a bunch of farm lobbyists, we discovered something surprising about the pistachio boom.
And Iran could go ahead and start exporting to the United States.
It was all dependent on an embargo of imports from Iran.
We have Arabs that live around here. We have Arabs that take care of that own pistachio orchards. Well, how do you feel? You know, does a Muslim bother you?
The secret to the world peace is pistachios.
Dennis Rodman does it because he's nuts. Wonderful
What
pistachios.
kind of commercial is that? Are you kidding me?
Get cracking.
What the fuck was that?
Wow. That looks great. And that's coming out this spring, right?
Yeah. It brings back some old memories. I haven't seen that trailer in a while. Yeah. Well, it gives you a good little glimpse into their world.
Here's a question. What is the connection
you're saying they
between
bang a
the
lot,
Resnicks
though,
and
right?
Israel?
Their connection, I think, is personal and business related. So on a personal level, I mean, they're American Jews. So pretty standard, I think, centrist American Jews as far as these goes. And so their views on Israel kind of align with the larger majority of American Jews. They support Israel. They have a private foundation, that from Family Foundation, through which they fund the IDF and support the IDF in various ways. They have, to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars that I could find. So that's just on a sort of personal level. They have also donated to institutions in Israel, culture institutions. So they're, kind of philanthropists and donors to kind of the military wing of the occupation, but also the sort of the cultural and, kind of the more, kind of non-military or not specifically military parts of Israeli society. So that's one side. And then the other side is a bit more nefarious and I think much more dangerous. And it overlaps with their personal views. It's their business.
I know, that was a weird commercial.
So the pistachio industry was born in America because of the sanctions on Iran. When there was the Iranian Revolution and the Shah was overthrown.
I mean, was it just naked? Like, they wanted to show him, like... look at him, he's blowing up the nice basketball guy. Dennis Rodman he flew all the way over there and he was so nice to them, and then he just blew them up anyway. It was fucked up, man. What the hell? Are you kidding me? For no reason. Dennis Rodman does it because he's nuts. I'm like offended in like 4 different ways. Fuck, I'm never gonna get those nuts again, man. Jeez. Fucking. God, dude. You don't deserve my nut business. Ain't getting these nuts.
Iranian activists essentially took Americans hostage from the American embassy in Tehran. And because of that was the beginning of the first wave of sanctions that was levied on on Iran, on the country of Iran. And ever since then, the country has been under some sort of sanctions regime, sometimes less,
The U.S.
sometimes more.
never fucking lets
But
it
in
go.
that moment when Iran, which has been traditionally the #1 exporter of pistachios to the entire world, the American market was cut off from Iranian pistachios. And at that moment is when kind of the Resnick story, or the Resnick farming story, begins, really. Because they saw that there was an opportunity here. A new industry could be created in America because of the protection of these sanctions. And so ever since then, the Resnicks and their wonderful company, that's the name of their agriculture business, the wonderful company, has been, you know, a big proponent of sanctioning Iran, of promoting a very, very aggressive foreign policy position against Iran. They've funded the most extreme neoconservative think tanks that take, you know, the most hardline position possible on Iran, you know, to the point of like starting, you know, doing false flag attacks to start a war. The main one that they are involved with is WINEP. It's the Washington Institute for Near Eastern Studies, and WINEP was created, you know, actually it was spun off from AIPAC. It's like an AIPAC spin-off, created specifically because AIPAC has like a bad reputation, and so they created an offshoot to kind of distance itself from the AIPAC name. And WINEP is like the center for the most extreme neoconservative foreign policy. You can imagine, you know, Dick Cheney got his team from it. You know, they're really, you know, among some of the worst think tanks in Washington D.C. And you can imagine, you know, it's a pretty high bar. And so they were involved in that. They're involved in other initiatives, but it's tied to their business, because they want to make sure that Iran is sanctioned. Because if Iran's sanctions are lifted, Iran could be a direct competitor with them, right? To their business. And so not only they're working to keep the sanctions, to expand the sanctions. I mean, I think if America goes to war with Iran, they'd be happy, because anything that cripples Iran permanently would be good for business, you know? And they're always working to, you know, convince other countries to levy tariffs on Iranian pistachios. I mean, so they're really trying to box in Iran. And so their business interests, you know, dovetail very, very strongly with the general interests of American empire, right?
Almonds aren't nuts.
And they're kind
Interesting.
of, they're a bit player still. They're not huge. They're not like, you know, they're not like the oil industry or something like that. But they are a small component of this larger mixture of imperial and business interests, right? That are synergistic. What's good for American empire is good for the Resnicks. What's good for the Resnicks is good for the American empire. And so that's where it comes from. And so, yeah, they're Zionists in their business and in their personal politics, I think is the takeaway message. Yeah.
Can you set up this clip of yourself protesting them?
Yeah, we were in LA, and we kind of wanted to do something, because the Resnicks, even in Los Angeles, aren't very well known, even though they are these massive funders of various cultural institutions, art museums. I mean, they fund the 2 major art museums in Los Angeles, and yet, you know, their names are on these buildings, and yet people don't know who they are. And so Evgeny and I, we were in LA, and we decided to do the spontaneous series of protests. And so there was the LACMA Gala, which happens every year. It's sort of like the Met Gala, but in Hollywood. So you have all the celebrities going to this museum, you know, doing this sort of philanthropic evening. And so we decided to just protest outside of the gala to try to like educate these celebrities that, look, you're going to this museum that's funded by these major climate criminals, because the Resnicks, because they're very much involved in this terraforming system that takes water from ecosystems and brings them to their farms. They're responsible in this really a massive ecocide that's happening in California. I mean, most of the rivers are dead. There's no life in these rivers. The entire ecosystems that these rivers feed have collapsed. You know, there's this mass extinction event that's ongoing in California, primarily because of
Cool. Trying to hype his movie. This guy kind of knows me. I like this guy. This guy.
This video right here, man.
Oh.
I'm curious to get your thoughts on this, Crystal.
Oh, that was Kyle Solo.
Having this conversation is that there's so much to potentially talk about with what's going on in this clip. But as you all know, you have Trump and the Democratic establishment, and even some elements of the Republican establishment, like, he's destroyed them and he hates them, and he said a million things about revenge and vengeance and retribution and going after his political
Shrimp
opponents
is in
and locking up the enemy within
Louisiana.
and all this stuff, and just ruthless going after them. And
Throw
I saw
shrimps left.
Obama on the campaign trail going after Trump, really viciously going after him, hitting him on every negative quality that he has, which is literally like every single one. And but here we have at Jimmy Carter's funeral, you see Trump and Obama. Not only do they get together, they're sitting next to each other and seemingly having like a pleasant conversation. Take a look at the video.
He shook. Okay, I couldn't see it from the angle I was at.
Obama
and
kissing the ring.
Next to each other, talking to each
Why
other
are they
there.
sitting next to each other?
But President Obama did say hello to Marilyn Quayle and former Vice President.
What are they fucking? Oh man,
That's such a...
dude, they're
That
talking
is an
about that
image. I mean,
adrenochrome.
you don't see
know it.
it's always striking whenever you see any of these people who were political opponents. Although Obama and Trump never ran against
What's so
each
funny?
other.
What's so funny,
Now, by
Barry?
the way, George W. Bush walks up, goes right past Trump, no eye contact, no acknowledgement, taps Barack Obama on the belly, and then goes sits down next to him. There's also a picture everybody showing of all the,
Doesn't
former
talk to
presidents
Trump?
and current going to be president sitting in the front row.
He's
next to
also
their
a
wives.
former
Apparently,
president.
there was a very, very cold relationship, or cold reaction, or non-reaction, I should say, between, I think it was Melania Trump and Mike Pence's wife.
Karen.
Yeah, so Trump and Pence actually shook hands, but the wives were sort of like, with that little "go fuck yourself"
He should
type
have been
vibe,
hung,
right?
hanged.
So, and I'm already seeing. So I'm curious to get your just like what you think they were talking about. We could discuss that in a second, but you also have people. I've seen a lot of responses. Some of them are going, well, this is Obama kind of like kissing the ring to try to get on his good side, so that there is no political retribution.
Also
and,
threatening
like, basically
him
cucking
too.
himself.
No,
Other
threatening.
people are going with it's a big
no.
club and you ain't in it. Reaction is
No. It's like you better not try some shit, man. Just fucking cut your shit out or whatever, something like that. Like, what he was. If Jeannie Zardan was here, she would say that he was gangster checking him. Zenu Jardin was here.
one thing that I've seen quite a bit.
My instant vibe.
Is that so? That's your
Yeah,
feeling about it.
that's my insta read. That's my insta read because I mean it's similar to like.
Trump may
I
not
mean,
realize
with Joe and
it
Mika
yet,
going to
but that's what it
Mar-a-Lago,
was.
like what was that about? Number one,
That is kissing the ring for sure.
It's kissing the
Yeah,
ring,
we are.
and
This is
number
a mass
two,
extinction
it's
event,
a
but, like-
revelation that like the things you were saying about Trump, you didn't actually mean. Like when you were saying that he was a fascist, which he is, when you were saying that he's like akin to Hitler or whatever, like you did that because it was a profitable lane for you to be in and you didn't really mean it. And I think that's true with Obama. I think, he has been much more concerned politically with the threats to
all that
his
talk
own
about
legacy, which come from the
terraforming and eco-siding
left,
and all. It was
than
kind of
with
annoying.
the rise of
I don't know
Trump.
what about
I
it.
mean, the
Like I said,
the three
it was
people
like-
who are
reminds
most
me of Fight
responsible
Club.
for Trump's time in office are Hillary Clinton, who lost to him, Joe Biden, who lost to him, and Barack Obama. Because immediately after the Obama era is when you get Trump. Obama basically is, the person who anointed Hillary to be the Democratic nominee, and then makes sure that the DNC chair is not the Bernie Sanders pick, and has been very involved at strategic points to make sure that the Bernie Sanders left of the party doesn't rise. That has been his primary goal. So when you think of it in that context, like he didn't really think that Trump was the end of the republic, or he doesn't really care that much about the impact of Trump, because his legacy versus looking at Trump, well, that looks okay and that looks relatively, that looks more preserved when you have the contrast with Trump. The George W. Bush snubbing Trump instead also makes sense because Trump has destroyed any brand he had within the Republican Party.
To be fair, George W. Bush destroyed his own legacy, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yes, true. But, Bush had a hold on this party. His son and his relatives and whatever, this was a political dynasty that, yes, he destroyed it himself, but also, Trump directly defeats his brother Jeb and destroys the Bush brand, etc. So, his own ego and his legacy preservation was completely decimated by Trump. So from that narcissistic perspective, it makes sense to me that George W. Bush would be more peeved at Trump and hate him more than Barack Obama.
Imagine being George W. Bush. You're this massive warmonger that sort of defines your presidency, right?
Yeah.
But then up comes Trump and he's shitting on the idea of warmongering. And then in the next breath doing his own warmongering and getting away with it. If I was George W. Bush, I'd be like, what the fuck, bro? I thought you guys didn't like me for the warmongering. Now this guy's talking about taking Greenland from Denmark and taking the Panama Canal and threatening Canada with economic coercion to become a U.S. state. Never mind ripping up the Iran agreement. Never mind the increase in the drone strikes.
War with Mexico also.
Mexico war with Iran. If you're George W. Bush, you gotta be like, this is just fuck this, bro. Fuck this 1,000 times over. But so my first reaction watching this was, this is kind of the opposite of a spicy take. I was like, it really looks to me like they're just doing small talk, right? Like anybody, when you first sit next to somebody, you're not coming in hot, right?
No, yeah. He did though, because he sat next to him for a reason, man. He didn't have to sit next to him.
Yeah.
He went up there and sat next to him on purpose, knowing that he would be seen sitting next to him. I mean, he might have just leaned over and said, I just want the cameras to take a picture of me sitting here, right? Could have been something like that. Which would in effect have been, I think, a, like I said, a gangster check. Right? I'm just using you for my own fucking political purpose. I don't know how much they have, I don't really know how much juice they get out of going head to head. Obama's not gonna fucking tweet about him, right? His brand is that he's too classy for that, I don't think he has any reason to actually threaten him. Guys like that, I don't think he would I think people who actually have power don't threaten as much, he would just let do all his talking on the field, whatever he's gonna do. Seems like Obama's more concerned about Netflix and making sure that Democrats stay neoliberal, like Crystal said. I don't know, he does have all that weird intelligence background too, so I could see him, sort of maintaining his fucking, his sway in, fucking Langley, those assholes. Also, because a lot of them, I'm sure they had funding and stuff tied up, he's probably the reason they exist. All his appointments are probably still working, FBI and shit like that. Yeah, but they weren't though, because then Bush would have been next to him. I think at some point, like they said, at some point later on in the day, they did a photo op with the president, but that wasn't it. That was just fucking everyone was just milling around.
But I got some breaking news for you. So this is all alleged, but you know how some people are like lip readers or whatever the fuck.
Mm-hmm.
So we have the first experts, I guess you could say,
okay,
who are trying to say what they were saying.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
So now it's the New York Post. New York Post is trash. Take that for what it's worth. But the title is Trump tells Obama they will find a quiet place to discuss a matter of importance at Carter funeral. Former President Barack Obama and Trump had what appeared to be a warm conversation Thursday ahead of Jimmy Carter's funeral. But a professional lip reader told the Post that their smiles and laughter belied more serious substance. So they go on to say They would, quote, find a quiet place later in the day to discuss a matter of importance, according to forensic lip reader Jeremy Freeman. It's unclear what precisely that conversation would entail, but Obama and Trump appear to be discussing international agreements, according to Freeman's translation.
Oh, shit.
At one point, Trump leaned toward Obama and said, "I've pulled out of that. It's the conditions. Can you imagine that?" Obama laughed as Trump added, "And after, I will," before the pooled TV camera feed cut away from the men who were bracketed by the former First Lady Laura Bush and Trump's wife Melania. "Call me at the foy after." Yep. Trump replied to Obama during their exchange, possibly referring to the National Cathedral's foyer. Obama then said, "You can just, it should be good. I can talk. We have to find a quiet place sometime. This is a matter of importance, so we need to do this outside so that we can deal with it. Certainly today," Trump said as Obama nodded. During Trump's first term, he notably withdrew from Obama's Iran agreement, blah, 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 blah. I think that's all we got in terms of what they think he was saying. So,
they're thinking that they were talking about Iran?
Just some sort of
That's the theory?
international issue,
No.
right? That's what it seems like.
Fucking aliens.
Which would actually
Told
fly
you.
directly in the face of the thing I just said, which is, hey, they're talking to, it seems like small talk or whatever. If they're talking about some like international trade agreement or some Iranian type thing.
Yeah.
But isn't it weird that like?
But what made them chuckle? None of that was funny.
Yeah, they were none of that was funny, so that makes no
Aliens
sense.
is funny.
Right?
Yeah.
But also, like, if you're Trump, you're not gonna ask Obama his opinion on some shit in public after you for years have been going around calling him the founder of ISIS.
He is
Why are
the
you asking
founder
the
of
founder
ISIS.
of ISIS for advice, bro? Right?
Yeah, but I mean, Trump also doesn't mean the shit that he's like. Anyone who's willing to sort of prostrate themselves in front of Donald Trump, he is willing to.
That's a funny word.
He is willing to forgive and forget.
He's thinking of prostate.
So,
It's not
if
prostate,
Obama
prostrate.
is effectively with his like jovial camaraderie, it's a sort of like, it's a sort of like submission move by.
You're making
It
the
is.
argument that Trump's like a dog, right?
No, I mean, that's
if you show subservience, then
It's
he's
true.
like, right, that's
yeah,
good.
no, that's true. And that's
That's so
effectively
sad.
what Obama is doing there in that conversation is, and so.
I don't get that body language from Obama, though.
If you really believed about Trump, the things that, Obama and the Democrats claim to
course he
believe,
doesn't believe
you just
that.
sit down and have this like friendly little, giggling together moment. No, you don't. And so, yeah, I think it's.
They're at a funeral, right?
Creepy demons, I guess.
Like, you're not gonna. It's like that famous meme of that
I
dude
mean, they
showing
say
up at
they're
like his
aliens,
op's
though.
funeral, and he's like, "Funeral food be tasting so good," and he's standing there.
I guess if I was a demon, I would
stunned
say
at
I
a
was not a
funeral.
demon.
Like, Obama is not gonna do that at Jimmy Carter's funeral. Like, what's he supposed to have a mean mug on? Oh, I don't like you. Like, what is that?
I mean, yeah, kind of. Like, if you meant what you said.
Just stay away.
Yeah.
Just stay away. It's got nothing to do with what your facial
I mean, would
expression
you
is or
go
whatever.
and hang out there and buddy with Trump and like whisper in his ear and tell a little No,
No,
you
but I
wouldn't.
also wasn't the former president of the United States at a time when all the former presidents are sitting in the front row together, right? Like, I don't know who decided on that as what's going to happen.
Yeah.
But, like, they're all sitting. It's like you don't really have a choice. You're all sitting next to each other. It's like to use, like, a mafia example, if the top Don, somebody dies and the top Don decides all of the smaller families' bosses are going to be sitting in the front row and you got beef with the one that's 2 seats down, like, what the fuck are you going to do?
Mhm.
You're going to walk in like, yeah, bro, I don't like you, bro. Like, nobody's going to do that, right?
Yeah, people did. George W. Bush did. Karen
Yeah.
Pence did. So
But
you do
also,
have other.
Their seat was not directly next to Trump.
There's
Obama's seat was directly next to. Was that assigned?
range.
Was that assigned?
I was wondering that too.
I would guess yes, because if Obama had a choice, he's not gonna sit right next to Trump on purpose.
Maybe.
Because you're just asking for it to be awkward as fuck, right?
Yeah.
No, Kyle,
You're
come on,
asking for it to
man.
be really, if you're like, oh, I have every seat in the row, but I'm gonna go right next to him.
It's because he wanted to talk to
You're
him.
not doing that. It's got to be assigned.
He did, man. No
I'd be shocked if it
way.
wasn't assigned seats.
Yeah,
Right?
but
But also, you're a former president. You can do what you want. You can be like, I'm not sitting there, right?
True.
Like, as if some, like, staffer made, here's where everybody sits, and, like, the former president's gonna defer to, like, Barbara in accounting decided I'm sitting right next
I guess I am. Yeah. But I'm just saying there's a range of ways. You
Dude,
could
Kyle's
approach
all
that,
fucking
and
juiced up,
Obama
man. What's
decided to
wrong with
approach it
him?
In the most, like, warm and congenial
So
way.
you view it as, like, in the
He's
same
a-
way,
These are all
Joe and
intentional
Mika,
choices.
Joe
Yeah,
and Mika
I do.
cucking
Totally.
themselves to
Crystal's
Trump
mad.
and all these other
Zuckerberg,
people.
Tim
Crystal's
Cook,
annoyed.
absolutely.
You view
Absolutely.
it as the same way as
Kyle,
that.
Yeah.
Kyle, what are you doing?
Yeah,
man?
well,
Take it
I mean,
easy.
that actually
And
links.
it has never
He's gonna
been
lose hair.
Obama's primary political goal to defeat Trump. his primary political goal was crushing the left and preserving his legacy.
Was he?
Because he looks bad in compare. If Bernie Sanders comes in and does Medicare for all, he looks bad. Obamacare looks like shit. And so he
there's that. I mean, there's that. That's true.
His brand influence in the Democratic Party, and he.
But I also think he's like defending
But I do think
neoliberalism
that,
more broadly.
I mean, he went hard for Kamala, right? So he was really giving his seal of approval to Kamala in a way that he didn't really campaign for Biden like that. He didn't really campaign for Hillary like that. He really was all in. He did more events for Kamala than he did for anybody else.
Maybe more events, but I mean, he did go all in for Hillary. He is the reason Biden didn't run in 2016 because Obama
That's true.
picked
Yeah, I know that.
Hillary. And on the campaign trail, he really made it like, if you vote against her, you're voting against me and
what
what
a
I believe,
fucking
what I stand
wretched,
for, my legacy, etc.
Horrible
And
group
so,
of
I mean,
people
he
we
definitely
have
was
running
all
the
in
Democratic
there
Party. I
as
mean,
well
all the
back
parties,
Well, I'm
but
just saying, from my perspective, I feel like I
these
covered a lot of
assholes
stories of Obama
are
doing rallies trying
uniquely
to get Kamala
fucking
elected and really shitting
loathsome.
on Trump. And doing, I thought, a pretty good job, if I'm being honest with you. And so I do think he views it as a blow to his legacy. I agree with your point that if Bernie were to get in there and Bernie were to revive FDRism, that it really sort of just totally destroys Obama's legacy.
Yeah,
but
and his
I also think his
pull
legacy
in the
is still
Democratic,
destroyed
and his
with
pull
Trump.
in the Democratic Party. Because now you still, I mean, the people who ran Kamala's campaign, some of them.
Carter was the
Obama,
first one to fund the Afghan, the Mujahideen.
And he's like, all those people are preserved in their positions.
Carter, though, he got fucked by the
I'm not
October
saying he's
surprise thing.
happy Trump won. I'm not saying
Sucks.
that. I'm just saying it was not his primary political project. Was not about Trump. His primary political project in his post-presidency has been about his own brand preservation, with his Netflix deals and whatever, but also in terms of when he has intervened, it's been to crush the Bernie Sanders left, and he accomplished that, and congratulations.
Well, you saw the poll where 53% of Republicans are now saying scrap I forget which amendment it is, the one that has 2 term limits for presidents. The Republicans are now like, yeah, get rid of that.
You think Obama would run again?
Oh, if they were to actually get rid of that and try to let Trump run again, absolutely.
You think he would? I don't know if he would.
And I think Obama would win.
Obama versus Trump?
Because I think by then Trump's brain is
I
going to
don't
be
know,
oatmeal.
man.
If it was,
and he's going to
I
have
don't
no
know
use
about
anymore.
that.
There's going to be a crash in the economy, and he's going to look like totally fucking ineffectual.
Kyle,
and
come
I think
on,
Obama
man,
would
don't.
cakewalk on it.
Yeah.
Oh my
I don't know if
God.
he would run again or not.
Oh
but
my
anyway.
God.
Yeah, I don't
He
know.
does seem
I mean,
like
my
happy
God.
personally, right?
being the
and these
president's
people-
a pain in the ass.
But you always, if you're that level of narcissist where you ran for president in the first place, that fire's always sort of burning inside you. It's not enough for you to wake up and go read a book on the patio and take a shower. Like, you want to be in the mix, right? You probably still want to be in the mix.
Kinetically
Guys, we talked
abducted
to Owen Jones
to a
about Elon
permanent
Musk
end.
now trying to bully and buy his way into UK politics.
Oh, you did you? Yeah, man, imagine. Oh. It would suck so bad. Oh.
How can we better tap into this paradigm individually, just ourselves? Because I don't know. There's like
the tech bros are trying to find
intellectual
the
version of it.
technology.
Which one of the kids like puts on a hat and like downloads like F. Scott Fitzgerald novels?
That's
That's
Houston.
Houston.
Dude, that fucking
It's
kid.
so remarkable. So there's like that. There's that element, and then there's just the love and unity element, which is probably most important.
Yeah.
How do we effectively listen to the telepathy tapes and come away with the right takeaways and operationalize this in our own lives?
Fucking teach my kids how to
Yeah,
do
I
this
mean,
so I can do
the work of Julia Mossbridge, and I think she'll talk about love being like essential to psi abilities. And,
It is.
Yeah, and it is. And I think part of the unconditional love you see from the parents to their non-speaking children, and teachers to their non-speaking students, but also from the non-speakers to these individuals being so often, hopefully, being patient and giving and loving and sacrificing to try to take care of them, in a very difficult body often. And that is a situation surrounded with love and sacrifice. And it is within that situation where these beautiful things,
Yeah, kind of. There was
these
like
beautiful
ad
gifts
busters,
manifest
right?
most easily.
That's basically what the
and
ad busters
even if you
was.
think about your own life, right, where you might have had a moment of seeing a loved one right before they passed, or knowing something is like really wrong with someone that you care for. It's because you love them usually, right? And it's usually in a moment of like fear for them or their life or their well-being. So I think a lot of these things come back to love. But we know it's part of us because the Vikings talked about it, like the old Celtics did, the Native Americans did. You know, I mean, all of this stuff is part and parcel of
art.
being a human being. I think our reliance on language and our cloudiness around materialism, having for the past, 300-400 years believed that the only things that are real are what you can measure and observe.
On the walls.
That has harmed us. It's taken us away from who we are, because I think if you were to go back in time and ask people about telepathy, it wouldn't be like you need to go prove that. That's just part of the human experience. It would just be like asking someone to go prove love. Well, how do you do that,
Right.
And I think about Dr. Ian Stevenson from the University of Virginia, he was studying past lives in children. And when he went to India and he was like, I'm trying to prove, past lives, they're like, well, why are you trying to prove that? We already know it's real, And so I think that's, I'm not making a comment on reincarnation. I'm just saying, like, I think that's the same idea, is that we're trying to prove something that is just part of our being. It's not
just
paranormal, it's normal.
It's just super normal. Yeah, it's
It'd be a good name for like a.
It's so interesting. Yeah, it's like with the whole UFO disclosure conversation. You go to South America or something, and they're like, "Yeah, we talk to star people all the time. We have rituals that involve them," but it's like, but we're going to be the ones. Our government is going to disclose this. There's going to be a file, and we're going to sort of let it out. And that same friend I mentioned prior, who studied at the Princeton Parapsychology Lab for decades, who I just. In my mind, beyond reproach, just a really good person and beyond rigorous.
That's what Liv Berger said to that CIA nurse.
I know. Would say that you take these random event generators. That was his like staple experiment, and so you're tying, this 1-0 output to something that's, conventionally thought of as random in quantum mechanics.
Yeah.
So
and then the CIA kidnapped him and blew him
or
up,
something like that, which with a known statistical distribution. Over a long enough time scale, you expect there to be the same amount of ones and zeros because it's a perfect digital coin flip, within a standard deviation. And there's a real effect that your mind can have on the output. And the dirty little secret that, like, he's like, this is well known in REG, random event generator circles, is that your heart-centeredness is somehow commensurate with your ability to affect the output on the random event generator. And so, if that isn't like a new religious movement, I don't know what is. It's really this amazing thing where it's like, your mandate is to go within, and if there are any kind of impure intentions to fix that, because that is literally your it's also your kind of ability to render the material world in a way. It's so interesting.
Yeah, and I don't know if I talked about this in the series or not, but for the teachers who were able to build a two-way telepathic link with their students, which is a phenomenon in and of itself. Teachers hearing their students back. So two-way telepathy. I mean, right there, that proves that we can do this. And again, I don't know if the non-speakers just being in that loving, supportive space with them helps turn it on or what. But for a lot of these cases, the students often, like, their first words will be "tune into my heart." Like, that's the first thing Asher said to Jess, was like, "Tune into my heart." And I love that. It's not saying think about my heart, it's saying tune. Like, think of that frequency, like tune into my heart.
Yeah.
And so, I don't have like a rule book or like, manual on how to do that. But I just think if you sit there and think about someone you love and concentrate on what you're grateful for and that person, and how your life has changed because of that person and what they represent, you can feel someone even if they're not speaking to you, right?
I think it's good there's no rule book. I think it's good that you have to audit what's going inside of you, and it's this kind of messy thing that really involves your personal growth and evolution as a person. And it's funny, in the like UFO world, a lot of people are like, what do you know, or whatever, and it's not like it's like I think it's an awareness.
Yeah.
And like I think these kids are on a whole other level with their awareness.
Yeah.
It's not like a file you can give somebody.
Right.
It's not this semantic body of information. And that comes through auditing the self and through personal growth. And that's, something you can't short circuit.
No. I'm smiling because I just thought about something that, too, in terms of this tuning into something, you also have to give yourself space to validate that, like, maybe an idea or a thought or an image isn't coming from your own mind.
Yes.
And that had never occurred to me until 3 nights ago. Think about this. I've been working on this for almost 4 years. 3 nights ago, I woke up with this extreme vision of something that had to be in the film. And it had to do with like finding a real metaphorical hill and bringing as many non-speakers there together and making it beautiful and like a really like spiritual place. And Houston was like very prominent in this dream. And so I woke up in the morning and I wrote Katie and I said,
she got cyborged.
Does Houston send me images at night?
Dude, she got sidetracked.
About the movie? Can you ask him if he just did that? And she wrote back and she asked Houston and Houston said, yes, I do send Kai images. And here I was thinking, I'm having this idea about the film. Well, maybe it wasn't my idea. Maybe it was Houston's idea. I think it probably was. And he was trying to convey something to me.
Oh, wow.
And I didn't, for so long, I've just been taking it as, okay, here's this idea I had in the middle of the night when, you're the most like
he
open
probably
to
has like
stuff.
spells and stuff.
And that, again, was like shifted my paradigm entirely because I thought, oh my goodness, has this been happening all along? And how many parents is that happening to? Well, non-speakers are wonderful individuals with beautiful personalities and these incredible capabilities, but they do require help and care and sacrifice from those around them, and it's often a 24-hour 7 sacrifice, an act of love. And so I think if there's anything that comes out of this, I really hope people start to just help the parents, give them the resources they need. And that will help the non-speakers very much as well, but also giving the non-speakers resources and help and friendship. Like I loved going to a bar with Houston, and Houston just had a beer. We were all sitting at the table, and Dr. Powell was there, and Dr. Jeff Tarrant. Like this was one of the nights we were filming, and Houston just had his like Budweiser and was like typing along. And I remember thinking at the table, I wish I lived in Atlanta and I could do this all the time with Houston. Like I love watching football or whatever, and yes, I mean, just like all of us, you want a loving relationship, you want friends. I hope people aren't afraid to befriend non-speakers. It will take more care and sacrifice and time, but you can have a very fruitful, beautiful relationship.
Yes.
And so that's what I hope. I hope their lives become so much more expansive with community and love and friendship.
I love that. I think that is going to happen. And how can we effectively steer it in that direction?
Well, I was thinking about this a lot because one of the things Katie talked about, which broke my heart, was how for so many parents with non-speakers who have a hard time controlling their body and might be stimming and making noises, how hard it was just to even go out in social situations, to go to a bar, to be on an airplane, to go to a movie. Because the way she said it was, we're always worried about affecting like the normal people and, or their children being afraid of my child. And so we have to go. And how socially isolating that can be. Katie, who's an evangelical Christian and, her faith means everything to her, said it was hard to go to church. Even at church, they'd be like, oh, make him go quiet. Like, can he just go to this room instead? And like, how awful, right? So I think the first thing we can do is just have some like grace and compassion and welcome non-speakers into our spaces. And I said this in an interview recently, and I'm sure maybe it sounded trite and silly, but I actually meant it, is like, if you own a bar, if you have a restaurant, like, have a night where it's like non-speakers welcome, like, autism night, like come and hang out, and allies too, friends too, at a skating rink. I mean, I don't know, whatever small business you have, whatever it is, at the elementary school where my kids go, myself and a few other parents have made it really an effort at every event to have a safe room for people on the spectrum or with sensitivities, where they can go and be part of this event, but not be bombarded by what might feel uncomfortable. So we can all do something.
Like a governor that you
like,
would
like the neurotypical people with telepathy were probably scooped up in grade school, and they're in some like weirdo fucking lab somewhere, like strapped to machines with like cerebra humming in the background, right? these kids like slip through the cracks or something. Maybe they don't know.
Place on an engine.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like a governor is
like. There's definitely like the Sidney Gottlieb MFs of the world, right? Like they've definitely fucking like mapped the brainwaves of this shit and stuff, right? They know what's going on. I bet. Like, and like I said, they're definitely doing some sort of fucking psy war against the world. I don't quite know exactly what that entails, but there's some shit going on. Like, just seeing that this appears to be real, right? Like, tells me that those assholes have known about it for a long time, and knowing how they operate, like, when they find out about something new, they turn it into a weapon before they even think about, like, you know, peacefully using something, and adapting something. Like, the reason why they've been researching all this shit forever. Still are.
It's been placed on reality.
Yeah.
And like that's coming off.
Yeah.
And I think what you get in its place is it's almost like a Hydra situation. You cut off one head, you get 5 others. Or a Cambrian explosion of ideas and possibilities. And so I think people assume that, you know, when you get into a new paradigm or something, like one thing changes. Mm-hmm. But no, I mean, everything changes, and this makes total sense. I mean, it's fascinating to see how energetically sensitive these kids are in Houston being creative. Doesn't he go to like Stone Mountain or something as well, which he loves because of the energy
I love
there?
Stone Mountain.
Yeah,
and we hiked up
Stone
on the wall. Dude,
when we were in Atlanta. Even Dr. Powell came with, like, we all hiked up Stone Mountain, and Houston gets to the top of Stone Mountain and is just so free, and you can feel like he's feeling all this energy, which made me think this non-speakers center that we create maybe should go on top of a mountain, you know?
Yeah, should go on top of Stone Mountain.
No, he feels so much. And I think what most of the parents would say, and the non-speakers would say as well, is that it has to do with them being less tied to their body. They're less bound to the physical world than us. And so they're more open to the things that I think are natural. They're not supernatural. They're what surround us, but they have an easier access to it.
I couldn't agree more. And it's funny, in virtual reality and in lucid dreaming, which you could think of as its own sort of weird simulation, seeing your hands is this like really important test for your ability to embody in the bound simulation. And so they often feel a little disembodied, or like they're not quite, you know, sensing their own bodies.
Yeah.
And I think the normal, you know, conventional view is, oh, that's handicapped. But in fact, there's a filtering or a reduction going on a greater understanding when you are embodied and when you are in the simulation. And so being able to dip outside of that simulation is a profound, amazing skill.
Yeah.
And if you look at the history of humanity, there's a great book called The Immortality Key by this guy, Brian Muraresku. And he talks about these mystery rituals that everybody would, you know, undergo. And it's sort of the temporary paralysis of the physical body in order to, you know, reach your primordial spirit and know that there is something more here.
Yeah.
And it feels like these kids know that in a way that is so much more like, you know, real, true knowledge, gnosis, if you will, than like the average person kind of walking around. And that brings up this book, which you were so nice to give me, and I'm just so honored to have. And this is Katie and Houston, and it's the Book of Heaven, and they signed it for me, which was so sweet of them. And it really feels like they have a conviction and metaphysics that we just relegate to mythology. We call these things sort of myths that, you know, maybe that you go to church or you go to synagogue or whatever, and you know, or a mosque, and you go through the motions or whatever. You don't really believe that there's something there. They know that there's something there.
Yeah. And I would say that's true of everyone who's working in an intimate way with a non-speaker, at least that I've met. I can't obviously have a huge broad brush, but every single person I've met with, and hundreds of people emailing now with their stories, is that to work intimately with a non-speaker is to be able to beautifully see the worlds they can access, the realms they can access, which me saying something like that 2 years ago would have made me laugh out loud, that I'd be on an interview talking about realms. They can access realms that we can't access.
Yeah.
They can
Like
see
Midgard.
beings that we can't, whether, I think some will call them divine beings, some will call them light beings, some will
What's it
call them
called?
angels.
The Bifrost?
And certainly spirits of those who have passed. That is often as common or comes before the
Guild
telepathy knowledge.
navigators.
And all of that stuff was, of course, paradigm shattering.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a nonfiction documentary filmmaker. That was absolutely what is happening. I there was like a lot of shots of whiskey along the way, lots of books. Just okay, now I have to read and read and read and read and read to really understand this more. And it's real. It's real. It is happening.
Yeah.
And what's so beautiful is you can't, that's why, like, if someone now, I talk about this, I was so bashful, like I said in the beginning, talking about this. And now if I'm talking about it and someone's skeptical or doesn't believe it, I'm just kind of like, oh, you're just like a flat earther. You're stuck in the old paradigm. Bless your heart.
Yeah.
And I really do feel that way.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some people living right now that see how much more there is. And I love that the non-speakers, these unbelievable people who've been dismissed and marginalized and cast aside, are guides in this. And I think that's the most beautiful thing. And because their message is one of love and one of unity.
Yes.
And it's so beautiful to me because it comes back to, if we look into antiquity of a lot of our religions and faiths, and all of that comes back to love and unity. And again, like you said, you kind of just like go to church, you go to synagogue, you go to, mosque, and you're like, oh, love, and love. Like how many people actually believe in love and unity or practice it in some way, and at the end of the day, that's all that I've heard the scholars want to talk about is love and unity. And even, this was really profound, and I'm still getting to grips with this. So often they'd say, it's not just your thoughts we hear, it's your feelings that we feel.
Yep.
And all the feelings that you put out to the world are being received and like made manifest.
Yeah.
And one speller, and this is going to be in episode 10, even said, if you don't know what your feelings are and you can't process them, like often we're doing that work for you, and that dysregulates us. I don't care what you're feeling, you need to know what you're feeling. Because if you know what you're feeling, you can regulate it and actualize it and calm yourself. And if you think about that, if they're hearing our thoughts, many of these non-speakers, as they say, but also feeling our feelings. I mean, of course that would dysregulate
I feel bad for
a
that
human
one
being.
kid whose dad was
Totally. And this so comports with,
like
Gabor Mate's work, or like,
like one of the kids' dad was like a fucking criminal. It sounded like maybe he was like a fucking, like molesting one of the kids or something. And the other kid was in the other room, but he like could read the fucking dad's thoughts, and he like saw it all, and they couldn't explain it to the mom. It was a horrible story.
Basically, anybody would intuit as far as
that
like
one kid
a
seems
parent,
pretty powerful.
Kid relationship, where you do immediately just absorb your parents' energy.
Yeah.
And it's fascinating to hear that explicitly articulated, because I think anybody listening will latently kind of know that. Like you are kind of embodying a lot of your earliest experiences. And you can kind of synthesize this scientifically with like the Harlow monkey test or whatever, where, if the mother isn't present and there isn't that, the necessary kind of tactile, kinesthetic, touch, that can have profoundly bad effects.
Yeah.
And so it just sounds like they're on another level of sensitivity to this. And it makes sense, right? Because our communication, it's prosaic to say that most human communication is 95% sublinguistic body language or whatever. And there's probably opportunity cost in the language itself.
Yeah.
And language allows for deception. It allows for myth making and all sorts of confusion. And if you're just cutting that out and you're going straight to the source, that feels like the true language. The final thing I'll say is there are apparently non-verbal tribes in the Amazon. Are you aware of this?
Yeah.
Sick.
And they experience very similar things. They even call it the ancient language, where they beam information to each other. And sometimes they'll have language on top of that, but they'll go back to the ancient language, and that's like the low latency real communication.
Yeah, I mean, even in the show, the telepathy tapes, there's a young man, Asher, who was a verbal autist. He had words, and he eventually decided not to use them because they were cumbersome and difficult. And so many will say, like, we'll actually write about letters, like our obsession with using letters and like words, and they are dishonest. How many times when someone says, "How are you?" would you answer that completely dishonestly? I mean, like 80% of the time, you know? And so it's like, if you can just, Kyle, who's a wonderful man and a non-speaker in England, at some point conveyed that, or maybe his mother did, that if you say the word, Thanksgiving or Christmas or something to someone, you say a word. But if Kyle sends that message to you telepathically, you receive the smells and the feelings and the music and the love and the family and the taste the food and the decorations. You receive all of it. It's a knowing, like you said, a complete knowing. And when I've talked to the non-speakers about what, I'm going through the episode 10 right now, which is what they want us to do with this knowledge. I mean, so many of them are like, if you guys could all kind of get to this telepathic place, that'd be great. It'd really evolve us. And, I think we are all capable of it because there's glimpses where we've had it, right? Where you know someone is sick or you're thinking about someone right before they call. We know it's there.
I don't know, man. Debuünkees gonna have a hard time with this, I think. Seriously. I think it looks pretty legit. Unlike space lasers.
There was no help, no fire department, not in our area. We didn't see one until now that they're coming by.
On the flip side of that, I can sit there and say, well, you need to do something about the homeless campus. A lot of the fires lately, especially in California, are the homeless. Also the dismanagement of the forest. It's just a situation like this. You had the Palisade fire start, and then you had this one start. You're stretching the resources.
The firefighters, they stretched thin up here. They've helped as much as they could.
But you're really not going to stop when fire like this.
Bro, I've never seen anything like this. It feels like literally like an apocalypse. This is my old elementary, engulfed in flames right by my mom's house. Yeah, bro, everything's just going to shit right now.
We were here for over 40 years, and now it's all gone.
Just seeing stuff like this just brings me to tears, bro. I just had to go water down my homie's house, took his bird. Homie was just chilling. He left him there because he left him last night.
Damn.
I can't leave animals there, bro. No animal, no life gets left behind.
Yo, what up? We were in Altadena, California.
Fucking Altadena, homie.
There's smoke and fire all around us.
10 people have been killed in the devastating wildfires in Los Angeles.
This is one of the 5 wildfires that have broke out in LA in the past 24 hours.
It just, I don't know, it just keeps sparking up back by itself. It just doesn't turn off.
As you can see, unfortunately, this house did not survive. Still on fire. Pretty depressing. We're going to talk to some people around here and see how they're being affected. So let's get into it.
My name's Susana Larios, and as you can see, my house burned this morning. We just lost everything. Thank God that we're all alive, that we were able to evacuate and, go to safety until now that we return back to see our house gone. This is unreal. We've been here for 13 years.
She did? My girl.
It's gone.
Hell yeah.
We didn't even get a chance to actually take anything out of our house.
Is there anything in the house in particular that you feel like you're really sad about not being able to get?
Our family pictures, our dog's ashes. We had them cremated and they were in our house, and just those personal belongings. Everything else is material. It can be replaced. The memories, when they were young, my kids were young, I will never get those pictures back.
What's one of your favorite memories here?
No.
Oh, we had a pool, so
yeah.
Family times, barbecues, summer, this is the place to be. I think first time coming into the house, pool wasn't ready, but our dog decided to jump in, so we went after him.
He actually fell in the pool, and he went in a swampy pool and rescue him from drowning.
Oh, you did?
Because he didn't know how to swim, and he was, running around in a circle and fell in the pool. So
was that the same dog whose ashes was in there, or a different dog?
No, it's the same. Nike. The same ashes.
What kind of dog was Nike?
A bull terrier.
Yeah, that's the pool.
We had a pool table over there. It's gone. This is the back house to the house. You can't see not even one room. It's a two-story house.
As far as like fire insurance, is that something you had?
I hope so. I mean, yes, that's one of the things I remember talking to our agent, State Farm, and yeah, hopefully we do have that insurance.
Oh man, you're gonna get
State
fucked,
Farm
lady.
canceled hundreds of homeowners insurance policies
dude, you're in
for
trouble.
residents in many of the same areas in the path of the Southern California wildfires. The insurance company's reasoning for canceling policies was due to concerns about the increased frequency and magnitude of wildfires in the state. The company deemed the decision a necessary business strategy to prevent, quote, financial failure.
I sent her the picture of the house when it was burning. So, she's going to give me our policy number and help me out with whatever I can.
Well, I hope that insurance covers a lot of this stuff. That's what it's supposed to do, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
I hope so. We'll see what happens when we reach out to them, if they can help us. But everything else is gone.
You're doomed, lady.
Do you have an email address just for people out there who might want to help you and get in touch with you?
Sure. It's Estrada. That's ESTRADA_S@yahoo.com.
Okay. Thank you guys so much for your time. I really appreciate it. I know it's a sensitive time, so thanks for giving us the time of day. I appreciate y'all very much.
Unlike the Pacific Palisades area on the west side, an affluent area where many celebrities' homes unfortunately burnt down, Altadena is a diverse, working-class suburb located just north of Pasadena in the foothills of the Angeles National Forest. As we've seen, many in the area have been critical about the lack of fire department response, and across the world, everybody seems to be pointing fingers at who to blame for the wildfires. However, many locals understand that the magnitude of these fires is unprecedented, and that firefighters and first responders are doing everything they can to keep the fire contained, which is particularly difficult due to the state's crippling water crisis, a situation that by all measures is a direct result of climate change, overconsumption, and corporate greed. Many people don't know this, but LA and San Diego have been out of water for years and now purchase most of their fresh water from privatized corporations like the Wonderful Company, owned by a billionaire couple called the Resnicks, who systematically export drinking water from agricultural counties like Kern and Imperial. This practice has already caused devastating ecological and health impacts on communities like Bombay Beach, California, which we plan to cover in an upcoming video.
Hi, Mark. How you doing?
I don't know. It all depends on if they can save the sea.
But back to Altadena.
Everybody stretched in from the Palisade fire to the Eaton fire here on the east side of Pasadena, over by the museum, the Silmar fire, 210. So it's already, everybody's already stretched thin and trying to cover all these hot spots. It's like, which way do you go?
Yeah.
So, I commend firefighters and first responders. Everybody stretched thin. We're all trying to help the best way we can. Stuff like this, there's no way to prevent it because how can you prepare for it? I mean, how can you prepare for it? And once the winds picked up, the embers traveled, and then the power lines going, one little ember plus high winds, just the smallest little fuel source, it just sparked, whether it's leaves, canopies, from easy ups, anything like that, everything just went up.
Like many others, this concerned citizen that we talked to decided to take matters into his own hands and stay put to protect his neighborhood, despite evacuation orders issued by the city.
Me, I was born and raised here, my childhood home, so I did everything I could to save it. We're a pretty tight-knit community. My next door neighbors, we all grew up with each other since we were kids. A lot of my buddies were, coming through with supplies and generators. We managed to save, my dad's house, next door neighbor, and these 4 houses. With the help of some other guys, we wet all the roofs, the floors.
Got the fires out first. The fire started over here, and then my son and I, we just kept the water and kept all the ambers from jumping from house to house. So
we managed to save some houses on the back street, Navarro. We managed to save those with water hoses. We managed to survive, but unfortunate for my other neighbors, they didn't make it.
What if
all
we
their
could
stuff
do
is
like
gone.
cloud seeding?
Yeah, it hurts.
Emergency cloud
just
seeding.
Gone. Nobody deserves it.
Micro clouds.
While some people were able to stay back and protect their homes from catching on fire,
and then
others followed city orders and evacuated, with the hopes that they'd get lucky and their house would be spared. However, most people in Altadena did not get so lucky. As you walk through the neighborhood uphill toward Angeles National Forest, nearly every structure is destroyed, aside from a select few. Here's an interview with a recently evacuated family who returned home to find their house burnt to the ground. This is a very emotional interview, so viewer discretion is advised.
What is he saying about viewer discretion? Trigger warning, people crying?
this your house?
Yeah. We were here for over 40 years. Now it's all gone. We had to evacuate early this morning about 3:30. There was no
shit.
Well, we saw the
dude,
fires, but we didn't
there's
think
so much
that
shit.
it was gonna reach this
There's
low.
so many books
we
and
were just
records
leave with
and
whatever we
fucking
had on,
like CDs.
and a little bit of clothes, but not really. We lost everything we had in the house. Pictures, memories, everything's gone.
I guess it'd probably be for the best.
We don't know what we're gonna do now.
I mean, not my records.
So was it the embers coming from the mountain caused some of the houses?
Yes, because last night it was about, 5 o'clock when we saw the fire, or a friend, her sister drove by Eden Canyon, and she took a video and she told us, but we didn't think anything of it until we started seeing that the fire started moving, quickly, but we didn't think, that it was gonna come down this far, but we just got up and left around 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning.
So about 12 hours
Best video.
Yeah.
I mean,
And the winds were really, really strong, and it was pitch black. So
like
we,
there's nothing
we
funny
panicked.
or
So we just
anything,
got whatever we could,
just,
because
like,
she has two little kids,
horrific.
my two little grandsons. We just got whatever we could, and we just left.
What was the most important item you think was in the house?
My parents passed away, so their pictures, her baby, her kids' pictures. I mean,
it's just
but
like sad,
that's the least, of our problems. We got out alive and we're okay,
Well, aside from that, do y'all have insurance or anything like that?
No, we don't. We rented it. We didn't own the house, but we rented. But still, we lost everything. We don't know what we're gonna do now.
That's why you rent, folks.
It'll take us time to pick up and start over, but it's gonna be hard.
Renter's insurance.
If somebody wanted to donate to you to offer you some help and some aid during a moment like this, is there any way that someone could do that? Like, do you have Zelle or something like that?
We have cells that are connected to my husband's phone number. Mine is through email. It's L_Espinosa68@yahoo.com. Anybody that wants to help is deeply appreciated.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know, right? There you go.
Good afternoon, viewers, and welcome once again to another Angry Ape.
Dude, was that a Gray Zone segment about Sean Ryan?
Alien Bulletin. I'm finally feeling well enough to...
Dude, I like to see none of those assholes. Nobody has the balls to fucking touch any of the crank shit. Get the fucking scumbags. Hell out of here.
Appear on camera again, not completely recovered, but getting there. Once again, thanks everybody for tuning in to the content that I've been putting out. I know it hasn't been exactly up to the standards that I would like it to be at, given how I've been feeling and how that's impacted things. But interestingly enough, this is something I think I've spent too long putting off, is talking about the video that I released just a few days ago. A video about the New Jersey drone UAP phenomenon and how it's not over, at least it does not appear to be, and the phenomenon seems to be spreading around the world still, and it became the most popular video that I ever released.
Really?
By a significant margin. In only 5 days, it's accumulated more than 430,000 views. And the number 2 video that I've ever released is also a UAP video.
Seems like such a fussy
just
bitch.
under 400,000 views, and that's how much it's accumulated in nearly 2 years. So I know that a lot of my viewers have been wondering, is this where the channel is going to go? Is this going to be the content that I focus on from here on out? Because it's clearly what the viewers want.
He used to make NASA videos, and then when the UFO phenomenon became too powerful to ignore, he started making UFO videos sparingly, and then of course all the fucking whiny debunkers in his audience were complaining about it. But, you know, you can't lie at the results, dude. This is where it's at. This is like, you gotta get with the new paradigm. Like, fucking Guy was saying.
Well, no. Definitely not. This channel has
Hands in your
always
ears and
been
go, la, 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 la,
about
la.
diverse topics, space flight, space
NASA.
science,
NASA's
those
gonna go to the
sorts of
moon.
things, and not necessarily UAP and UFO topics, but still, given the level of popularity, I think it's very obvious that there is a huge amount of interest in this subject, and people really want to know the truth, although it seems increasingly
got it all figured out over
unlikely
here,
that
bro.
we are ever really going to get the whole truth from the government or from
Solve the
anybody
mysteries
else.
on
But
the old
nevertheless,
electrical
I
airwaves.
think it's worthwhile to continue investigating this topic, and not just because it happens to make me money. Because if all I was concerned about is making money,
loser.
I
Get to
could
the
put
drone.
out 2 videos per week like the one that I just released. That could be the visiting us from other planets, if that is indeed what the UAP/UFO phenomenon is. So that being said, I know that I've acquired a lot of new viewers lately, thousands of new subscribers in the space of only 48 hours.
talking about your fucking
Sometimes they
numbers,
get
bro.
spotted during the day. And why are they definitely not drones? So we're going to address that right now. Instead of just looking at a piece of footage, as so many of my colleagues do, and saying, wow, that's amazing, that's not a plane, that's not a drone, that's not this, and that's not that, I don't know what that is. Instead of just saying that over and over again, I think the viewers deserve a solid theory. I'd like to take a shot at explaining at least orb UAPs, especially some footage that was sent to me by one of my viewers, footage that was filmed from an aircraft over the city of Atlanta. And I want to emphasize, this is just a theory. This is just an idea based on sound scientific principles and technology that we may not possess, but we can certainly theorize about, and also give you my ideas as to where these craft might originate from, why we have such a difficult time in actually over the Atlanta airport actually on December 21st. Quote, I'm attaching 2 videos. One is an original capture and the other is a simple close-up as I did phone screen recording. Background info, I was on a plane to visit family for Christmas. Object appeared to my naked eye as an orb, bright light that was hovering. I captured it shortly after the plane took off. Only after I did a zoom in on a video afterwards could I see the plasma-like appearance. There were more orbs like it, but this one was the closest and the plane was passing it by. Right after I turned off the camera, it looked as if it turned into a drone with blinking lights. About me, I am a PhD candidate in molecular biology genetics. I'm also a published photographer. I know how to use the camera, and observation skills are important in my line of work. I decided to share this capture with you because I feel like I should try to share it. I was trying to contact other outlets, but it's difficult to get the contact information or it's behind a paywall. Just want to be clear, I include my email address in most, if not all, of my videos. If you have something you'd like to share with me, please do so. I would really like to hear about your experiences. So why is this
That's a good
not
capture,
some
man.
sort
Look
of
at that.
mundane object
That's a
as
fucking
many
orb.
people think it is?
Wow.
Why is this not an aircraft? Why is this not a drone?
Whoa.
Why is this not some sort of
Yowzer.
flare dropped by a military plane? Well, it could be one
that's
of
some
all
shit,
of
dude.
these 3
That's some Bledsoe
explanations,
shit.
but I find it extremely unlikely that these sorts of things could be appearing over major metropolitan areas without some sort of warning or some sort of explanation. First of all, this object clearly does not have the FAA recognizable landing lights or anti-collision lights. Also, if it's a military flare of some kind, why are military planes dropping these flares over major metropolitan areas without any sort of warning or explanation? Once again, I find that highly unlikely. Also, in this particular piece of footage, you're going to see a lot of orb UAPs show up abruptly once the observer places a laser finder on the first object that he's observing. After this happens, all of a sudden, many orbs start to appear out of nowhere. Again, not only is that inconsistent with military training exercises or any other operation where the military would drop flares, but also the aircraft who drop these flares are making no noise. You don't hear any noise whatsoever from a helicopter, from a propeller-driven aircraft, certainly not from a jet-propelled aircraft. And again, if we're talking about military flares being deployed by aircraft, we would definitely hear them in this footage, and yet we don't. Now, artillery can also place flares, but artillery going off in a major metropolitan area is irresponsible in the extreme. Now, it could also be extremely bright strobe lights of some kind being hung off of drones, some sort of commercial drones being flown by fraudsters, by pranksters, whatever you want to call them. But if this is a nationwide prank being pulled off by private drone operators, why have none of them ever been caught? Why have their drones never been retrieved? Not a single drone has ever crashed. Not a single drone has ever been successfully intercepted by the military. The police can neither bring them down nor arrest any drone operators, and also no drone operator has come forward to confess that they've been perpetrating this hoax on the American people either. And I find it very difficult to believe that a nationwide prank of this magnitude could be carried out without somebody talking, without somebody at least bragging about it online or meeting somebody who bragged about it online. And yet all we have is utter silence and these strange lights in our night skies. So if these are not mundane objects, then what are they? Well, first of all, let's talk about their characteristics. They move and hover without making any noise whatsoever. Again, not very drone-like, given the fact that most drones utilize propellers or jet propulsion, something that makes at least a little bit of noise. They also don't have any sort of FAA landing lights, collision lights. Instead, they just have these bright glowing lights that occasionally disappear and then reappear seemingly at random without any sort of recognizable pattern. In addition to that, they only appear at night. Well, that's not entirely true, because we do have some orb UAP sightings during the day that exhibit a lot of the same behavior without any of the bright lights. So what does that mean? Why do these things glow at night? Are they just simply turning their lights on to make sure that nobody can collide with them, just to announce their presence to other aircraft or passing vehicles to make sure that they're not going to experience any sort of collision? Well, that could be the case, but there's another explanation as to why these things would glow at night and not during the day, and would still be able to accomplish the same things utilizing the same technology. Does this look a little bit familiar? Well, it should. Looks like a flying saucer. This should look even more familiar. What you're watching right now are excerpts from a couple of videos put out by a channel called Sardonic, and they deal with next generation propulsion systems. And as you can see, the type of propulsion they're talking about is called electrohydrodynamic propulsion. And actually, both types of propulsion depicted in these videos deals with utilizing magnetic fields to create ionized plasma around the craft, and then manipulating that ionized plasma to provide thrust. Now, when operating in the atmosphere, this drive ionizes both the air particles in front and behind the craft, although differently. You have negatively charged ions at the back and positively charged ions at the front. Since positive and negative ions attract one another, this provides an airflow around the spacecraft, thus providing both lift and thrust. And also, since the craft is going to be surrounded by ionized plasma while the drive is in operation, it will glow, especially at night. Might glow a little bit during the day as well, but it would definitely be obvious during the night. Now, in space, the same principle applies, except you utilize the magnetic field to manipulate the solar wind, which is already comprised of ions, so you don't even need to ionize the particles around the craft. You simply generate an artificial magnetosphere around your spaceship, and then the solar wind provides the thrust for you. You could achieve speeds as high as 60 to 300 kilometers per second utilizing this system, and you could probably get even better speeds out of it if you had a more powerful magnetic field being generated by a fusion reactor. So what we have here is a propulsion system that can push a desired object in any direction, can change direction at will, and can also move without sound. The only thing that would give it away is the glow of the ionized plasma around the craft, which is what we see with these orb objects. And here's the best thing of all about this propulsion system. It works best with spherical or saucer-shaped objects.
Like a nice
aircraft, something that looks like a ship or a rocket. This sort of propulsion system doesn't work as well as an object that provides a smooth and balanced airflow around the entire vehicle. In other words, something spherical or something saucer-shaped, which is exactly what we're seeing in our skies, at least with orb UAVs. When it comes right down to it, a lot of flying saucer UAVs as well.
What I was saying.
Given the fact that the majority of these orb-like objects are 1 to 2 meters in diameter, some of them a little bigger, but some of them even smaller, the idea of this type of propulsion system being used on an object this small is definitely beyond our current technology. You would have to micro-miniaturize a nuclear reactor, preferably a fusion reactor, in order to generate the necessary power to either ionize airflow or just to create an artificial magnetosphere around your craft to maneuver through space. So we're not talking about an object of human manufacture, although it is utilizing a technology that we can at least understand, a technology that we can comprehend and theorize about. And so what are these objects and where do they come from? Well, I continue to believe in the more conventional explanation that they come from another civilization, and they're not here to enslave us, they're not here to kidnap us, they're not here to do anything all that dangerous or nefarious. As a matter of fact, they may not be all that interested in us at all. They may instead simply be interested in the planet, a promising planet with a very habitable environment, with a wide variety of life forms, not just us, and they may have a simple directive to explore the planet, learn as much as they can about the biology, about any sort of civilization that might exist here, and to do their very best to evade capture and pursuit while still getting their job done. And why are they so obvious in our atmosphere, at least at night? Well, it's because they don't have a choice, because of the propulsion system that they use, which elegantly allows them to travel both through the atmosphere and through space, but it just causes the atmosphere to glow around them, and there isn't much that they can do about that. Oh, and here's another intriguing detail about this technology. Even in space, it would glow because the artificial magnetosphere would still cause the craft to be surrounded by ionized plasma generated by the solar wind. So even the orb UAP that we've seen in close proximity to the International Space Station can be explained by this technology, this elegant drive system. In addition, although usually all we observe are orb UAP hanging in one particular location or sometimes maneuvering slowly through the atmosphere, this drive system would definitely allow for some pretty impressive and diverse feats of maneuverability intensity and also incredible bursts of speed, as you can see in this footage, which by the way is provided by Jen and Ed. I strongly recommend that you visit his site as well, because he has quite a lot of UAP footage that I've never seen anyplace else. So am I saying that this is definitely what these UAP are, that we are definitely being visited by extremely advanced probe craft of some kind from extraterrestrial civilizations? Well, no. It's possible that it could be something else, but nevertheless, everything fits. All of the characteristics, all of the maneuvering capabilities, all of the behaviors of these objects, and also the size seems to fit with a small probe craft being powered by some sort of electromagnetic drive system, either a simple artificial magnetosphere or magneto-hydrodynamic propulsion. Oh yeah, one other detail, by the way, this works even better in water than it does in the atmosphere. Ionizing water molecules surrounding the craft, providing incredible speed in the water, therefore explaining how these craft are also able to plunge beneath the ocean waves and re-emerge with seeming impunity. So it seems pretty compelling to me. But once again, we're not going to know the truth until a serious scientific study is done of these craft. And given how often orb UAPs are being spotted, and given that more advanced equipment is definitely available to study them. And by the way, there's a team of researchers in the coastal New York area who are doing just that. I have a link regarding their study at the end of this video. We need more teams like them, and they need to be able to carry out their research without ridicule from the mainstream media, without ridicule from the mainstream scientific community. They need to be treated with an open mind, and they need to be properly supported, not only financially, but also preferably by government agencies that have much deeper pockets to uncover these types of mysteries. And until we actually get that level of commitment, I don't think we're ever going to have a definitive answer to this mystery. And after all these decades of sightings, don't we deserve an explanation? Thank you very much for watching. Please don't forget to like and subscribe, and I would...
They're here for the Jews. You heard him. I should do that. I will do that. I'm gonna do that.
Trump says that when he gets into office, he's going to reveal the secret of the mystery drones. So let's talk about it. Get in here. This is Jack with Cosmic Road, talking about UFOs and the paranormal. Please hit like and subscribe and let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Oh, and just, a note here. Anytime I cover Trump, I get lots of angry comments and various people getting political in the comment section.
PDS in the comments.
Let's try not to get political. I appreciate all your input and your thoughts, but let's try to stick to UFOs. So with that said, let's get into what Trump is saying about UFOs, or at least the mystery drones.
He said then Canada should be a 51st state. That's where we are now.
A story that kind of disappeared very suddenly. Do you have any idea whatever happened to the drones?
What happened to drones?
Well, you had said that you knew you thought the government knew what was happening with these drones over New Jersey. There were some by Bedminster.
I don't know. They're over Bedminster a lot. So
what happened?
I'm going to give you a report on drones about one day into the administration, because I think it's ridiculous that they're not telling you about what's going on with the drones. And it's not only with me. Glenn was telling me today that in Virginia they have drones all over the place too, and nobody's reporting it. I don't know why they're not. Do you want to say something about that?
Just one quick comment, which is we are home to the largest naval base in the world in Quantico, and we house a lot of SEAL teams and have a huge national security infrastructure. And
He looks
now
terrified.
For 2 years running, we have had drone incursion over secure airspace.
He looks terrified.
And we still don't know why. And I think that's absolutely unacceptable. And I think President Trump and the new leadership coming in, I think will work diligently to understand who's behind this and what we do in order to stop the digital surveillance of all of our secure infrastructure.
Is it dangerous?
Well, I can tell you this. While we were dealing with a terrorist attack in New Orleans, we had drones being thrown over our nuclear reactors in Louisiana. And we brought that attention to the FAA. We've been asking the FAA to give these states the
This is the governor's luncheon?
And it's sitting on some bureaucrat's desk. And that's real.
Nobody knows. They don't want to talk about it. Go ahead, Governor. You go.
I was just going to say we have drones in Wyoming flying over our infrastructure as well. And it's incredibly frustrating that we not only have no way of knowing what it is, but nobody knows how to deal with them.
They don't want to talk about it. And
Is that Ron? Oh, dude, run!
That could be
Run.
us sending drones. I hope
Dude,
that's
run!
the case.
Just
Us
trying to
doing
blend
it,
into
doing
the
research,
shadows.
and maybe they don't want to talk about it from
Hope
that
he doesn't see
standpoint.
him.
I hope it's not an enemy, but we're going to find out on the 21st, the day after. You have to give me a little time for the inauguration, but shortly thereafter we'll give you a report on it. We'll tell you exactly what it is. They know, and it's very strange that they aren't talking about it.
So there you go. Trump says he's going to release a report the day after inauguration on the mystery drones. Is that report going to have the truth of what the mystery drones are? I don't think so, because he says he doesn't know what they are. He says nobody knows what they are. It doesn't sound like he's been briefed on what the mystery drones are or what they could be. It makes me wonder if anybody has been briefed on what they could be. I reported before about how President Biden was calling in to find out information about the drones, which almost makes it sound like nobody was coming to him to brief him on the mystery drones. So are there not briefings because nobody knows what they are? Maybe there's not
They're so
briefings
fucking
because
weird, man.
they
They're
do
so
know
weird.
what they are and they don't want to say. But something's going on. We have a global phenomenon of anomalous objects that can't be shot down or won't be shot down, which is also interesting if that's how it turns out. Some of them don't apparently show up on a thermal. They're not emitting heat like a real drone would do. Some of them may or may not be shape-shifting things. They're going over our sensitive military installations, as the governor's pointed out to Trump. They seem very anomalous.
Definitely aliens.
Some UFOs do have certain patterns that they perform, and one of them is going over our sensitive military bases, and that's what the mystery drones are doing. Another pattern of the phenomenon, as was pointed out in the first part of the video, is media silence, a suppression of information. And a reporter pointed out to Trump in the first part of this video that's what was going on with the mystery drone. So it definitely fits a pattern there. I'll play it for you again.
Canada should be our 51st state.
A story
That's where we are now.
A story that kind of disappeared very suddenly. Do you have any idea whatever?
Yeah, the story of the mystery drones disappeared very suddenly. It sure did, didn't it? Suspiciously suddenly. But again, that fits a pattern of UFOs and information being suppressed on UFOs. So to me, the longer this mystery drone thing goes on, the more anomalous it looks like to me, the more likely it is to be NHI.
Come on.
And that raises some really interesting questions. Why are the NHI showing up in such numbers, so visibly? They're decked out like Christmas trees. What are they doing? Is it
all those UFOs and nukes
It seems more likely to me to be a message to the
nowhere.
governments or the powers that be.
All the nuclear missile silos, which a lot of them are out west, but a lot of them on the east coast too. There's a bunch of nuclear missile silos. Systematically, like every night, year after year, they would just fly by and like buzz them with like ray guns, and disable the missiles. And one guy I heard interviewed, he was like, They kept zapping the exact same part every night. They would fix it and then they'd zap it again, and then just kept doing that. I guess to demonstrate, like, you know, we can keep doing, like, we can do this all night.
The UFO control group, whoever, because they are
A lot of those were out in the middle of nowhere.
like drones. They look very much like drones.
I mean, they can travel really fast,
You know,
so
if they are mimicking drones, and you know,
I don't
I've
think any of
covered
us are
before
safe.
about how UFOs do mimic stuff, and there's, you know, reliable information about that. If they are mimicking drones, that doesn't seem like they're trying to engage the public as much as if they were mimicking, or if they were simply, you know, saucers or orbs or something like that, right? They're not telling the public, hey, we're here, but they are definitely sending a message to somebody. And since they're flying over our sensitive military installations, that does seem like they're sending a message to the powers that be. But, you know, who knows, guys? Those are just my thoughts. Either way, Trump says he's going to give us a report the day after inauguration. Again, I don't think it's going to be a conclusive report because it doesn't sound like he knows what these things are. He says nobody knows what they are. But, you know, again, somebody knows something. Otherwise, they wouldn't be suppressing this information, right? So, yeah. Anyway, well, we'll see what... we'll see what shakes out, but let me know what you think we're going to get in this report the day after Trump's inauguration. Or if you think there will be a report, what do you think is going to be in it? What do you think the mystery drones are? Is this a bunch of hobbyists? Is this aliens? Is this NHI? Is this the control group? Is this some factional rivalry within the control group itself, or between the control group and the mainstream government? Something like that. You know, hey, well, look what we can do. Don't mess with us. You know, don't reveal the existence of UFOs. Something like that. It does seem like somebody is sending a message to somebody else. That does seem to be what the mystery drone phenomenon represents. At least that's what I'm seeing. Although there is some room for doubt there, because sometimes they'll perform grid patterns as if they're actually doing something, you know, functional. So yeah, so let me know what your thoughts on all of this, and what you think about Trump's comments on this, and the other governors, or the governors that were talking about this. And I'm glad they spoke up and were cluing Trump in that these things are flying over their installations, because again, it doesn't sound like Trump really knows the score on the drones. He hasn't really been following it, it doesn't sound like, but he has been following it enough to want to talk about it, and want the public to know about it. Anyway, so those are my thoughts. Let me know your thoughts about it all in the comments below. Like and thumbs up.
Yeah, sure.
Hit the subscribe button and the bell to be notified of future videos. You don't want to miss a thing. Join me on social media. There's Facebook and Twitter links below. Love to see you guys there. If you want to support Cosmic Road in a bigger way, consider grabbing a coffee mug or a t-shirt in the merch store below, or by becoming a channel member. Channel members are rock stars, and I really appreciate you guys' support. Thank you. Also, channel members frequently get to see videos hours before anybody else. Meanwhile, there are plenty of other videos on the channel, and I'll see you guys next time. This is Jack with Cosmic Road, signing out.
Elon has like an obvious Mali influenced EDM track called Don't Doubt Your Vibe.
No way.
And it's like, you know, what guys in their 40s who start doing Mali do when they have like EDM producers at their disposal. It's like, you know, it all forms one clear picture of megalomania.
He's so
and
lame.
you know,
Dude, he's
speaking
so
of attempting to
comically
change
lame.
the subject, there was the Cybertruck bombing, which I think is iconic, and it does symbolize where we are.
I think I'm right about
where
the
we're
Cybertruck,
going.
y'all.
You know, I was thinking on New Year's Eve, like we are entering kind of an era of. I was thinking about Luigi Mangione, but I was thinking we're entering an era of assassinations, where
not the
in the
point, but
United
it's part of
States,
it.
the public has lost confidence in their government's ability to reform or change anything in a way that benefits them. And there are going to be some vigilantes. There's also a major mental health crisis, and people are so addicted to social media that they're seeking notoriety. So this Cybertruck bombing, it was like an iconic moment where the ultimate kind of douche mobile blows up in front of Trump Tower. And Elon tries to spin it to, I think, change the discussion and to sell his truck.
Yeah.
I don't have the Elon tweet, but this is by one of Elon's fanboys. A bomb went off in the Cybertruck's bed, and the tires didn't pop, deflate. The exterior of the truck is intact. The bed door is still attached. Steel exterior helped contain the blast. It's the toughest and most badass truck ever made.
No, it's not.
It also happened to be true that Matt Livelsberger, who went by Matt Berg, who is a former Green Beret from the 10th Division Special Forces, somehow didn't make a very good bomb. It looked like he just whipped some fireworks together with one fuse.
I
mean, it blew up straight up in the air.
He was a victim in this.
Damage there, except to him apparently.
Deep State took him out.
So he's fused into the dashboard because of high temperatures, and the best Elon can do is that's a badass fucking truck, man. I mean, it's how far do you want to go on conspiracy theories? But what if the battery exploded and there were fireworks in the back? I mean, that's not a very good story, is it? I mean, because the batteries do explode sometimes. That's just one of my far-flung conspiracy theories. But that really kind of shows you the level that people are playing at, including Elon Musk on this. And it's the age of assassinations. We've been here before as well. And often in the age of assassinations, the elite mix with the gutter. Look at Charles Manson, and look at all the Sharon Tate murders.
And
terrorism.
The years of lead in Italy is also what I'm thinking about, where radical seeming violence is actually instrumentalized to create
21st century
a sense that the public, to create panic among the public, so that they close ranks with the establishment just out of fear of what the left or far right could bring.
That's what Operation Gladio was.
Operation Gladio.
Just that, basically, yeah.
And we haven't, we don't know much about Luigi Mangione, honestly. Like it's like he's sort of been disappeared, sort of also like the drone story. But Matt Livelsberger, we've learned so much about him, and we know everything about his internet history. He apparently appeared in a History Channel show, and I don't
too much, man.
Speculate about the bombing or the motives for it without any hard evidence, but I think the story here that so many people are missing that you didn't miss, I think you nailed it.
Some thrown
together
together bullshit.
Your commentary, Patrick, is who the manifesto or the alleged manifesto by the Cybertruck bomber was leaked to.
Strapped in.
And it was leaked to someone who is also, I think, a Green Beret, 10th Division, named Sean Ryan, and who somehow now suddenly has the #1 podcast in America after he appeared on Joe Rogan. And he's a former CIA contractor. Like, he lists it in his bio. And the whole interview with this guy, here's the tweet where they introduced the...
Sam Schumat is the name of...
Schumat.
Who's another kind of...
CIA guy.
Forces and intel guy, so it's like the Intel Bros kind of podcast circuit. Sean's a Navy SEAL, a former Navy SEAL. That's a very marketable commodity, of course, as you know. CIA contractor. I'm not sure if I'd want to put that on my resume, but there it is. It's on there as well. CIA contractor. So they've laundered this story, and this is the main outlet for this story. It's a closed loop if you think about it. And the email in question, Matt, and I'd like to get your comment on this, because that's actually a point of contention, is the image they put out for the email had squiggly marks and a cursor on it,
Yep.
which means that they either it was in edit mode or they had copied and pasted the content. And lo and behold, Sean Ryan, to
I feel like it's the meme.
to give an exculpatory narrative, he ran a Twitter space after this disaster of an interview, and he basically said, "Oh, we copied it into Apple Notes so we could redact the
Vince
names."
McMahon meme,
and I'm like,
where it's like
handled quite a few emails just on the publishing side.
Oh, that Tesla Cybertruck thing, that's total bullshit. Wait, hold on, no. Yeah, it's probably like an intentional disinformation campaign by the state, Then it's like to cover up the real program that this fucking guy came into and tried to get on CIA Sean Ryan's podcast to talk about. Yeah. Like, woke, broke, bespoke. I don't know. There's some good ones.
And that's not how you redact
what you
names.
mean.
Yeah, you can just black
make
out the
disclosure
names
memes.
like we do it constantly at the Gray Zone.
And you can use Adobe PDF Maker even to do something that simple if you want. So it's pretty standard. And if you look at how the industry standard for emails is, it will be some kind of a digital shot of the full view of the email. Plus, you have to include the header and the HTML and the meta information. And you can make that downloadable. That makes it authentic. That's a legal standard to go into court, even as a piece of evidence, right? So they didn't do any of that. They haven't even published the email properly, and they've just put out little breadcrumbs on social media. So I kind of criticized them for that, and he didn't even publish it on his website. So then they say the FBI have it, but what do the FBI have? Your Apple Notes JPEG, or do we? I mean, so what's Max? The issue here is this: they're LARPing as journalists, and for a national story, and they can't even do student 101 level handling a basic email, and to some kind of a digital standard that makes it credible. And then he got angry that people were criticizing them and started, slagging off the public and the audience for questioning their motives and stuff like that. It's nothing to do with that. It's journalism. But these people want to do journalism without calling themselves journalists. And when I challenged one of their colleagues on this on a Twitter space, an X space, he basically lashed back at me. He said, they're not journalists. They don't have to adhere to that standard because they're not journalists. They're podcasters.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Which I thought was...
There are also CIA-adjacent podcasters who just non-organically became the #1 podcast, and they just lie and make stuff up constantly, and it all goes in one direction, which is the direction of supporting the MIC and the intelligence apparatus. They have this whole, just watch this, and this will, if you haven't seen them before, this is like the vibe of the show all the time. So Sean Ryan and this guy, Matt Shoebox, or what's his name?
Sam Schumatt.
Sam Schumatt. They pivot from the supposed ISIS attack in New Orleans.
Hezbollah,
ISIS being the mortal
the new
enemy
January
of Iran,
6th.
to allege that Iranian manpads are somehow coming across the border to take down civilian planes in the U.S. And millions of people are watching this. And then here's where Sean Ryan takes it.
To deal with it in their communities. There are deputies in New Orleans who put in requests for training on how to take care of a threat like this. And those fucking requests were denied. They were denied. And so what I basically want to say is it's going to be a bloody 2025. I think that's very obvious. And so for those of you that are looking for something to do and if finally come to the realization that our government is failing us, here's what you need to do. You need to get with your local communities. You need to, especially schools. Schools are very vulnerable no matter how many active shooters we have in the schools. The
All right, I'm
the
done listening to
infrastructure
House.
that's been put in, which is minimal to none. A lot of schools still have none.
Yeah, I'm a big
You
House
better
guy,
start holding your
just so
schools
y'all know.
accountable, and you better start raising hell and having them
I tell you,
upgrade
my
security
kids
no
like
matter what the
Hamilton.
cost. Because no matter what the cost is, it's not gonna amount to the loss of life that we will potentially see.
What?
Throughout
Shut the
the
fuck
United
up, man!
States.
Stop
And
threatening
so-
us.
And start calling
Dude,
your
I'm gonna get this
congressmen.
asshole.
Get these guys to do something.
Yeah.
Start calling your senators. Get these guys to do something. They have been warned for over a year that this is coming, and nobody wants to take it seriously. Nobody wants to take it seriously. No matter where you're watching Sean.
So, I mean, in between like hawking various like pills and keto products
and phones
yeah, the secure phones, they like Sean Ryan, he always is like, I heard from my
he's like,
buddies
oh,
through
they got
humans and
Hezbollah
SIGINTs
doing
and
tunnels
three-letter
into
agencies,
fucking Nevada.
and we got some threats coming down the pike. We got spec ops. So we got Iranian man pads coming across the border. And then he goes like this. He goes, the government's doing nothing about it. These deputies haven't been trained. There's no, there's no armed guards at the schools, and it's clear like he's prepping the ground.
Deputies haven't been
for
trained.
some new war on terror type event,
Yeah, he's not
and
gonna
he's
give you
urging
juice,
everyone
though,
to
man.
lobby
Nobody's
their members of
fucking
Congress to
doing that shit
basically
again,
increase the
man.
military budget.
No way,
That's where
Sean
this
Ryan.
all goes.
Not gonna
And then
work,
he brings
bro.
on this CIA spotter lady. What's her name?
Targeter.
So full of shit.
What's it? The CIA targeter.
CIA targeter.
I've not heard that title before, but
Neither
I'm
have
not
I.
in the spec op community, so I wouldn't know.
I honestly think,
Sarah
spec up.
Adams.
I honestly think most people
Sarah
would
Adams.
just like
Yeah, why-
fucking bring him in, whatever. Maybe not give him. The proposition is always fight him over here, so we don't have to fight him over there, so we don't have to fight him here or whatever. I'm like, just fucking bring him in at this point, like whatever the fuck, like. If in the off chance you happen to be accurate with any of your intelligence, then give a fuck. Whatever. I'll deal with it when you get to my house.
With the two operational heads of both these groups go get the permission of Iran. So anyway, so a lot of the people they're training in these 30 camps in
There's literally nothing
Afghanistan
these
are going
people
there
could say that
Down
I
at her
believe.
notes, by the way.
10,000 to meet
Nothing.
this
Literally nothing.
request from Iran. Okay, so
Iran.
that's a huge chunk.
Wow.
The other biggest thing they're working on is the Fatah war plan. I don't know if you've heard about this.
I haven't.
Okay, so this is Al Qaeda, Taliban.
Oh, yeah?
Al Qaeda, Indo subcontinent, the India Al Qaeda, and then basically a political group in Pakistan called JUIF. It's run by a guy named Fazl Rahman. Okay, so all these entities have come together and they made a war plan, and the war plan basically is to take over what's kind of called Pashtunistan. So you're going to take over the federally administrated tribal areas of Pakistan. You're going to take over Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, so the old Khyber province, and then they want to take over Baluchistan province. So this is Al Qaeda's biggest personal plan, and so their war plan and their Fatah war planning is like I said, number 2 after the Syria Iraq deployments. So they have, like I said, other ambitions, right? The Bin Laden thing, even the Africa stuff. They've basically been like, they made a plan for it, and we can discuss it later. But they're like, here's your plan, Africa. You run with it and do it, because we are.
I mean, it's like,
really?
Where is this
Al
coming
Qaeda
from?
still?
How many troops does Al Qaeda have? Like, they have 500,000 mobilized or something? How are they going to pull off a forefront war? That's and do all the attacks on U.S. schools and
He's the
all our
founder of
airports
ISIS.
and I don't know. It's quite ambitious.
Yeah. Here's a.
What does it mean?
Here's another one.
You want to know what's funny about that one, Max, is that she was talking up the Haqqani network.
Yeah.
After the show on one of those spaces, and that's a U.S. created, CIA funded, trained operation, basically. And she's saying how we got to look out for the Haqqani network. They're teaming up with Al Qaeda. I mean, this is all like retread stuff from like 20 years ago.
Exactly.
Or something,
What
like
the fuck
Northern
is this?
Alliance.
Watch this. I mean, this is the fakest thing I've ever seen.
There's no difference between Taliban and Al Qaeda. Their ideology is identical. They're two sides of the same coin. They both want the same thing.
The message I deliver to you, the people of America.
They look at America, they don't see the United States of America.
We will not stop fighting. We will not put down our weapons until we reach your land.
They see the Islamic States North America province, the Islamic States Latin American province, the Islamic States European province.
Oh my God!
Until we put the black flag on top of the White House.
Just like Afghanistan to them is the Islamic States Khorasan province, ISKP as you call it.
We put the black flag.
Wow.
And
Wow.
That was a Mexican accent. That was like Cheech and Chong type. So that was Guido. That might have been one of their sources. Guido.
That was one. Was that one Guido?
Guido. Literally, this guy. One of their sources is Guido. One of their. And so it's a Latino guy for sure. But he's wearing a Pashtuni goat herder's hat.
Yeah, and he says he's an Afghan American veteran. And
That's a
Sean
nice-
Ryan's like, we have the most badass warriors on this show every week. We got a guy from Afghanistan who's going to tell you what's really going on.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are so desperate to be back in work again, because a lot of these people made all their bank during the War on Terror, and they're so upset that we got, the U.S. got booted out of Afghanistan.
Where the fuck did
in
Sean
such
Ryan
dramatic
come from
fashion.
anyway,
They
man?
think that's a wrong that needs to be corrected, and at the moment,
I
all
know,
those guys in
right?
the community are talking up Afghanistan.
Why can't they just make up a new fucking thing?
They say the Taliban is mobilizing cells in America, so you know where this is headed, basically.
Yeah, well, I think it's really important to expose this fraudulent CIA
Mobilizing cells in America?
It really shows us where things are going under Trump, and specifically under Mike Waltz.
I can't fucking believe they're going to go for
They want
this.
to
This is
hype up
insane.
a new ISIS Al-Qaeda
No one's going to
threat.
buy this.
Not in Syria, where ISIS, the Islamic State in suits, has taken over the government because they've pledged to be friendly or non-aggressive towards Israel and the U.S. occupation in northeastern Syria, which was justified on the basis of preventing ISIS from coming back. Though they haven't done an anti-ISIS operation in who knows when. ISIS is holed up in the Al-Hul camp. They want to use the specter of ISIS to continue to militarize the U.S., impose more mass surveillance on us,
Yeah, they
including through
wanna
the
do a
Starlink
war, but at
system
home.
and the Tesla system, which was used for surveillance to identify
So they get
the
to spend all
supposed
the war
Cybertruck
money,
bomber,
but, like,
but
they
also
don't have
to
to
expand
fucking
the
go
U.S.
anywhere.
military footprint in Africa, across Central and West Africa, where French and Western NATO troops are being
Or
kicked
that.
out.
They'll probably go there, yeah.
And in Central Asia,
That's a good point.
as well as Latin America. That's what this is all about. So this show is like one of the top psyops, and they had Pete Hegseth on, the incoming defense secretary, if he gets confirmed. They had him on recently to rant against DEI in the military. They're close to the possible next defense secretary, and they're running this giant propaganda ploy for a new war on terror, and they are complete fraudsters to the point where I would even question what this lady actually did in the CIA. Look at what Sean Ryan said he did before he blew up. He said that he was a drug trafficker.
Oh, really?
Former SEAL said he was a drug trafficker. He was on Megyn Kelly's show. I built quite the drug trafficking network down there in Colombia, he said. I got tipped off that federal police, I should say it in his voice, I got tipped off that federal police were surveilling me, so I abruptly left the country. And then he talks about how he was like geeking out on whatever he could put up his nose, Valium, Xanax, Loperidone, Ambien, hydrocodone, Oxycontin, Tramadol, whatever you can wash down to shut the brain down. And then he became like a major drug trafficker, and now he's back, and he's like this Trump ally, CIA adjacent, #1 podcaster in America who somehow gets to finesse the manifesto of the Cybertruck bomber out to the public without providing the actual email or any metadata. And they say we did a scrape on our email servers. It's not like you did a. We do a search. We search for emails, but they do a scrape on their servers. I'm telling you, like, what we've been talking about for the last hour and 15 minutes is how MAGA is going to be played to make Israel great again, bring in a new war on terror, and usher in a techno-feudal oligarchy. And that's why I wanted to talk about this with you, Patrick.
Yeah, and so this is the new mainstream. This CIA, but so their main audience is law enforcement, active duty military, veterans, and people who are in the kind of intelligence community or work in Washington or whatever. No. So it's got insiders, and that's a very effective social network if you want to inject information, which then gets fettered out through that network into society. Plus, they have the additional, millions in terms of subscribers. So if
AKA
anything
the
happens,
worst
they're
people in the
going
world.
to what they're doing is pointing.
Literally,
they're providing the road sign for the narrative, so that when events happen, the way that the intelligence community are planning for them to happen, that everybody is already moving on that stream. And what the really sad part about this is that I'm listening to people right after his last show that are emotional and traumatized, especially women, mothers, because they think that there's going to be an October 7th is coming to a town near you,
or school shooting. Hamas is going to do school shootings. Remember when the Hamas Day of Rage?
What was that?
And Dan Bongino said he was going to go hide in his home in Florida.
Charlie Kirk, everybody was tweeting that out. The Day of Rage. Laura Loomer.
They're going to come get us. Hamas.
Hamas. Even Douglas McGregor got sucked into this.
Really?
Who I respect very much. He was saying Hamas got sleeper cells across Latin America, and I'm just trying to imagine what that's like while they're pinned down in Gaza, like how they could spare a battalion to be hanging out at a taco truck in Juarez or something like that, waiting for the call to get, it's just ridiculous. But this is they're harnessing the QAnon level of analytical depth, which is what I think Sean Ryan's audience is. It's really lowest common denominator. That includes people who are in the service, by the way, who also fall for this sort of stuff. Even Michael Flynn was pushing QAnon memes.
How do you fall for
and believed that Q was real. So this is basically, I think it's quite dangerous because
you can see all the money
with
they're
Elon
spending.
as well, and these people really injecting this clash of civilization, anti-Islamic narrative, that they could spin up the whole anti-Muslim stuff that we saw post 9/11 to an even higher degree in the United States, and that to me is
I think they're going to do a war in Iran for Israel, but I think that's for Israel. They're trying to justify it with all this anti-Hamas, whatever the fuck this is, but it's about Israel. Like this is all I don't think it's gonna work though. I feel like people are gonna figure it out. I mean, shit, it's too obvious. If this is any indication, I don't think it's gonna work. We're gonna figure it out. Maybe not PPG, but I mean, I'll figure it out.
One of the strange. One of the strangest and potentially most alien environments present on Earth are some of the subglacial lakes that remain liquid despite very low temperature, but sealed off like pressurized time capsules under glaciated areas, under the ice with little or no interaction with the environment above. Antarctica has some 675 such lakes known, and the largest is this, known as Lake Vostok.
That's where the
it lies
ancient
beneath
weapons-
Russia's Vostok Station on the East Antarctic.
That's where the laser cannons are. And down there. In the subglacial lakes. I'm not talking about Luigi. No. I don't know what Luigi's role was. I don't know if he was part of this. He seems kind of weird. Again, I don't know. I think, I like my new version of events best. This shit's not trying to... The guy saying it, at first I just thought that he didn't know what he was talking about. But now the more I think about it, the more I feel like maybe he was on to some real shit. And that was done after the fact to make him look like he was crazy. Depending on, like, you know, since he was fishing around for podcasts, they were like, oh god, we gotta get rid of this guy. I explained a lot better at the beginning of the stream. I'm gonna watch it.
I'm downstairs and got another room. Don't make money, then we leaving. Fuck the security deposit, we don't need it. All her legs buy coke cause they need it. Me and her gonna sell pussy in Geneva. Her pussy so good can buy a Wayne feature. Look like I put her with superhead.
Arctic ice sheet. The lake below is liquid fresh water, about 4,000 meters below the surface of the ice, which actually puts it below sea level. The pressure of the ice above keeps it liquid. Measuring 250 kilometers long by 50 kilometers at its widest point, it actually is among the largest liquid freshwater lakes on Earth, about the 6th largest by volume. This lake was first hinted at 2 Soviet Antarctic expeditions in the 50s and 60s, but was confirmed by Russian and British scientists in 1993. This lake sits in a very strange position because the ice above it goes back to about 400,000 years, but there is evidence that the lake system itself may have become isolated between 15 and 25 million years ago, long before modern humans walked the Earth. In 2012, Russian scientists first pierced the ice shield of the lake into the water below, and in 2013 recovered freshly frozen lake water, but there was a contamination problem. To drill in Antarctica in this way, you need a technique. The Russians chose freon and kerosene, and are needed to keep the borehole from freezing shut. But there are other ways to do it, but they chose antifreeze, and that caused much controversy in the scientific community. When they pierced the lake, the water gushed up the borehole and mixed with the kerosene and freon, and damaged the sample.
Oh my God, fuck you,
A
you do
2015
it.
sample supposedly representing pristine water was obtained. Eventually, the plan by the Russian scientists is to eventually collect more pristine water samples and sediments from the bottom of the lake. This would have a great payoff, because it's possible that this fossil water reserve could have potentially unusual life forms still existing in it. And in fact, the situation at Lake Vostok may represent the closest we can get to environments like the ice-covered oceans of Europa and Enceladus. Very useful indeed if we are to go investigate those solar system moons. But back to Earth. Interestingly, freshwater lakes under the Antarctic ice sheets were predicted long before they were found by Peter Kropotkin at the end of the 19th century. The idea is simple. The enormous pressure created by the mass of the ice above could lower the melting point of the water to allow it to remain liquid at low temperatures. And it turns out he was correct. By the 1970s, British researchers were doing ice-penetrating radar surveys, and the returns from Lake Vostok were unusual, and pointing towards a liquid freshwater lake below the ice. Moreover, it has been shown that the numerous subsurface lakes, like Lake Vostok in Antarctica, may be periodically connected by a river system, driven by varying water pressure in the individual lakes, which may be able to form larger, very sudden flows of water forcing its way through the ice as subglacial rivers between the lakes, temporary high-pressure rivers within glaciers. Here it is helpful to look at the geologic history of Antarctica and how this happened. About 160 million years ago, due to continental drift, Africa separated from Antarctica, followed by the Indian subcontinent. About 66 million years ago, when the dinosaurs went extinct, Antarctica was at the time connected to Australia and was still maintaining a tropical to subtropical climate, with animals and forests. The basin where Lake Vostok sits formed as a collision zone, and the floor of the lake actually sits on a sedimentary deposit 70 meters thick that may actually contain a record of climate and life in Antarctica before the ice cap formed. A very unique and unusual fossil record may be down there. It's uncertain how old the lake was before it was initially sealed off by the ice a minimum of 15 million years ago, but it's actually not the same water that was there at the time, as evidence has been found that the water is constantly freezing out at a certain level and is being carried off by the movement of the Antarctic ice sheet. What that means for whatever may be down there as far as life goes is still unknown. It's just that every 13,300 years, more or less, the water completely changes in the lake. The lake, while liquid, is still very cold, about -3 Celsius or 27 degrees Fahrenheit on average, but the lake bottom may be warmer due to geothermal heat. And there's also the effect that the thick ice sheet actually insulates the lake. The lake is expected to be supersaturated with nitrogen and oxygen, 10 times higher than surface freshwater lakes on the rest of the planet, again due in part to the high water pressure. Clathrates are also expected, where high pressure gases can take on a sort of solid ice form, something that is seen in the pressures of the oceans as well. The lake also has tides, driven by the gravity of the sun and moon, which causes the surface of the lake to rise and fall. The levels of the gases, especially oxygen, may have had a very serious influence on the evolution of any life that might be down there, leading to the potential of some very unique life forms, even for Earth. And importantly, some of the ice core drillings have shown the presence of a known microorganism. It's still alive on the surface, known as hydrogenophilus thermoluteolus, which might suggest that the lake is supporting at least microbial life, even with the high pressure, cold, low nutrient environment, high oxygen, and no sunlight. If it does, then that very seriously favors the potential for Europa and Enceladus to host microbial life. In fact, it may be even easier for those environments to do it as opposed to subglacial here on Earth. And there's more evidence. In 1999, it was reported that a variety of microbes and fungi were detected in the ice above the lake, which indicates that the lake is not sterile, but may hold a unique ecosystem. Here's the kicker. By 2013, it was found that the ice sampled probably does originate from the lake below, and contained a whopping 3,507 unique gene sequences from the microbes in the ice. Most were bacteria, some were eukarya. About a third of those were identifiable as being related to known bacteria extant today that inhabit the environments of lakes and glaciers, including more complex eukaryotes. In 2020, more work showed that ice interacting with the lake also contained a very different ecosystem, including the genome of the rock cod, which is common around the coast of Antarctica, meaning ultimately that there could be fish in Lake Vostok, which incidentally is also a species of fish that can produce natural antifreeze proteins. But it might also be easy to see how that might just be contamination of the drill itself, as all samples to date might be. Ultimately, the question of Lake Vostok and life can only start to be solved with a very pristine sample that cannot have been contaminated by the drill or the drilling fluid, which will require other techniques of hot water drilling. And so far, this has not been done. And that leads us to the question of Mars. If lakes can be sealed off under ice and kept warm from pressure and geothermal energy, then the possibility exists on Mars as well, and there are indicators that it may well be the case. It's basically the same story. Radar measurements of Mars regarding the south pole of the planet, its southern ice cap, seem to suggest the existence of salty, not freshwater, lakes that persist to this day. But the mechanism is different from Earth. One method for it to exist are the famous perchlorates. These have been pointed out for several years now to be a real problem for life on Mars and its soil. This is often misrepresented. The idea that if you want to grow plants on Mars, food, as was shown in The Martian, you can't do that because of the poisonous nature of perchlorate in high concentration in the soil. This is not as much of a problem as has been said. You just wash the soil to get rid of it. As far as indigenous life, it's not really a problem, as Earth has extremophile bacteria that thrive in its presence. Life finds a way. But with subglacial or subsurface lakes, this actually becomes an advantage, because the presence of perchlorate lowers the freezing temperature of water, as do other salts, which exist on Mars, and other minerals. Again, Mars has polar caps, and the pressure from that plays in, as does the lower amounts, but still present geothermal heat from Mars. It's not a frozen solid planet, and deeper down it gets warm. Still, the radar detections are in question because it could still be ice or even clays, but they don't really look like that. They look like liquid water. But at the same time, water can be too salty for life, which is an open question with Mars. If Mars's water was very salty, in the wrong way, that creates chemical problems for life as we know it. It pays here to mention another subglacial lake in Antarctica, Lake Whillans. This lake is smaller than Lake Vostok, but we know a bit more about it. It has been drilled, and the surface being only 800 meters below the surface using a hot water drill instead of antifreeze. And what was found? 3,900 kinds of microbial life survived in that lake without photosynthesis. This life is living off the oxidation of ammonia and methane, and has been isolated to a degree, not as much as Lake Vostok, for about 120,000 years. Here the samples were clean, very much so, and there was life there. But it didn't stop there. In 2015, further studies showed that there are fish, crustaceans, and jellyfish in that lake. Antarctica lives. But does Mars?
How do you know your
One candidate was found in 2018 by the European Space Agency, Mars Express spacecraft, and it appears as a 20-kilometer wide anomaly near Mars's south polar cap. It may well be a lake, or it may be something like one. The returned radar echoes are stronger than ice or rock, and they do it in such a way as to suggest liquid water, but it may be in the form of wet sediment instead of a true lake, subsurface mud. But life can exist under those conditions. But that's ultimately down to if the conditions exist for liquid water. Recent work done by Cornell University scientists have shown that the complicated nature of frozen carbon dioxide and other things, very different from Antarctica, might have given a false positive for subglacial water on Mars at the poles.
My God,
and that it's not
Debuünkees
really there.
so relentless.
And we have something like a false positive. All that can be said is that only time and more exploration will tell regarding both Mars and the subglacial lakes of Earth. But again, find out what is on Mars before humans go there. Thanks for listening. I am futurist and science fiction author John Michael Gaudier, currently eyeing Antarctica suspiciously. So all this time, which isn't that much time, we barely knew it existed before the early 19th century, though that's contested. And we always thought life was limited there to penguins and some other things. Some think that can't happen with other planets. But it may actually have subglacial ecosystems that may well be amazing, which means it was hiding something from the very start. Very unsavory. And be sure to check out my books at your favorite online book retailer and subscribe to my channels for regular in-depth explorations into the interesting, weird, and unknown aspects of this amazing universe in which we live.
Dude, he walked right up to the line with the fucking crank shit and backed off. He's like, no. Oh, if UFOs were real, then my science, I would know. Okay, dude.
Mars has been the subject of much debate because of its past similarities with Earth, at least early in its history. Arid and waterless on its surface now, there was once a time where abundant evidence shows that the red planet was once a water world, very much like Earth, and not only may have been the ideal location.
What's up? Me, eyes, mouth. What's going on? Sorry, my breakfast. Or is it called breakfast if it's your last meal of the day? Like that doesn't, you know. I just eat my meals in reverse. Oh yeah, shit.
A lot of discussion on this one. The search continues for a deer that may still have its nose and mouth stuck in a large container.
Last spotted at St. Casimir Cemetery on the city's southwest side. WGN's Christine Flores has more on the search.
Good evening. For the past couple of days, the search effort has been focused inside of the cemetery, since that's where the deer has been seen wandering around. But officials say as of today, it has not been spotted.
It probably is, within a year, maybe less than a year old. It was definitely small. I mean, based on the photographs and stuff on social media, the photographs that they had yesterday, it barely rose to be higher than some of those headstones.
For the past couple of days, officials say this little guy with a clear container stuck to its head has been seen roaming the grounds of St. Casimir Catholic Cemetery in Mount Greenwood. It's a property that spans 275 acres and that now has some residents leaning in to help.
Me and another friend, Jen, who you talked to earlier, came yesterday to look for it, found him right away. Super friendly, tried coming to eat carrots from us, couldn't though. We were able to touch the side of the bucket with one hand 3 different times. As soon as we would bring the other arm around to try and do it though, then he would jump away.
Today, the search efforts continued with the Illinois Conservation Police, County Animal Control, and Chicago Animal Care and Control.
Kind of move it around throughout the cemetery to get it to an area which would have been advantageous to actually capture the deer and try to remove that jar or bucket from its head.
Hit it with a blowgun.
Unfortunately, even though it was, it had that on its head, it was still very, very much able to get around and wasn't looking to be captured.
Today, they flushed out deer from the surrounding area, launched a drone, and also had officers patrolling the property, but no luck spotting the fawn.
So we did notice a couple of deer that matched that size description today.
The family's probably going to
herd. So it is
genetically
possible
discharge
that
the jar.
Deer may have gotten, may have worked itself out of that jar.
While it may be tempting to join the search, officials are asking folks to not flock to the property.
The first thing they should do is contact, the professionals.
Dude,
because
I
there
hope
are
there's a flood of people at
certain
that
things
property.
that are helpful, and then there are certain things that may be very detrimental to the way
You probably got
that
free.
Even
You
with
got
the right
done playing.
intentions or the best intentions may be, detrimental to those animals.
Officials are also asking people to be mindful and respectful of the cemetery and its property. They say they are also working with cemetery staff who are monitoring the grounds and keeping an eye out for the deer. Reporting in the city's southwest side, Christine Flores, WGN News.
Wild police chase.
We've got some breaking news. Let's go right up to Mike Lorber in Sky 5 over this high-speed chase. Mike?
This has been going on for about 20 minutes. We've been listening
dude,
to
if
the
I was
dispatch
doing-
in Esbern. This is
if I was
a
gonna go
Hyundai
down, I would do a
SUV
high-speed chase.
that, according to the Illinois State Police dispatch, is wanted for armed robbery
It's the only way
earlier
to
this
go.
day. This pursuit we heard on the Esbern started off the Bishop Ford Freeway. That's 94. Went back and forth in Sibley, went down to the south suburbs, almost a collision about 3 minutes ago where this vehicle, as you can see, an extremely high rate of speed, turned around in Glenwood Dyer Road. Currently, this is northbound 394, and we are about a mile before I-80.
no
This
idea where that
vehicle, I would say at this point,
Oh, I
is
guess I do.
exceeding about 100 miles an hour.
Wow.
There's one, Max is going to stay with the vehicle here, so what you cannot see is behind it is the Illinois State Police in several suburbs that are coming up on this as well.
Oh my God,
Several
dude, these
times they
cops-
were almost able to get to this vehicle, haven't been able to do it
Those
as
cops
of yet.
are gonna
Behind
fuck it
this
up.
vehicle, there are probably about a dozen squads with their lights flashing. So now we're northbound on 394. There's a lot of interchanges
Suburban
here.
cops followed
This
a guy
vehicle
into
goes
the
several
city a
directions.
few years
If
ago,
they go east, they go
and
towards
they ended up
Indiana.
shooting
If they
a bunch
go
of
west, they'll head
kids in the
towards the Tri-State
crossfire.
Tollway, or they may continue northbound into the city, and it looks like that's their plan right now. So this has been ongoing again. This is a Hyundai, and they're saying from this point that this vehicle was wanted for armed robbery. Now it's heading towards the city, so we're northbound 394. As you can see, driving erratically here. This is the
bet
Bishop
they're
Ford. This
innocent.
is the beginning of the Bishop Ford Freeway, northbound as we get up towards about 167th Street. Again, a lot of vehicles behind this. This vehicle will eventually maybe head up towards the city, and a whole network is waiting for them. What typically happens here is the state police will notify other suburbs. For example, this is heading up towards Dalton, Calumet City. Those suburbs may enact their people here to try to catch this vehicle ahead. And again, that's almost happened. There was almost a collision down in Lansing near Cottage Grove, down about Glenwood Lansing Road. Again, this vehicle wanted for armed robbery. They did say in the dispatch they believe there are 2 people inside and they're armed, and they're heading northbound here in the Bishop Ford, right around 159th Street.
And now we are clearly in rush hour too, Mike, and the traffic is getting heavier even as we've been watching this car weaving its way through. He's behind someone right now, just wove his way
Mark Furman,
in front
like,
of a
admitted?
semi and is going along the shoulder. So this is a clearly an extremely dangerous situation, particularly with the people being armed. Now, as they get closer to this difficult traffic situation, I know every jurisdiction may have a different rule about a chase. What do you know about what we're dealing with, at least specifically right now, as it deals with the Illinois State Police, since they have jurisdiction on the interstate?
That is a solid point, Marion. So now we're northbound at
Oh,
Sibley
dude, the
Boulevard.
fucking
City limits are
blamed it
about
on the
a
state
mile
police.
and a half away. So once this vehicle were to cross over the Cal Sag, it is technically in the city of Chicago. I can tell you this, though, I'm looking up ahead now, and I see a lot of other vehicles. And again, we don't want to lose the vehicle. This is not an easy shot to keep for our camera person, Max, here. But a lot of squads are up ahead as well. Typically, in this case, because this is on the highway,
subglacial lakes
Police. We don't know
are
where
connected
this
to
started from,
like
but it was down here in the
Saskatchewan.
South Burbs. They will continue to pursue.
Kimanaku.
The city of Chicago doesn't often pursue because they are worried and have had issues
want people to get
before
hurt.
where people not involved in the pursuit have been hit either by the police or by the pursued vehicle, causing damages. So again, let's resum all this up for you. This has been going up and down the Bishop Ford. We picked it up here around 147th in the Bishop Ford. It went all the way down
Some suburban
south to
yahoos
Lansing.
going to bring
This
their
vehicle,
trouble into
a
the city.
Hyundai, wanted for armed robbery. Of course, this dispatch.
outta
And again,
here.
this is what we call the Steel Bridge here. So now we are northbound in the city limits here. Just crossed into the city limits. A lot of troopers here seem to be heading northbound after this vehicle, and now we're northbound of the Bishop Ford. That's I-94 near 130th. You've only got about 3 ramps where you can get off here before you actually get into the Dan Ryan Expressway, and there'll be a lot more traffic there. So northbound right now on the Bishop Ford, right around 130th, we can see 2 state troopers that are trailing at about a half a mile. But again, this vehicle has been exceeding on several occasions over 100 miles an hour, driving very erratically. You can see tailgating that SUV that's in the left lane, weaving from the left lane to the right lane, trying to make its way through. So now we're northbound on the 130th, and again, we'll see if they keep pursuing here as this vehicle enters into the Chicago city limits.
And the traffic is getting heavier and heavier, which of course makes this a lot more dangerous. He has come close several times and is weaving in and out of some of these semi-tractor trailers, heavy duty tailgating, and clearly going very, very quickly. That's got to be the major concern right now.
Did he exit?
I think that might have been the exit. He just took the right. Yeah, you're saying you got him right there.
Right, so we're heading at 130th Street. And here comes, this will be on a westbound 130th Street.
So now we're in the city of Chicago, on the streets of Chicago.
Right, so this is the far southern limit of the city of Chicago. The 130th Street, if you go about a mile south of here, that's where the Cal Sag is. That is the southern limit of the city of Chicago. The vehicle is now westbound at 130th, heading from the Bishop Ford. Will eventually head towards Indiana. Now, about a mile ahead here is a very dangerous turn where you have to go sharp, basically westbound to Indiana, and then you go north. That is an area that is normally stopped up and a difficult turn, so something might come to a head here near 130th in Indiana. As you keep going, if you keep going westbound here, you'll eventually get back into the suburbs. You can see there's some road work here on 130th.
Oh, now he's going the opposite
what we
direction.
can't show you behind.
He's going the
Correct.
opposite
It looks
direction.
like it's going to try to turn here, almost hit another vehicle that's heading eastbound, and maybe trying to make a turn. What we can't show you behind this because Max has to stay on the SUV here. Again, that is a Hyundai that is wanted for armed robbery, according to Eastburn. Now we've got maybe about a half a dozen troopers with lights flashing here, going westbound at 130th. So we're coming up to that railroad interchange here. This is 130th in Indiana. You go underneath, and we'll have to turn either right or left here. You've got a lot of vehicles also that come north or south. This is a dangerous intersection as it is. So let's see what the vehicle does here. All right, so it's going to get northbound. This is on Indiana. And again, we're still in the city of Chicago. And then the vehicle, as the state police are getting closer and closer, the vehicle, state police are right behind it as it has to navigate these turns. 3 blocks to 127th Street. We're west on 127th Street, and the police are close behind here. So you'll keep going west on 127th Street, and again, all of this is very, very dangerous. A lot of traffic in the other direction. There's a school bus that's slowing, and it almost went into the back of the school bus, trying to get around the school bus here. This is a dangerous situation. Let's hope that school bus isn't occupied with kids. The vehicle able to get by here as the police
settle
continue
down,
this
buddy.
pursuit.
Okay, the school bus is fine.
We've been listening to this, I believe, since about 4:15. It's been ongoing before this.
Blown up his spot, man. Leave him alone.
North and southbound of another 15
helping the cops
or
track
20
him.
minutes, and maybe about 20 to 30 miles here. Went from all the way from where we are now near 130th, and now
Look how
this
fast
vehicle's
he's
really
going,
picking
and
up
the
speed.
fucking
The
helicopter's
straightaway here
chasing
on
him.
west of 127 went all the way down to Lansing, almost collided with a few vehicles, came all the way back north on the 394 here to the Bishop Ford. Now we're on 127. There is an officer waiting for this vehicle here at 127th and Halstead, and that is coming up in a matter of seconds here, so we'll see what happens. They have to stop for the light at Halstead in traffic, and there is another squad that is right there.
Just missed
I believe that's Calumet City. That's coming in at 127th and Halstead. You'll notice that a lot of the
You gotta set up a
pursuees here
roadblock,
are either
like
Illinois
in Blues
State
Brothers.
Police or suburban jurisdictions here.
So then the
as
car
this
has to
vehicle
jump
keeps
over
going
you.
to 127th Street. Now again, we're in a city limits situation where we're going to cross I-57 in a matter of minutes here. The north side of I-57 here on 127th Street is Chicago. South is Blue Island.
Would you rather
127th westbound
do a jump
see how fast this vehicle is going?
in a
It
car?
is taking it, even with traffic. We're at 127th and Troop now. It's taking about 3
Or
minutes to get from 127
do a
all the
backflip
way
on a jet
from the
ski.
Bishop
Ford. That's I-94 towards
Say you could
I-57
magically pull it
here.
off.
This is a
Like
busy
you
intersection.
knew you were gonna get it
127th
to
and
work.
Ashland here. We're by the expressway. Now we're crossing I-57, turning northbound here, and let's see if they jump
get
on
back on the
northbound
expressway,
I-57 towards the city here.
This is a very frightening situation, and at what point do
You
you
gotta
think
jump
there may be a shift in tactics?
I don't know if it's a
here,
cliff,
Mike?
though,
I
because if
don't
it's a cliff,
know.
that's a different
We don't know how
category.
far
Jumping a
back they are
cliff
because
is
you
not
can't
the
change,
same.
and we don't want you to change the shot.
You just
Seen him
jump
get
off.
close a couple
You just
times,
go,
but you imagine a significant amount of coordination.
You don't do
between the
anything sick
agencies
in
here
the
to
air.
try to
You
communicate
just
a
go.
possible path of where this person might go, even though there doesn't seem to appear to be any sort of plan. It of course, got way more dangerous when you get off the interstate.
Absolutely.
Because it's much more close quarters, and one slight miscalculation
coming to get you?
can mean a really bad
Cool.
crash. And then you also have this as well, getting when he's back on I-57.
And you've got this speed, and anytime you've got this level of speed, the slightest mistake can be deadly. And it's a very frightening situation for those around them. They can't necessarily see what's coming, and this guy's definitely, or this person is definitely driving erratically on the shoulder.
There is
in
a
between
large curve that's coming up here that, again, is another dangerous situation where I've covered a lot of accidents. Northbound 57, when you go north of Monterey to 111th Street, there's a big curve that comes up on 107th Street. If you're driving without traffic, it can be very, very dangerous. And then we're about a mile away from this either turning into the Dan Ryan, and I don't want to predict here, but if I had to, I would say
sucks,
this
man. I don't know
vehicle
how
will
you
probably
can get
head
away
east
now.
as 57 goes east and then
You
go
need to, like,
right
teleport.
back south on I-94 rather than heading into the city. They are still pursuing very vigorously, though.
You should just
behind.
park
This is
somewhere and get out of the
troopers
car and start walking
that are
away.
trailing
Like,
here
hey, what's
as
going on,
safely as
officer?
they can.
Oh,
They're
okay, help
basically
you with
about a
something?
quarter mile behind. We also see squads now above on 99th Street, and there's that curve there.
It's like when you
It's going
like in Bill and Ted.
Street on the right shoulder. You saw that Chicago squad going eastbound. They're all communicating in what's called the ISBRN network. They all communicate.
Oops. Just say the Bill and Ted in the Bill and Ted animated series. Short-lived Bill and Ted animated series. I always remembered this. Or maybe it was Ninja Turtles. I think it was Bill and Ted. But they God, see, I don't remember who it was. I think it was Bill and Ted. They jumped out of their phone booth right before they hit the ground. Like, oh, so we just like fall in the phone booth and then we'll jump out right before we hit the ground. So it's only like we're jumping from the phone booth, like a short distance. And that's not true, right? Like that doesn't work. But kind of reminds me of that.
Communicate in situations like this with each other. Look at this vehicle picking up speed now, northbound at the 103rd, and again, I-57 on the shoulder. This is going to make a northbound turn, and if you ever drive I-57, this is the turn around Halstead. In a matter of about 10 seconds here, it's going to have to turn right and then head eastbound towards the Dan Ryan merge. They just said on the dispatch that they said there was a male inside, and again, this vehicle is wanted for armed robbery. Earlier in the day, they're saying there's a male and a female inside. They believe that the people inside this vehicle are armed.
Riveting to watch this, but so frightening. And I worry, honestly, the most about the people that they are approaching. They have no idea what's coming their way, except someone that's moving very quickly. And how many times have you been on the expressway and had some really fast driver come up on you and scare you, and your reactions become critical? So it's really a frightening moment right now just to watch this and where they're going to go and how police can even manage this. How, what kind of strategies they have to use to try to be able to handle this situation, because we have seen what happens when these chases go horribly wrong.
And in a crash, yeah, and that's so often the case.
Exactly. Now we're on the Dan Ryan. So now they just went north on the Dan Ryan, and as we all know, a lot more traffic on the Dan Ryan. So now northbound, really again picking up that speed here. Northbound Dan Ryan, we're going to come up on 95th Street here. Now I can look ahead northbound. There is no traffic on the northbound Dan Ryan. There's the CTA red line at 95th Street. You'll see the vehicle come out on the other side of that. You've got the Dan Ryan. Now again, what's different from the Dan Ryan than the other expressways, you've got exits basically every 4 blocks here. So they can exit 87th Street, 79th Street, 74th, 71st. You get the idea. Eventually, you can head all the way north, and we don't see any traffic on the northbound Dan Ryan all the way up until about where the Stevenson is. So again, this is another area where this vehicle, a Hyundai that is wanted for armed robbery, can pick up a large amount of speed. And now we're exiting again here. Let's see, we are at 87th Street. So I believe they're exiting at 87th Street.
So you're getting into a residential area, and this is rush hour still, and who knows what the circumstances are. School is in session, so there are potentially schools nearby that could be part of the problem. They're on residential streets now where you don't have, you have to slow down at each street to make sure that you don't run into anybody a lot of times on these side streets. So there could be pedestrians making their way. Fortunately, it's cold. Maybe not as many people may be out walking the streets, but still, you're in a residential area, and he's still going well beyond the speed limit. Maybe not 100 miles an hour, but well beyond the speed limit.
Right, and again, you see it right here as opposed.
You should ram them.
And a very residential area, and now we're parked.
Let's speed it up.
So the vehicle has pulled in front of a home here. We're about 2 blocks east of Martin Luther King here, and we're north in a very residential area.
He did what I said he did.
I'm not sure, and I was looking behind here when we're trying to figure this out. I'm trying to figure out if the state police or the people have been pursuing even know where this vehicle still is. they may have lost him because I'm trying to look behind as we stay with the vehicle, which I believe is east and around 83rd Street, and they may have lost the vehicle. So if anybody's listening in, this looks like east on 83rd Street. We're about a block or two from Martin Luther King, which is 400 east here. Again, that vehicle bailed off the Dan Ryan, and I believe this is coming up on MLK now and went eastbound across MLK. So that was Martin Luther King here, and eastbound, I believe, again, this is 83rd Street. And again, Marion, as you were talking about, this is a residential area where speed limits are about 20 or 25 miles an hour. You've got a stop sign almost at every light here. Now the vehicle going northbound, so we're at about 600 east here, northbound, and a very residential area, and now we're parked. So the vehicle has pulled in front of a home here. We're about 2 blocks east of Martin Luther King here, and we're north of 83rd Street. Looks like somebody got out of the vehicle. What's that, Max? The cameraman's talking. Okay, so we've got one person that got out of the car that's behind that tree there, and we see in the center, and then one person that is still in the car. And we can just see what happens here, but what we don't see, and we talked about this before because we are in the city of Chicago, we didn't see those lights that we saw all throughout the expressway. We've been very focused on the Hyundai here that, again, was wanted for armed robbery. So the vehicle is parked here, and again, we're about 2 blocks east of Martin Luther King. Got back in the car here now, and just north of 83rd Street. And again, don't see any police moving in at this time. Let's see if the vehicle stays here or continues to move on.
Allison Rosati with Stefan Holt here. We want to thank Marion and Alex for their coverage. This is very surprising, especially after the high speed that this car was traveling at with the armed suspects inside, that they would take time to park. Do you have any eye on any type of law enforcement nearby, or is this pursuit over?
So the lights that we saw flashing on the expressway, and again, if you're just joining us here, as the vehicle parks again, this one up and down 394 and up and down the Bishop Ford Freeway, there were lights the whole time. Those lights appear to be gone. Now there is a vehicle, let me count my streets here, that's coming off of 83rd Street as this, there's 2 people inside this vehicle. Get out there on the sidewalk. There are squads that are starting to come west on 83rd Street. So we are, let's see, I think we're about a block east of Martin Luther King. I do see squads, and again, we can't show you that shot here because...
No, they're splitting up. One person's going one direction, the other's going in the other.
Right, one person's gone in different directions here. There are squads moving in. So we're in an apartment complex here.
Again, we've been holding our breath.
And we just saw something being thrown over the fence, too, yeah.
And now,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I hope that people who are watching in that neighborhood there can find a way to stay sheltered, since we do know, as you've been reporting, Mike Lorber, that these 2 are armed. And they are suspects in an armed robbery from
That's
earlier
what they pursued.
today.
I'm going to ask you, you can see there's a squad that just went right by him right now. And he threw something on the ground. Nick, if you can hear me, our pilot, has the Chicago Police Department helicopter, are they up flying over this? So the Chicago Police helicopter has been flying about this as well, and we've been so focused on these people that have been winded. That is important because they have the same perspective we do, which means that they, from the air, can direct the Chicago Police Department down below here to where these people are. So this is the man that we saw get out of the vehicle. Again, this was a Hyundai that was wanted for armed robbery. The Illinois State Police Network, and there you go. There's a squad pulling up right now.
Oh.
And let's see if we have a foot chase here. I believe we're on 83rd Street, and I believe somebody is about to be taken into custody.
Remarkable, walking so casually down the street, looked like they were on a cell phone, and that Illinois State Police car just rolled up real fast and got out and told them to get back onto the sidewalk there. I'm watching another officer approach there.
I have to say, I was...
So this has come to an end.
Concerned because of the fact that there was an armed situation, that there might have been somewhat of resistance or a shootout. So thank God this appears to be ending peacefully with the suspect taken into custody.
Right, I believe we are 83rd Street and Martin Luther King, 83rd and King Drive. So again, it looks like we're in custody.
Mike, just to confirm, we saw two people get out of that vehicle. This was the one gentleman who turned to the right of the camera. The other person went left. Do we have any idea on what happened to that person?
We don't. And Max, I'm going to ask my camera person because Max was following as well. We saw the other person go in the other direction, eastbound. That was off of 83rd Street. That's correct? All right, so just to sum all of this up very quickly, this pursuit went on for about 30 or 40 minutes. It was off of the Bishop Ford, I-94, went all the way south to Lansing near about 183rd Street, Glenwood Dyer, came back north on 394, all the way into about 127th Street, across to I-57 into the city, bailed off the Dan Ryan at about 83rd and went residential. Police lost the vehicles after a while. They parked, then went north on around 83rd Street, got out of the parked vehicle. One person inside heading westbound. That's the person that's been taken into custody. Looks like a man at this point. Another person went eastbound, and that person, we don't see any other squads eastbound, but they'll probably still look for that person there. This was a Hyundai that was wanted for armed robbery. One person is in custody here after a long pursuit at 83rd and King Drive. And again, we've talked about it over and over again. We thought there may be a collision. This vehicle several times driving dangerously over 100 miles per hour. No collision. A lot of Illinois State Police, Cook County Police, more squads are coming into the area here near 83rd and Martin Luther King Drive.
Well, nothing short of a miracle in the fact that that high rate of speed in that police pursuit, there were no collisions, and even next to a school bus. I don't.
Squad pulling up right now. Full time. Those lights appear to be gone.
Anyway. Yeah. Oh, check it out. Just in time for a new chat.
Oh, dear God. Now Grant Cameron is doing it. Let's talk about it. Get in here. This is Jack with Cosmic Road. I talk about UFOs and the paranormal. Please like and subscribe and let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Yeah, Grant Cameron, who I love. I've had him on the show, a great UFO researcher and experiencer. Now he is dropping this on Twitter. Big UFO story coming. Watch this space live from the insane asylum. All right, so now we have Matt Ford, Ross Coldart, Stephen Greer, Grant Cameron, and I'm sure I'm missing some others. I think James Fox, who are saying something big is coming. Some big UFO story, maybe a disclosure, maybe a reveal, maybe defectors from the UFO control group. We don't know. But something big is coming just right around the corner, guys. So frustrating. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Man, some people are going to have some egg on their faces if it doesn't show up. And there's some really credible people saying something big is coming. So I'm persuaded to think that they believe something big is coming. Is that going to happen? Is it going to be imminently? Well, obviously we'll stay tuned. As Grant Cameron says, watch this space. Meanwhile, getting back to the fires in LA, looks like a drone did hit a plane. One of the water tankers, if I'm getting that terminology right, that was supposed to be helping put out fires in that area. Well, a drone hit it. Now, it's unclear from this point at this stage if that was just a regular hobbyist drone or if that was a mystery drone. We do know that a few weeks ago, a drone did crash into a tree. A mystery drone did crash into a tree, and some police officers were called in, and they had their eyes on this thing. And there was a couple police officers whose job it was to monitor this mystery drone in the tree until somebody arrived to remove it. Well, the mystery drone vanished before their eyes. which is, that's the phenomenon all over, right? It's low-tech enough to crash into a tree, but high-tech enough to just to vanish into non-existence before the eyes of police officers. Of course, anyway, I love the phenomenon. It's just so weird like that, right? That's how the phenomenon rolls, guys. UFOs historically crash into stuff all the time, or not all the time, but a lot of UFOs have crashed into things from planes, trains to automobiles, believe it or not. Trees, there's at least 2 cases now of UFOs colliding with trees. So could a mystery drone have collided with this water tanker? Absolutely, but it could also have been a hobbyist. We just don't know at this point. But there was another crash into a plane, I think a Gulfstream, a few weeks ago, and I reported on that, and I may have even shown the video from that incident where you can see the thing going into the engine. The mystery drones have collided with planes, so we'll see if this turns out to be a regular drone or not. However, there do seem to be still, people are sharing UFO videos from the LA fires. Check it out. It's slowed down, obviously. Why don't I mute that so we don't have to listen to the horrible noise? All right, there we go. Check it out. You see that? I mean, it looks like a saucer or a cigar-shaped UFO. Could that be explained by mundane means? I mean, that's not a plane. That's not a helicopter, I don't think. I mean, the resolution is so bad, and then you blow it up and zoom in. So, you can't say for sure what that thing is. But I'm leaning toward anomalous. I've shown some other UFO videos that seem to be genuinely anomalous of these objects over the LA area during the fires. This could be one more of those. So let me know if you think this is a UFO. This is an unexplained object in the skies over the LA fires. And, once again, my heart goes out to everybody affected by these terrible fires. I hope for the best for everybody concerned. What are the mystery drones? Well, a lot of people think this is presaging the event, the shift, the ascension, the rapture. And that's something that beings have told people in the past. They've given people, experiencers and abductees and contactees various versions of the story of this big apocalypse that will come at some point. And the UFOs will come in and rescue people, right? And in fact, contactees or abductees have even been trained in things like crowd control during that apocalyptic event. Of course, it's so strange because, when contactees or abductees are trained in this stuff, well, some of those guys, this abduction phenomenon has been going on for so long, are no longer with us. And so what they were trained for never came to pass. So, just because the beings say stuff is going to happen doesn't necessarily mean that it is going to happen. But more and more people are, seeing that the mystery drone phenomenon does represent some sort of mass ET contact or message event. So what does it mean? What does it mean? Well, Jordan Crowder has a really good take on the abduction phenomenon and the ascension phenomenon. I'm not going to play the whole thing. It's over 5 minutes long, but I'll give you a sample.
Well, the people logging on are going to come from all sorts of different places around the universe, because since this is a simulator for consciousness development, and evidently it's a very good one, they get something out of it. They benefit. It's like a pilot using a flight simulator. He's going to become a better pilot. So all these different beings out there, whether they're Lyrians or Draconians or Arcturians or Palladians or whatever, they're going to want to have people come here and get, trained and to play this game and to go through the simulator. Well, most, like say humans, they come into the simulator just through the reincarnation process, through natural human childbirth. Then you're in the game, no problem. You got the VR headset on from birth. But I guarantee you there's other people out there that have more sophisticated and advanced methods to come in and play this game. So say somebody from, let's just say like an Arcturian, comes in or they have a team, they're going to come in and they're going to play the game. They're going to get the experience. They're going to learn and train in this simulator for consciousness development. They're going to come in and do this. Well, they're not going to come in by themselves. They're probably going to be accompanied by a team or a group or like an organization. Those people are probably going to be in a craft that is floating outside Earth, monitoring and guiding and watching their people to make sure they're okay. Because once you come into this experience, it's fully immersive and you forget who you are. You're going to just be this like lonely starseed. You're going to be like, where do I come from? What am I doing here? And their job is to sort of guide you. Every once in a while, they might got to pluck you up and do some repairs or put a implant or something in you. But to us, that would look like, oh my God, that human was just abducted by a UFO, by an alien, right? But what if it's their own abducting their own, okay? Okay, so imagine that, but on a much larger scale, because let's say there's a bunch of Arcturians here. And let's say there's a bunch of Lyrians and a bunch of, Pleiadians and a bunch of whatever. And they're here having this human experience. And outside of the simulator, like if you were in an arcade playing a VR game and all your friends were around watching on the screen and cheering you on and waiting for you to finish, that's kind of what the ships are doing. But imagine something's coming down the pipe. And they know this because they have a much broader, perspective of the universe. And they're like, oh, something's coming up. Maybe the game's coming to an end. Maybe the game is getting an upgrade. Maybe something's happening. And they're like, okay, we might need to get our guys, before this happens. Maybe.
Okay, so yeah, the UFOs are to get our guys before this happens, or to help in some way. And he goes on in some detail, and I'll link to this, and you can watch the full thing at your leisure. Jordan Crowder has some great thoughts about all of this, and more an optimistic take on this. I don't think his explanation quite satisfies the abduction phenomenon, because it doesn't explain, for example, why they're creating hybrids. Why they're trying to interact with people's consciousness also is something that the beings doing abductions do. But yeah, so could the mystery drones be the first wave in a series of waves, obviously, of bigger and bigger ships that lead up to some sort of rapture or ascension phenomenon? That's what some people think, and I'm starting to see stuff like this online. People are going both ways on this. Some people are just really not having it. They are not excited about it. As Ted Rice says, I'm not getting on a ship voluntarily. I would have to be forced on board. I know I would be slaughtered on board and my soul put into a black box. And Fringe is saying, friends, there might come a time when we're offered to board alien ships, possibly to save us from a disaster. Please think long and hard before jumping on board. At best, it's a cookbook. So that's really interesting, because that is what beings have told people over the years, is that there will be some sort of apocalyptic event, and the ships will show up, and the people are trained in how to usher them on board. So, is that going to happen? Is it not? Is there going to be some sort of solar flare or earthquake or other apocalyptic event, world war, that will cause this to happen? Are the beings coming here to help with that and to save us? Could they be causing all of that? Well, I think if the beings wanted to cause destruction and take us over, or put us, use their cookbook, we serve man, that Twilight Zone episode. I think that they could do it with no problem. I don't think they would need a lot of subterfuge to get this done. So no, I don't think it's for a nefarious purpose. But
though on the
I
real,
totally understand the hesitation in getting on board that UFO.
The Long Yao Caves and Derinkuyu and on some other sites. I mean, it looks like they may have saved some humans at some point. Which again, I mean, that's all the, if there's the thunderstorm coming, you're going to get your cows and put them in the barn, like if there was something coming for the planet, they'd want to protect their investment. You know what I'm saying? Do you think we're Pleiadian? Do you think we're like aliens and we're just... That's what Grant Cameron says. He says we do, we take on these skin suits so we can experience the carnal pleasures of flesh. And, who knows what else. I like the theory I touched on earlier. What if it's like this is how super galactic AIs, this is how they reproduce. They like make planets and watch them, do shit. It's like that take Joe Rogan always says about what if we're like the caterpillar, the cocoon, for AI butterflies. I mean, maybe.
If the time comes. Meanwhile, an update on the Havana syndrome from the whitehouse.gov, statement from NSC spokesperson Sean Sevitt on anomalous health incidents. Upon taking office, the Biden-Harris administration spearheaded a dedicated effort to address anomalous health incidents reported by our colleagues. We convened departments and agencies across the U.S. government to develop new policies to expand access to and improve medical care for affected personnel. Our focus on these priorities remains unwavering and must continue. Today's updated intelligence community assessment, which is the product of ongoing analytic efforts and includes a shift in key judgments by some intelligence components, only reinforces why it is vital that the U.S. government continue critical research, investigate credible incidents, and strengthen efforts to provide timely care and long-term clinical follow-up. We will be briefing the incoming administration on the full scope of ongoing work that should continue. So yeah, they're going to brief the Trump administration on the Havana syndrome and what is being done about it. Nobody seems to really have a definitive answer on what this stuff is. Here's another article from the Miami Herald. Biden officials cast doubt on view that Havana syndrome wasn't work of foreign agents. Contradicting what U.S. spy agencies have publicly said, senior National Security Council officials told a group of Havana syndrome victims in a meeting at the White House that they have seen information that undercuts the intelligence community's assessment that no foreign adversary was behind the incidents. So yeah, previously they have said no foreign adversary is responsible for the Havana syndrome. Now they're saying, not so fast, maybe there is evidence, and I have seen some evidence that possibly Russia could be involved in some of this stuff. I don't know if that explains the totality of the Havana syndrome, though. I'm not satisfied by that explanation. Sometimes just random people are affected by this, not spies or ambassadors. So what is causing this? Is this anomalous? Is this NHI doing this? Why would they do that? Why would Russia do this? Why would China do this? It's such a weird phenomenon, very concerning, alarming phenomenon that's definitely negatively affecting people. And it's really heartbreaking to see these stories of people that are suffering from Havana syndrome. And there's no answer in sight. At least I haven't seen any definitive answer. But let me know what you guys think it's all about, and if you think enough is being done about it, and if you think maybe the incoming administration could do more. Meanwhile, a few days ago, somebody asked me on the channel in the comment section, hey Jack, how do I get my normie friends into the UFO stuff? How do I convince them that UFOs are real? And that's an ongoing struggle, my friends. I'm sure all of you are familiar with this, getting your family and friends who aren't into this, or at least showing them that you're not nuts for thinking about this, right? I wish I had an answer for you. I think James Fox's documentaries, The Phenomenon and Out of the Blue, are really good to show to normies that aren't into this. They can see, hey, look, there's some non-crazy people saying this is real, and there's this history of government involvement, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's probably a good place to start, showing them some of the nuts and bolts research and the military involvement, the Navy videos released by Lou Elizondo and friends in 2017, that sort of thing. But there's another side to this whole story too. Unfortunately, this is from The Guardian, from an advice column in The Guardian. My friend has started sending me lots of links and articles on UAP. I've tried to gently assert that I don't find the sources reliable or credible, and that I do not believe respectable news outlets are conspiring to conceal the truth, but they still persist. Should I ask them to stop? I think these conspiracy theories are really harmful. Oh my God. Okay, so yeah, the normies, they don't want it, and they're not gonna take it, and they're asking for advice. How do I shut up my UFO friends? Well, the answer that the advice columnist gives that person is to laugh at the individual. That's right, to laugh at the ufologist. Laughter can be an effective social blocker for this kind of mission.
Wow.
When we're in the persuasion game, we tend to display a lot of earnest seriousness and perform respect for one another. It's the opposite when we're telling people we're not to tread. We need brisk and effective shutdowns. Laughter can be an efficient way to do that. It signals nope without evincing hostility or inviting discussion. Maybe the next time you get a link from this friend, you just reply with, haha, that's about enough of these links for me. So that's what we're dealing with, folks. People that are suffering cognitive dissonance or whatever, they just don't want to go there. This is the advice they're getting, is to laugh at us. So yeah, we still have a lot of work to do, and the government could certainly help with that by being a little more transparent. However, some mainstream news outlets are still covering the mystery drones and UFO stuff, and hats off to them. I hope that increases in the days ahead as this big UFO stuff drops at some point, right? Maybe, if it does. But yeah, this was sent to me by Astro J, and thank you, Astro. I appreciate it. Cool UFO sighting shared on NBC.
Drone hysteria in New Jersey last month. We have a local story that pretty much tops that one. A crew on board a private jet spotted something high in the sky, and they shot this video of it, and they have no idea what they saw that night. Ari Odzer is joining us now from Fort Lauderdale with a first-hand account of this very bizarre sighting, Ari.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And there was definitely something in the sky that night. It was way too high to be a drone, moving way too fast and erratically to be a weather balloon. And the flight attendant who shot the video says several other aircraft reported seeing the same thing. The aerospace world is full of flying machines that we all recognize. But sometimes people see things in the sky that defy explanation.
It started as white, and then it just got green and almost like an electric, some type of energy around it.
Cassandra Martin is a flight attendant for Surjet, a private air service. On the night of December 23rd, she says she and two pilots were flying back to Fort Lauderdale in an empty jet high over the Bahamas when air traffic control sent a message.
When all of a sudden I heard traffic control say, "We have a foreign object, can you please identify?" I looked to the left and pilot saw 3 objects, I only saw 1. And I grabbed my phone and I just pressed it to the window to see if I can get a video of what the object was. I don't know what it was. And then I zoomed in as much as the phone allowed me to. And the object was white, and then it turned slightly green, almost kind of like an electric field around it of some sort.
Okay, I'll let you watch the full video at your leisure, but a great sighting of an orb like UFO. I love it. It looks very solid. It looks like a solid case. I don't know if the object was solid. But yeah, thank you very much, Astro J, for sending me this video. I love the mainstream news is continuing to cover UFOs. Bring it on. Here's another great UFO video, this one from China, not from the news, but a really cool video. Not bad, right? Do you think this is CGI? Could this be faked? Yeah, sure, it totally could be, I guess. But if it's not, it's another great video of an orb moving through the skies over China. Here's another UFO that's been making the rounds. Another UFO video, again spotted in the LA area during the fires. I tend to think this is probably too good to be true. It's too cool. It's probably fake but maybe not, guys. So let me know if you think this is genuine footage of a swarm of Orby UFOs doing their Orby UFO thing, or if this could be explained by CGI or, actual mundane drones or something else. Let me know what you think. Let me know what you think about it all in the comments below. And if you've enjoyed this video, please give me a big thumbs up. I sure would appreciate it. Smash the like button and the subscribe button and the bell to be notified of future videos. You don't want to miss a thing. Join me on social media. There's...
Yeah, Joe. Gotta go. Fall asleep. I gotta go. What was UFO Jesus saying? Come on, he didn't fall for it, did he?
On January 1st, active duty Green Beret Matt Livelsberger detonated his Tesla Cybertruck in front of the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas, using a combination of fireworks, gas tanks, and camping fuel in the bed of the vehicle. Retired U.S. Army soldier Sam Shoemate received an email from Matt Livelsberger on December 31st, just a day before Livelsberger blew himself up in the Tesla truck. In fact, he even mentioned on Twitter, and I quote, "My inbox was especially eventful today. Allegations of war crimes, government anti-gravity technology, and fears about being tracked and watched by the feds. It's always the world is ending and I have this information that needs to get to the media, and never, how you doing, brother? Everything all right?" End quote. It is no longer a debate whether this email originated from Matt Livelsberger. The FBI has confirmed it.
Yeah, so we have confirmed that the document that he sent to the podcast, we know that he was the one that sent that document. That's correct.
Sam Shoemate appeared on the Sean Ryan Show as a result of the email he received from Matt Livelsberger. This is exactly what Livelsberger asked him to do on January 31st, the day before he blew himself up. Just as Matt wanted, Sam Shoemate read his email on the Sean Ryan Show. To give you further context, here is the opening of Michael Schellenberger's recent January 6th article covering this story, and I quote, "Post-traumatic stress disorder from Afghanistan war trauma and resulting unresolved depression appear to have driven a 37-year-old Green Beret named Matthew Livelsberger to kill himself in a Tesla Cybertruck in front of a Trump hotel in Las Vegas on New Year's Day. In 2020, he was having paranoia and nightmares. He was exhausted and depressed," said Livelsberger's ex-girlfriend. "He was gaining weight and he couldn't think," said the FBI special agent in charge. Although this incident is more public and sensational than usual, it ultimately appears to be a tragic case of suicide involving a heavily decorated combat veteran who is struggling with PTSD and other issues. Law enforcement says there is evidence he changed his psychiatric medication. Now, let's dig in. So Matt Livelsberger, who blew himself up on January 1st in front of the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas, he made two essential claims. One is that China is utilizing anti-gravitic propulsion with drones over the United States, and that the U.S. covered up some heinous war crimes from 2019. To be honest, I can't verify either of these assertions, and we will obviously need corroboration to have more confidence of whether or not these assertions are true. What I can say, however, is that on January 9th, Donald Trump addressed the drone issue, and he says that he is going to get to the bottom of it in the second day after he comes into office. Let's play that clip.
I'm going to give you a report on drones about one day into the administration, because I think it's ridiculous that they're not telling you about what's going on with the drones.
I can appreciate Trump saying that he thinks it's ridiculous that they're not telling us what they know about drones. Of course, this sentiment requires that they actually know more about drones than they're letting on. So let's see what Trump has to say on the second day after he comes into office. And I hope he maintains this momentum in terms of shining a light on what the government is holding back, and doesn't just focus on drones per se, but also gets preoccupied with the UFO issue. Because if he thinks it's ridiculous that the US government is not being transparent on drones, how much more so should he think it's absurd that they're covering up whatever they know about UFOs?
Nobody knows. They don't want to talk about it. Go ahead, Governor, you're going to say?
I was just going to say we have drones in Wyoming flying over our infrastructure as well. And it's incredibly frustrating that we not only have no way of knowing what it is, but nobody knows how to deal with them.
They don't want to talk about it, and nobody knows why. They don't want to talk about it. That could be us sending drones. I hope that's the case, us doing it and doing research, and maybe they don't want to talk about it from that standpoint. I hope it's not an enemy, but we're going to find out on the 21st, the day after. You have to give me a little time for the inauguration, but shortly thereafter, we'll give you a report on it. We'll tell you exactly what it is. They know, and it's very strange that they aren't talking about it.
So Trump said they know, and it's very strange that they are not talking about it. Now, if I were to give Trump the benefit of the doubt, it would seem to me that he has already been briefed on UFOs or on drones, and maybe there's crossover between the two. Because why would he say they know, but they don't want to talk about it? How could he definitively say that they know if he wasn't briefed on the situation? And then he says he's going to reveal whatever the truth is on the second day of his presidency. So, look, I absolutely appreciate the revelation that he is going to be transparent about it. And we'll see on the second if he lives up to that promise. I hope he does, and I hope he gets all the information out to the public because we want to know what's going on. I want to share some sentiments by Trump that he recently made. They're not really about UFOs, but maybe they give us some insight into where we are headed as a civilization. In fact, let me just go out on a limb and share a Bible verse with you. Daniel 2:21. He changes times and seasons. He deposes kings and raises up others. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to the discerning. Now, I asked ChatGPT to give me a biblical verse that underscores that God influences current events. I'm not sharing this from a religious perspective. In fact, anyone that knows me is like, I'm very critical of religion in some respects. But let's just play along a little bit, because many do believe that we are quickly approaching a post-disclosure world. And if we truly are to accept that God is in control, is in the driver's seat, or at least influences the flow of time and what happens when, then it would stand to reason that God is playing a role in the time leading up to this shift, and of course, the duration post this shift, which indeed will be forever.
Mr. President, if we were to work under the assumption that you're serious about making Canada 51st state of the United States, the leader of the Conservative Party in Canada said, under no circumstances will it ever be the 51st state.
Maybe he won't win, but maybe he will. I don't care.
You had suggested.
Listen, I don't care what he says.
But Sir Lopez, you said you were considering military force to acquire Panama and Greenland. Are you also considering military force to annex and acquire Canada?
No, economic force, because Canada and the United States, that would really be something.
So the takeaway from that exchange, regardless of the accuracy, is that apparently Trump was considering military force to acquire Panama and Greenland, but not Canada. For Canada, he would use economic force.
So we're going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, which has a beautiful ring that covers a lot of territory. The Gulf of America, what a beautiful name.
Okay, so in that clip, you heard from Trump that he intends to change the Gulf of Mexico into referring to it as the Gulf of America. Now, I'm not here to give a value assessment on what he stated, but we can all be honest that these are very unusual perspectives to share. We can all acknowledge that Trump is not your typical presidential candidate. And so my only point, and this has nothing to do about whether he'll be a good president or a bad president. I'm not being political here. If you claim that I am, then you're forcing me to walk on eggshells. I'm not going to walk on eggshells. But my point is that he is a very unusual candidate and kind of shocks the system. Whether you agree with it or disagree with it, like it or dislike it, he shocks the system based upon things that he says. Even, I think, ardent Trump fans can be surprised at some of the things he says. And isn't that an interesting alignment if we enter a post-disclosure world while he is the commander-in-chief? And indeed, in my next video, potentially, I'm going to do a whole video about what could happen in 2025. But there is a reasonable chance that Trump will be the disclosure president, and that remains true whether the United States is the first nation to disclose or not. China could disclose, Russia could disclose. The phenomenon could initiate an event that leads to worldwide disclosure. When I say that there's a reasonable probability that Trump is going to be the disclosure president, that is not equivalent to me saying he's necessarily going to disclose. However, his cabinet is the most pro-UFO transparency in the history of all presidents. Now, the question is, are people like Sean Ratcliffe and others going to live up to those statements of desiring transparency? I don't know. That remains to be seen. But I just thought it was interesting tying in that biblical verse and noticing that Trump is the president during this very powerful time. That doesn't necessarily mean that he's the best man for the job in a conventional sense. That's subjective. But maybe there are deeper lessons for us to experience as a result of him being the president during this great shift. And yes, I will be very honest. I do think by 2030, we're likely to get disclosure. Simply because I don't think the government can continue to lie about that. Even something as simple as Havana syndrome, the tide is turning on that. There have been press releases about new people coming forward, trying to be transparent about that. And
I'm a Mongoloid. In my heart, I'm a Mongoloid.
UFO skeptics like Mick West and Michael Shermer were very aggressive in conveying that has nothing to do with weapons that adversaries are using, but now it looks very much like, in some cases, Havana syndrome actually is the result of weapons used by adversaries. Another interesting development that has happened recently is a podcast called The Telepathy Tapes. Yeah, I'm not conversant on it right now, but the basic idea is that allegedly autistic children are demonstrating their capacity to read people's minds. Wouldn't that be interesting if within the next 4 years, telepathy gets proven? It gets proven that some UFOs stem from non-human intelligence, and maybe a little bit less impressive, but still very important, the lies about Havana syndrome get exposed. So I guess what I'm saying is we are in very tumultuous times. And if you believe that God is in control, then maybe everything is just as it's supposed to be. And I'm only bringing this up for contemplative purposes. I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. I just think it's a fun, contemplative exercise. But we'll leave it at that. I apologize for not posting recently. I've had very severe concentration issues. But the last 2 days, I've slept much better and my concentration is much better. So I'm very grateful Very grateful to God for that. May it continue. Please don't forget to subscribe. If you'd like to support this channel, you can check out my merch shop where I sell t-shirts. You can become a patron. You could become a YouTube member. You can give me a one-time donation. All those potentialities can be accessed in the description box below. Or you can slap a like on this bad boy, and I'll appreciate it so much. Thank you so much for watching. I look forward to seeing you in that next episode. Special thanks to all YouTube members, patrons, those who have bought merch, those who have given me a one-time donation. I couldn't do it without you. Thank you so much. See you in the next episode.
When it comes to Saturn, it's hard to
When it comes to Saturn,
summarize just how lucky.
do yourself a favor and go listen to a Billy Carson presentation. Not Tommy Long. The other guy.
Come up from nothing, I'm coming with it. My mama don't like how I'm thugging with it. Keep a burner, don't make me get ugly with it. I heard they be talking and talk, but I don't want to check. Right off the muscle, fuck I let talking, tell me where it's at. Let's get it. It took a little time, but I waited my turn. Took every note from the lessons I learned. I've been to hell, but I didn't get a burn. I'm the truth is alive, man, ain't what you